international declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to see happen, Hasan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Newsday, Tuesday, folks. That's right. It's Tuesday, August 26th, 2025, 11:25 a.m. I'm a little late and I apologize. 77 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California. And we are live. We're alive. And I hope everyone's having a great goddamn day. That's right. We have a lot of important news, including, not limited to, but Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift. I know. I'm going to call Cutie later. Okay, calm the heck down. Hair up. Gaming back. Community-based streams. Is HasanAbi back? Yeah. Hair is up. Gaming is up. Community-based streams are up. It's like 2021 all over again before I got canceled for purchasing a house. You know what I mean? Ew, please ignore the stupid fucking Taylor news. How dare you? That's the most important news of the day. It's Girly Pop Nation, and we're gonna be rising up, okay? I'm sorry. The girlies are engaged. Like literally and figuratively, okay? So girlies are engaged. So we gotta do it. We gotta do it. Anyway, Lindsay Ellis is spitting fire in truth in this new video, The Unforgivable Sin of Miss Rachel. This is 2 hours and 22 minutes long. That is craziness. HasanAbi falling off upwards constantly. I know, it's crazy. No one has ever done it like this. Anyway, you are muted. Look at my previous message. Volume up, please. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Please turn up your sound a little. You are muted. Yeah, I'm not. Do you still have this hat? What is this?
Women makeup.
I do. Anyway, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. That's what I'ma do. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. That's precisely what I'm gonna do right now. For all the parasocialists out there who are like, Hasan, what's going on in your world? What's going on in your life? What's happening? What's cracking? I'm here to tell you all about it. All of your questions will be answered. Anyway, folks, personal news-wise, played a little bit of Peak last night. You already know we obviously had a lot of fun. It's the journey, not the destination that matters in that situation, as you all know, and the reason why I'm saying that is because I'm coping with the reality that we failed on the second second map, which was incredibly difficult. Your mic has been quiet to other audio lately, just saying. I mean, this is it's maxed out, it's boosted. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I feel like it's good. Thank you, Austin, saying it's fine. LMFAO. But yeah. Real talk, how do you have the energy to do to stream so much and then do everything else you do? I love my job. I love my community. I love that we are able to make a difference in the world. That's what keeps me going. That's what keeps me motivated. It's you guys that tune in every day. It's you guys that go out and like actually put the theory to work with your day-to-day experiences. That's what makes this a lot easier, you know? I love his community, copium. Yeah, if I didn't, I wouldn't be live all the time. Okay, calm the frick down. What is this? Wait, Hasan, Taylor's monkey paw. I'm catching up with your end. Did you get into the Newhouse Media School at Syracuse? Please, I need to know because I went there. Let me fade out. No, I didn't get into that. I don't remember what I got into Syracuse for, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, so folks, personal news wise, lots going on. A lot is happening in the world, in the universe. I actually gave an interview to a Turkish newspaper called Oksijen earlier. That's why I was late, which is interesting because I think, they took $20,000 as well. Yeah, but it's 20,000 lira, so it's like $1. Yeah. In any case, dishing out do many 20K. 20 grand is like $1 billion lira. I know. All right. But yeah, last night I ended the broadcast, hung out with the family. How do you afford all this PR and a West Iowa mansion? Subscriptions, baby. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Okay. By you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. You already know how that goes. Okay. And yeah. Hair looks phenomenal today. Well, don't worry, I'm gonna fuck it up in a second because I feel like it needs to be parted this way on camera because this camera is like reversed or something. So when I look at myself on camera, I get annoyed with the way that the hair is parted. But it's fine right now. It's fine. You had to ruin it. I don't think it's bad. Where was I? What was I going to say? Stop drinking olive oil? You'll never stop me drinking olive oil. I love drinking olive oil. Literally fucked it up immediately. What do you mean? This is like the way it's parted always on camera. Like, that's it. Well, I don't know why you're complaining about it. Instead of parting it the other way, which is what it was in the morning when I first started like this. Do you guys like this more? It looks awful like a Dutch dam holding back the ocean. Here. This is the most I do my hair with. This is how I do my hair. This is it. This is the maximum amount of effort I put into doing my hair. I think the other way was better, but fuck it. We'll just keep it this way today. It's good now. Please don't turn it back to the TikTok Zoomer cut. It's so disheartening being in DC and seeing people just go with the martial law vacation. Yeah, Americans are servile peoples. Okay, that's what it is. Okay. Yesterday was fantastic. We had a incredible banger interview with Dr. Muhammad Mustafa. He's phenomenal. It was great. I had a great time. He had fantastic stories. It was overall a banger experience. Played some peak. Family was here. Had some bad food because they're back and they always want like fried chicken and things like that. Has some chubby curry katsu shit, that's not great, but played some Expedition 33, went to bed, woke up early, played some ball, did an interview, did some combos, and we're here, baby. Didn't finish Eddington, didn't have time. Which act are you in Expedition 33? Act 2. You playing E33 on the Steam Deck, trying to decide if I should download it to mine to finish it up? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't compare to the PC from what I understand. Like, the PC is probably much better. But, you know, the graphics are a little shitty, but it's all good. Let's watch the white veteran man burn the American flag in DC today. Yeah, we're going to do that. Don't worry. Do you play remote? I play on the Steam Deck. I just use the Steam Deck. I'm a big Steam Deck loyalist. That's all I got for personal news. Not really much else. Obviously, a lot of the stuff that I am going to talk about personal news-wise is like, you know, I'm on Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone's most influential. I'm going to put 20K in parentheses. Everyone's mad at Israel again for killing journalists, even though they've killed hundreds already. I'm back on Fox News as well. I don't know where that came from. I don't know why Fox News just decided to throw a bone my way out of nowhere. That was fun. Yeah. Yo, I told the weapons writer director you like this movie and he was stoked. He knows who I am. That's crazy. Taylor Swift is off the market. Trump pushes dictator line again while threatening more military occupation. Dude, there's so much happening in the fucking world. It's crazy. I just like, I don't even know where to begin. I don't even know where to start. Weapons was awful in my opinion. No, it was great. Like the Taylor Swift thing is like mostly a joke. Obviously, like that's not the most relevant piece of news, but there's just so much happening. Vanilla Mae's birthday pics, heart eyes, dude. Okay. Vanilla Mae's birthday pics are so insane. I say this as someone who like does photo shoots for magazines and stuff, and I've realized that, you know, some people can just serve and some people can't. I can't serve. Okay. I try to, and I think like sometimes you get a decent one out of me every now and then, but mostly I can't serve. And then some people are just fucking baddies. Okay. And they're capable of serving, and it's crazy. And especially when you got someone who is capable of serving, and also on top of being capable of serving, someone who is able to, you know, link up with a brilliant photographer, you get something crazy out of that. Okay. And Vanilla Mae's birthday pics are a great example of this, because like as someone who's done magazine shoots over and over again, this blew my mind. Okay. This actually blew my mind, because this photo shoot is basically, it clears every magazine photo shoot I've done this year. And it's just like, I mean, obviously there's like a lot of effort that went into this, you know, but it's crazy that like I got these professional teams and stuff, like people coming in and we're trying to like put something together, but the art direction is mid. I think it's crazy. I think you're crazy for saying that. Look at the colors, man. This is a very difficult shot to pull off. Even down to like the chemtrails, like even down to the plane passing by, and like that cutting across the image is all, it just worked very good. It worked very well. So shouts out to this team. I saw it and I was like, damn, that's fire. Like not even on some horny shit. Like I'm just straight up appreciating the artistry here. It's just one of those things that some people can pull off and some people can't. I'm just not a person who can pull it off, I think. As a photographer, I can confirm that part of the job in the models to make sure they're serving how they want to be seen. Yeah. It's crazy. They're manipulating the weather. Yeah, see, they are. I saw a white girl go body coffee because tea isn't strong enough. No, it's just like, I mean, this is fire. This is a fire photo shoot. Like, this is an incredible photo shoot. If I, like, sometimes I look at stuff like this and I'm like, damn, I wonder if I could like ever be able to pull off even a margin, okay? Even like a fraction of this level of service. This level of service. You need to get actual professional pics taken for all the PR, paid PR though, wasted money. What do you mean? All of the fucking magazine shoots that we do are professional. But it's mostly me. I can't pull it off. That's what it is. You know what I mean? Like I just don't know. I don't know how to be like it's just, I think it's confidence. I feel like I was more confident back in the day when I was wearing those goofy ass outfits. When I was wearing those silly ass, goofy ass outfits way back in the day, when I was like a more social person, I think I used to serve harder. I was cunty. I was cuntier. That's why if you look at like all of the old photos that I have, because like everything is, it's basically a skill. And people don't understand it. People think like it's not, but or people joke about it like it's a skill to be photographed. Well, like it literally is. It actually is. And I guess like maybe when I was taking more photos every single day, when I was on my like Sigma grind set influencer shit, when I was trying to be an influencer, I used to take photos every day. I would force my friends to take a photo of me every day. And for that reason, I think I got like a lot better at serving, but I'm too self-conscious now. Whenever I take photos, I'm like way too self-conscious, where I'm just like, where I just don't know. I got one look. It's this. That's it. I need to get better. I need to get better at being sexier. That's it. Just gift all your money to me, become poor and real again. Yeah, that's what it is, bro. Hasn't made his own Insta post since France. You changed. I know I'm the worst influencer of all time, low key, but also high key. I never influence. I don't post any photos, shit like that. Man, that's the reason why I fell off. Okay, that's the reason. It's not the bots. It's that people are like, why aren't you posting sexy pics of yourself, silly? Stream idea, get Marlon to teach you how to look tea. Ooh, that could be fun. We could do that. I think that could be fun. The problem is, what the fuck's he going to teach me? How to be super hot? He's just hot. You know? Like, that's different. You can't be good at it all, man, but can you parry? Yes, but not very well. I've found out that I'm a lot better at I am certainly a lot better at parrying and Sekiro and shit than I am at the Expedition 33. All right, what is this? 10% of my audience, but like 90% of the people that send gifts from Design Lab Apparel, Hasan Birthday Boy Piker. It's a lib cap. Happy late birthday, poo poo. It's about time you had a lib hat in your set. In 50 years, you can tell your kids 2020 was the year we beat Fradophobia. Meg PZ. Finally, all the stupid liberals will stop yelling at me if I wear this hat, right? Incredible gift. Thank you. Oh my God. This is insane. Hasan? Okay, buddy. Puggo. I'm attracted to her. But it's just like, for example, 55%. And my personal favorite, of course. This is 90-day reacts. We used to do 90-day reacts, and the community would make like artwork around the 90-day reacts. That's crazy. You used to have a lisp, or is that the mic? I think it might be the microphone. But I have heard people say that I have a lisp. Like that was a thing that people used to bring up. My haters used to bring up. I don't know. Maybe I have a lisp. Lisp. You do slightly? I don't think so. But associate, it comes out when you say the word associate. Associate? What? Where's the lisp? I can tote it. I just need your egg. These are incredible fridge magnets. How did you find these? Absolutely incredible. This is awesome. Wow. I can tote it. Thank you so much, Runny Bunny. This is from Budapest. I'm gonna keep it a buck. It was devastating for me. Today was embarrassing. I tried to do, like I said, I was talking to a Turkish newspaper. So I was trying to talk to them in Turkish, like the entire interview conducted in Turkish. And halfway through, I was like, all right, fuck this. I got to do English. Because it fucked me up. It definitely fucked me up. It was sad. I'm nowhere near as good in Turkish as I am in English. And it's messed up. Speaking of like lisps and whatnot, Turkish is relegated to second language status almost in my life, and that is definitely a sad state of affairs because that's the first language that I spoke my entire goddamn life, and now I find myself in between where obviously my English is very convincing. It's a native tongue level for sure, but at the same time, you know, there are still some issues, some things that get lost in the translation. And it's weird because it's like no one believes me when I say like, oh, this is an ESL problem. Because like sometimes I'm thinking in Turkish, you know, but then I can't even convincingly speak Turkish at a native level. So then people are gonna be like, well, what do you mean? You can't even speak Turkish. So now it's just bad. My English is bad and my Turkish is bad. It just made me sad. It made me sad a little bit. The West has colonized your mind, bro. It's true. It really did. It really did. From Joe. Budapest letters look very interesting, though. Nice paper. Or very shitty paper. One or the other, I cannot tell. We're going to bring the P.O. box back. Don't worry. Well, that's going to happen, too. From bilingual to bye lingual. Olur öyle sıkma canını. Evet. Sıkma canını, okşa patlı canını. All right. Anyway. That's it. Personal news wise, we got it all. Did we blast off? Did I even blast off? I forgot. Oh, I did blast off. I'm so stupid. Anyway, I dove right into that. But yeah, this morning I woke up and I have another embarrassing story for you guys. This morning I woke up and I remembered that my manager was like, hey, you need to shoot like a video for Rolling Stone. You're in their top 25 most influential. And I was like, oh, sick, dope. Let's do it. Right. And I shot this video for Rolling Stone a while, like last week or a week and a half ago. I can't really remember. And this morning, I go on Twitter and there is all these like posts from, you know, blue checkmark accounts being like, oh, Rolling Stone's top influential, like Hasan, I Show Speed, Mr. Beast. Right. And I was like, oh, nice. Like the list came out and I thought I was supposed to be on it. But all these accounts that like post this stuff, with the exception of like the Rolling Stones account or whatever, like all the accounts that are on my timeline were posting like, you know, Mr. Beast and all these other content creators on it. And I thought I wasn't on the list. So I literally woke up and I was like, oh, I guess they like took me off the list, or they just like made me do a video for no reason. Only later, when I tuned into my Instagram where Rolling Stones was like looking for a collaboration post, did I realize I actually had made the list. So wait, what number are you? Like 25? In the top 25, I'm actually number 8. I'm in the top 10. Crack the top 10, baby. Yeah, some included you on Twitter, though. No, this is the full list, and I had not seen the full list. That's why. I only saw, most of them were talking about, like, most of them were just talking about, like, Mr. Beast and I Shall Speed Drewski, Kai Cenat. So I thought that they just, like canceled my appearance or something. I don't know. But it is very cool. It is very cool, not because like I'm on it, but I mean, that's always great. And I'm always very happy, right? And Iron Mouse is on it too, which is really cool. But there are a lot of pro-Palestine people on here, which is interesting. Now, it's the Rolling Stone, and they're supposed to be like, they have always been, subversive and irreverent, but like they've always been, a little bit different than like regular traditional media outlets that are more traditional, right? And also some very anti-Palestine law, very vocal ones too. I don't know who the vocal anti-Palestine ones are. Who is anti-Palestine on that list? Is most Dave Porkboy's on it. Yeah, that makes sense. That's true. Dave Porkboy. Isn't Alex Cooper? I don't know. Is she? In any case, yeah. So I that was a little fun, little embarrassing story, I guess. But like, I did not think that I would be as high on this list. Let's be real, okay? I did not think that at all. But also because I didn't see myself in the Thumbo. So I just genuinely thought they just didn't put me in the list, and they made me do that video promo for no reason. But yeah, only number 8. Dude, are you kidding me? There's like way more influential people on here than myself on this list. Is cool though. They used to be a novelty, but creators have infiltrated every part of our lives. TikTokers are no longer bound to TikTok. They're in our HBO shows and primetime sitcoms and Spotify playlists. So what makes a creator influential today? For this list, we define it as someone born from the internet, not a celebrity who jumped on after gaining fame in a more traditional way, who uses their chosen platforms to push conversations forward. We started with dozens of names, then with the help of data from software analytics company Creator IQ, weighed their followers, engagement rate, and audience growth over the past year. Using those numbers and our own editorial judgment, we ranked these creators, all of whom are shaping culture in 2025. Number 25 is Kay Poyer. I don't know who she is. Lady Miss K. This Dallas doll. Oh, wait, I do know who she is. I have seen, yeah, she's funny as fuck. That's cool. No, I do. I've seen her TikToks. Yeah. You got Brandon Edelman. A little grit and a lot of gay chaos for Brandon Edelman, 29, to go from cog in the fashion world to full-time creator. Not sure if I've ever seen his stuff. Obviously, Dave Porkboy, I know. Dave Porkboy is unfortunately a fucking institution at this point, even though he is probably one of the objectively bad people on this list. Like, just truly a villain. Dave Porkboy, 48, may have gotten his launch starting the early 2000s raunch site Barstool Sports, but as he has grown that into an online empire, he sold his company for $551 million, all this stuff. Meredith Hayden, Wishbone Kitchen, built her career embracing life's little luxuries, whether it's homemade ice cream with fresh peaches or tomato butter bake. I don't know who this is. Alex Earl, most marketable personality. TikTok's most marketable personality, Alex Earl, 24, is at another big use. She appeared in a Super Bowl commercial, became an investor in canned cocktail brand Sip Margs, and announced to be the upcoming season 34 on Dancing with the Stars. After leaving Alex Cooper's Unwell Network. Wait, that's a different Alex? Wait, there's 2 different blonde women named Alex, and one is with an I and one is with an E? Isn't this the Call Your Daddy chick? Is this not the Call Your Daddy girl? Ain't no fucking way you are telling me right now, honest to God, that the Call Your Father girl, Call Your Daddy girl is is a different... Stop. Stop. This woman is a different woman than that one. This is a different woman. This. Bro, be absolutely for fucking real with me right now. You are making a joke. You are fibbing. You are joking. That is the same woman, bro. You are so face blind. No, that's the same woman. She just got different makeup on. They don't even look the same? Okay, bro. Y'all are fucking... That's crazy. What does she do? This is another TikToker. Vlogcast. Hot mess with Alex Earl. It's almost been 3 years. I've literally been doing this. The question is making something that lasts. One is more Republican coded. Shut the fuck up. What? Which one? Which one is more Republican coded? One is MAGA. The other one is a liberal. See, this is what I mean. Okay. This is what I mean. Remember when I was having this conversation with Hasan Minhaj, where I was like, bro, America's not ready for one Hasan, let alone two Hasans that are doing like political satire, political commentary. Like, it's just not going to happen. Like, two Muslim Hasans, that's crazy. You can have 1 million Johns. You can have 1 million Alexes, some of which apparently are direct carbon copies of one another, and it doesn't even matter. Alex Earl is a TikToker who dates a Miami Dolphins player and is very MAGA. All criticism of capitalism is subsumed by it. Those who attack it end up reinforcing it. Yes. That's what I'm doing. I'm reinforcing the capitalist structures that bind us. I'm doing it deliberately though. Like, it's just. Oh, anyway. You can tell if a blonde woman is a Republican by her roots. If she's got busted roots, she's MAGA. Anyway, okay. Sabrina Breer, 31, working as a Hollywood assistant in Zoom. Sabrina Cinnamon Breer, I don't really know who that is. Theo Von's on here. That's another, like, outspoken. Wait, what the fuck? Theodore Capitani Von Kornatowski the third? Ain't no fucking way that's this dude's name, bro. What the fuck? You didn't know he's Polish royalty? That is, I'm learning too much today at this Rolling Stones list that I'm going through. There is too much information. I don't even need to know this stuff. You know what I mean? This is crazy. Is this how you find out Theo Von is a literal aristocrat? Ain't no way. Are you serious? He's actually a literal, honest to God aristocrat. HasanAbi is not tapped in. No, I'm not. So he's like most likely a little inbred is what you're saying. Because let's be real. There ain't no fucking way that you can have aristocratic roots without having a little bit of that inbreeding. Like, that's what we're having. That's like actually what's going on here. Anyway, all right. We got Theo Von. Anika she. These days, viral moments, 27 going to hand, about ancient Egypt, stainless steel. Iron Mouse. Pog. Iron Mouse went on air. Puerto Rican Twitch creator Iron Mouse may remain anonymous, but she's become iconic with her pink and purple hair avatar and high-pitched squeaking voice alone, which is real, she claims, as a result of lung infection due to COVID-19 complications. The vlogger and gamer is a mainstay in VTubing, virtual YouTubing, or using graphics and motion capture software to mask one's identity. I love when they try to entertain, like, or explain what like this concept is to a fucking boomer / normie audience. VTubing, virtual YouTubing, or using graphics and a motion capture software to mask one's identity. And the most subscribed female Twitch streamer of all time. I feel like people are embracing VTubers more than ever, and it's really cool to see. She tells Rolling Stone, aside from streaming, she's also a singer. She's released 2 singles in the past year, as well as being featured on a Canadian rapper BB No Money single, 1-800-SC. Ilona Mayer, genre sports creator. Oh, this is the USA Rugby star. I remember her. Speedy Moorman. He was the one who interviewed Joe Brandon, if you remember. Tefi Pessoa, hello Tefi. Estefania Vanegas Pessoa, known to the world as Tefi Pessoa, often thinks back in the time of storytelling in Miami middle school as Tefi. I don't know who this is. Drew Afuelo, I know her. There's a lot of content creators I know on this list. Duke Dennis, obviously. Jake Shane, influencer comedian Jake Shane turned his octopus dish review account into a comedy journey. Octopus Lover. After shift to the improv based or historical biblical events, what if John Wilkes Booth went into the wrong theater? That's cool. That's another. This is the same woman. Same woman twice. Alex Cooper. This is what we were talking about before. It's like, this is the same. Like, we have both of the Alexes on here. It's not. They're both separate queens. Okay, no, this is Alex Cooper and not Alex, the other one. One of them is MAGA and the other one likes Kamala Harris. I got it. I know. Okay. Camilla Araujo, OnlyFans model. After a cameo in Mr. Beast's massive Squid Game YouTube video, OnlyFans star Camilla Araujo, 23, has become a master of internet virality using rage bait and provocative comments and a strategic data-driven approach similar to that of Mr. Beast to fuel her explosive growth. Reflects a growing class of Gen Z influencers who OnlyFans as a springboard into mainstream internet fame. She's part of the Bop House, the mega viral OnlyFans content house, and runs her own social media consultancy, but that's just, I want to be everywhere, she says. I want to be unavoidable. That's so crazy because that's that's something I say all the time as well. As far as protesting. Araujo. Damn. Handle, HasanAbi, genre, political streamer, subscribers 10.5 million. The biggest socialist in streaming isn't slowing down. People are looking for someone willing to fight against the Trump administration, Piker says, and he's up for the job. Piker 33 covered the LA ICE protests, interviewed leftist leader Jean-Luc Mélenchon in France, toured Queens with New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani, and visited the headquarters of the Japanese Communist Party. Freedom of speech is top of mind. He was detained by border security and questioned about his political views when returning from a trip abroad in May. That was an interesting experience, he jokes, and yet his recent international focus is no accident. It's about solidarity with other working class movements all around the world, he says. It's a united struggle. Boom. You almost cleared Mr. Beast? Yeah, that's crazy. Like, having me be so close to Mr. Beast and all these other actual massive content creators is kind of wild. I'm not going to lie. This is I don't know what they were doing over there. They went nutty mode on the woke side, you know? We got Mr. Beast. Caleb Heron, number 6, deserves all the good things, deserves all the praise. Got to have him on the Fear End podcast. Got to have him on, not just the Fear End podcast, but got to have him on the stream too. I think we could have so much fun. Don't know how to reach him. Get him on the broadcast. Stop being lazy. I just don't know how to reach him. I don't know. I don't know what my connect is. You know what I mean? I guess Z-Way. Maybe. He'll finally make your stream worth watching. Shut the fuck up, chatter. Oh my God. Try Brittany Broski. Oh my God. Okay, listen to me. Chad Vice with Caleb and Brittany would go I think a little too hard. I think we would rip apart the space-time continuum. I feel like if I did a chat vice with Brittany Broski and Caleb Heron, oh my God, that is cinema. That is fucking cinema. Hold up. I'm going to text her right now. I'm going to do it right now. Oh shit. I'm doing it. I'm setting the stage. Brett Cooper gave you a shout out? Wait, really? Link it to me. And then we got our queen, Queen Lynn. You got to remind people that Caleb is a mean gay. He will roast your ass. Wait, I mean, yeah, of course. Queen Lynn Blackwell at number 5. She's killing it. I'm very happy for her. She's blowing up. And you got number 4, Kai Cenat. Obviously, this one made me very happy though. Miss Rachel obviously deserves all her flowers. She deserves all the praise. She is the GOAT. She is one of the, I'm a political commentator. This is my job. I am a very opinionated person. I always have been. I'm a very stubborn person. So my expectation is never going to be that someone who doesn't do that as a profession first and foremost, to maintain that same level of necessary stubbornness and clear conscience on an issue that is considered the third rail of American politics that most people are too afraid to touch, right? So the very fact that Ms. Rachel, despite being like a brand that is in Walmart and a massively successful Netflix show, the fact that she said, look, it does not matter. I am going to absolutely, regardless of all of the financial, regardless of the finances that I am basically casting aside as someone who is at the absolute top in terms of content creation, who has become like an institution for children's entertainment. I am going to actively keep pressing and actively push to try to give people an expanded permission structure and advocate for Palestinian emancipation. It's amazing. She is amazing. I really, really, really respect her. And then, of course, number 2 is Drewski, which is, fine. He's funny. I get it. But number 1, same with I Show Speed. I mean, I Show Speed doesn't obviously have like the same, I would say, background information as like Miss Rachel, but it's very cool to see 2 of the top 3 content creators on here being unconditionally pro-Palestine. Like that's very dope. That's very, very cool. That's very, very cool. How do you become a global phenomenon? For I Show Speed, it starts with never turning the camera off. I Show Speed has transformed childhood nickname Speed into his longtime love, video games into our real streaming empire. Born Darren Watkins Jr., the Ohioan, 20, is best known for his worldwide streaming tours, where the camera stays rolling as he meets foreign dignitaries and sports legends, plays and pickup soccer matches, films music videos for his budding rap career, or is hounded by massive crowds. Speed's teen antics have gotten him in hot water, but he's addressed each controversy with a genuine apology, all while drawing millions of views with his boisterous energy and cultural curiosity. Once again, for Speed, it's like, for Speed, I match his career and his development as like a literal child, because I think he started off at like 14, right? Like he was on camera when he was 14. He blew the fuck up when he was like 16. That's never going to be good for anyone's development. The very fact that he could have been the biggest shithead on the planet and instead has basically had weird politics overall, but uncompromisingly is pro-Palestine and also pro-trans, is so shocking to me. He is like the reversal of the average American liberal who will refuse to take a stand on Palestine or refuse to take a stand on trans issues, but is like otherwise very progressive optically. And he came from Ohio. That makes it even crazier to me. Okay? Like, think about his orbit when he was initially blowing up. It's like the Aiden Ross. Like, he could have been worse than Aiden Ross, you know? And the very fact that instead of doing that, he just does like fun content. You know, it's high energy. Maybe it's not for you. Maybe it's for a younger audience. But like the very fact that he is from Ohio, blew up with like a crowd that could have led him astray, and definitely had like a lot of problematic and horrifying moments when he was a literal child. And instead has become this person that is an institution in and of itself who does like positive content all over the world. I really, really appreciate that. It makes me very happy. Yeah, you got LeBron and you got I Show Speed. Ohio's GOATs. He's from Cincinnati. That's like saying Chicago is Illinois. So. How does Speeds pro-Palestine and pro-trans express itself? Okay. Does anyone have the bye-bye Israel clip? There are so many different. Speed is really interesting because like the average person in America is not very knowledgeable on these issues at all and just unconditionally supports Israel, right? Like that's the starting position. I would say for Speed, it's the exact opposite, where he's also not very knowledgeable, but somehow landed on the right side of this argument. But this is a perfect demonstration of I Show Speed in general. Look.
It's right here. Israel's right here. Bye-bye, Israel!
That's not Israel, dude. Then what is he doing?
Bye-bye!
Bro blew up Saudi Arabia going bye-bye Israel. Close enough, I guess. Which is, if you're a little bit aware of politics, it's just funny because like he's just, this was another one. Like this is when this like pro-Israel influencer approaches him and he's like,
Where's Ines?
Are you not?
No.
Why not?
Why would I be his Ines?
Creed edit on this is hard.
American YouTuber.
See, chatters, y'all need to learn CapCut, okay? This is the problem. Many of you don't know how to do like Creed edits and shit like that. You don't know how to aura farm. This is an issue. Our audience is too old to do like Creed edits. Meanwhile, you got like 13-year-olds blasting these edits like nonstop on TikTok and getting 1.1 million likes.
And streamer. Alright, what's good, YouTube? I'm gonna post this video 3 years later. Right now, I have 5.9 thousand subs right now.
Except for Emma.
I wonder how much subs I have later.
You okay?
Peace out.
Yeah. He's got I'm from Palestine. Free you. This is awesome too.
I'm from Palestine.
Are you from Free you! Free you!
I know, free Palestine.
Free you! Free your daddy! Free your mama!
I'm watching your stream.
Free you, man! Free you, dog!
Oh, you're the best streamer out there.
Thank you, bro. Are you in jail right now? Where you from?
He said, free you. It's awesome. I mean, he's here's one that went viral. Why is this age restricted?
You will not love Israel.
Bro, I never said I don't love Israel.
Speed.
What?
You will not love Israel.
Bro,
You not love Israel.
I I never said I don't love Israel. I said free Palestine. That's what I said.
No. One moment. Palestine not good, friend.
No, bro. Palestine people is dying. What do you mean is no? What do you mean no?
Israel is here, not Palestine. Palestine dead. Palestine fucking dead.
The fuck is what, bro? I'm not fucking playing with you, bitch. Free Palestine, nigga. The fuck?
Oh, this is, I don't know. Maybe it's his cameraman. Maybe it's like Sips, his second in command. But like someone literally early on was like, hey, man, this is pretty fucked up. I don't know if you know this. And he was like, this is the most fucked up thing I've ever heard. Free Palestine. And he has just never stopped saying it. Yeah, more effective than 1,000,000 hours on my fucking broadcast. Let me tell you. if the adults that chirp at like the most if the adults that chirp at like people saying like, yo, Israel kind of sucks, if they only knew that a bunch of the teenagers are totally fucking anti-Israel because of the most popular Luffy ass content creator, like, because his advocacy quite literally is not dissimilar to Luffy, who he loves obviously as well. Like he is the closest like real world equivalent to Monkey D. Luffy, in the sense that he's freakishly athletic and also is uncompromising and unconditionally on the right side when it comes to imperialism, specifically Israel, Palestine, in that situation. And it also doesn't like make too much sense. You would wish you were ISO Speed. No, I'm very happy with who I am, but I do appreciate him quite a bit for all the reasons that I just mentioned. Always have to bring up anime and everything, holy weeb. No, he loves Luffy too. He's a big One Piece stan. Anyway, Speed was in my communist study group. Yeah. Inshallah, one day we're going to make him a full-fledged Maoist or worldist one day. He's also somehow pro-China. I know. That was also dope too. That was also pretty sick. But yeah, cool stuff. So we got one media hit, but of course, when there's one good media hit, we got to have an even better media hit. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, as you guys know, I did a double Hasan versus Hasan show recently. Okay. Hasan Minhaj doesn't know. We watched it. One of the best interviews I've done, I think. It was very interesting. We went deep, right? We went deep about my worldview and things that I believe, things that I think are right, things that I think are wrong. Anyway, Fox News was apparently also watching. Twitch star Hasan Piker calls communism the honorable end goal of socialism. The far-left commentator also insisted a communist formation has never existed despite communist takeovers in China and Cuba. Now, what's really interesting about this is that none of these are objectionable statements. They are objectively true statements. And if you actually watch my descriptive assessment, you would understand. Okay? Left-wing Twitch streamer Hasan Piker defended communism as the honorable end goal of socialism and the distribution of goods to the working class on Wednesday. Piker sat down with comedian Hasan Minhaj on his podcast where the two discussed progressive issues, including the definition of socialism. Socialism is redefining and reorienting the classes politics that we currently have away from the capital-owning class, owning both the means of production and virtually every facet of power, and redistributing it in a democratic fashion back to the largest class, the working class, Piker said. Now, this is just a description of what socialism is. And if I do say so myself, a fairly accurate one that I think it helps people understand it as easily as possible. Okay? Where is the commentary Where is the counter narrative? They're just basically quoting me outright. And I guess, like, how is socialism different than communism? And Haj asked, communism is supposed to be the end stage, Piker said. It's like the final goal. It's like the final evolution, a stateless, moneyless, classless society, a borderless society. We've never really had communism. I know people will just jokingly sometimes say real communism has never been tried, but that literally has never existed. Piker acknowledged that communist parties have existed in places like China and Cuba, but he insisted that there's never been a communist formation. He added that he doesn't consider being called a communist an insult since he believes communism is an admirable goal. I wouldn't say I'm a communist, but when people call me that, I don't really care because I'm like, I think that's pretty cool. It's Star Trek. It's the Star Trek universe. They have a moneyless society. I feel as though that is definitely an honorable end goal to reach where we have all of our needs met. This is just a transcription of the podcast. And I sometimes think to myself, who is this for? And then I remind myself that it is actually supposed to be on its face a terrifying prospect that a young content creator that like is youth facing, rather. I'm not young myself. I'm 34 now. I'm old, but you know, young for the Fox News audiences, is just, you know, describing these sorts of things without being scared by these concepts. And those concepts are, I guess, like scary automatically to their audiences. So they don't really need to disparage what I'm saying, you know? Piker at 30. I will say this, though, and I don't know how we got here, but what's wild about it is that these guys unironically do a better job of quoting me in context than like supposedly apolitical or liberal content creators do online. And that is what's so remarkable about it. Like, whenever I get written up on Fox News, they just basically will add the context as well. There are some statements where they don't, like where they clip me out of context or whatever. But I do find it really funny that they do a better job of accurately describing my politics and letting my words speak for itself instead of just like actively trying to undermine it in the way that like some of these fucking idiotic slop tubers have done for a very long time. I don't know what to make of that. Piker, a 33-year-old Turkish-American commentator who lives in California and grew up in Istanbul, is a former producer of the far-left internet commentary program The Young Turks. Is the nephew of co-creator Cenk Uygur. His Twitch streams regularly hit over 1 million views, often has 30,000 viewers at any given time. In his videos, Piker is known to push controversial views such as downplaying Hamas's actions during October 7 attacks and claiming that the U.S. deserved 9/11. Despite his outspoken support for socialism, Piker came under controversy in 2021 after it was revealed that he bought a nearly $3 million home in West Hollywood. He defended his purchase on social media, suggesting it was part of living in Los Angeles. Pretty much everyone's argument reduces to, I live in LA. The housing market here is fucked. Why is the argument that I should keep renting or that I should go gentrify somewhere else? Will this solve the problems? No. People are mad because lefty with house. That's it. He wrote. This is amazing. Like, this article is like written as though it's a puff piece. Depending on your worldview, if you read this article, you'd be like, oh, that's nice. Nice little update from my favorite commentator who is, you know, describing things. But I guess like Fox News' audience doesn't need to be negatively framed against like someone even correctly describing socialism. The mere fact that someone can be branded as a socialist or even say that they're not worried about being called a communist alone is the dunk, you know? But it's awesome. Yeah, that's just self-evident. I like how they slam Hamas lover between Nepo baby and homeowner. I know. What is this? I recently saw John Schwartz defending you in the replies. What is this? Have they endorsed a different candidate, said anything negative about his campaign? I think people are just unhappy about the most powerful Democrats in the country. My sense is that anti-establishment Dems are tired of being lectured about how they have to unite under whoever wins primaries, only to see that top Dems don't believe that for themselves. E.g., they don't like that Cuomo is not just still running, but collaborating with Trump. And your guy, Mamdani, cozies up to people like Hasan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11. I hate to have to tell you that if the Democratic Party has any success in the future, it's going to be because of a lot of people like Hasan Piker. Respect. If anything, it's going to be because people like Hasan Piker wake up from the fantasy land and learn how to run campaigns against Republicans instead of Democrats. It's an easy grift to monetize people's outrage, anger, and fear, but it's exclusively a self-enriching endeavor. Yep, the DSA kids who hate America because TikTok told them to. The ones who at the first sign that Williamsburg isn't their Shanghai law. He tried to say Shangri-La, but says Shanghai law. Any longer will run back to Iowa. That's a ringing endorsement of a party. These guys live in fantasy land. The people are not angry because TikTok told them to be angry. The people are angry because they can't fucking pay for things. Okay? And these guys live in La La Land, ironically constantly pointing the finger at blame at everyone else, assuming that everyone else is actually living in fucking La La Land. No, dude, there is a reason. And it's not because like the youth have been brainwashed by myself into believing, a dictatorship of the proletariat is the proper way to go about it. The reason why people have arrived at this conclusion is because they've run out of options. They've run out of options, and there are no clear-cut solutions in the current existing methods that are readily available in our duopoly. And it's perfectly reasonable for a lot of people to demand that the left flank of our duopoly actually represent real leftist opinions, real left politics, and not just like a diet watered down version of right-wing politics. One great example of this, and I'm going to get into it now, obviously, now that we're done with like the self-glaze session of the broadcast, is Donald Trump's attempts. Donald Trump's attempts at like doing a fascist takeover. These people think you have way more persuasive power than you actually do. Yeah, I wish I had that kind of persuasion power, okay? I've seen some people call this MAGA on the left. Yes, those people are Dem diehards, Dem loyalists that don't want the Democratic Party to change for some weird reason. But if it were to change overnight and become like even a socialist party, those guys would change as well because they simply want a seat at the table. They want the Democrats to give them like a consulting fee. And that's the reason why they do it. They hitch their wagon to any party, even a dying one like the Democrats. That's the reason why they engage in fucking loser talk. Okay? So you're not a communist, but your guiding ideology is historical materialism. Would that make you at least a Marxist? I just don't define myself by any of these terms. I have no interest in dogmatic thinking. But like I said, I don't have an issue with being branded as a communist or a socialist or a Marxist or a Marxist-Leninist. The only thing I would push back on is if someone were to say I'm an anarchist, I would say I'm not an anarchist. That's it. That's it. You were once a Marxist? Who's to say I'm not? Still. Like, what do you mean? But yeah, it is funny that like a lot of liberal commentators online have learned like the term tanky and just like run with that over and over and over again. Oh, she mentions you at 1412.
Blamed for this dangerous and scary protein craze. They did a whole profile on Hasan Piker where they said that because he worked out, because he has like visible abs and flexes and posts photos on his Instagram, and then that he has a MAGA body. Like, they are saying the quiet part out loud. They are acknowledging that health is not important to them, that fitness is a right-wing thing. Like, that is where we have gotten right now. So no wonder your revolution.
Yeah, I mean, fitness is not a right-wing thing, and it's very frustrating that people have like done this. And once again, I would go so far as to say it's not dissimilar to the ways in which, in like the Gamergate craze, a lot of liberals themselves actually represented like the hysterical woke scold style cartoonish depiction of the left willingly and voluntarily. We have too much marketing people on our side ideologically to consistently allow our opponents to frame the conversation around a reality that does not exist. If you look at the real world, if you look at, not that it matters whether someone is like physically fit or not. Ultimately, I don't give a shit about that kind of thing, even though I personally like it. And I think it's good if people are physically fit in general. But from a political perspective, I don't think it says anything about your politics. Having said that, however, if you were to look at like areas where a lot of Democrats congregate versus areas where a lot of Republicans congregate, and you just put a lineup of like the average Republican versus the average Democrat, I think the physically fit voters would most likely lean on the side of the average Democrat. It's partially born out of material conditions, of course. It's born out of like having disposable income or time to go to the gym, not living in a fucking food desert. Republican areas are poorer on average than Democrat areas are. And a lot of Democrats do care about their health in way more meaningful ways than the Republicans do. It's kind of, it's not dissimilar to like gaming, right? People just think like, oh, gaming is right wing. All gamers are right wing. They're all shitheads. That's not the case. That's not the case at all. It's just that they flood the market with this kind of commentary to try to make it seem as though that's the case. And the same goes for gym culture and shit. They flood the market with content creators that are finding themselves on the apolitical side, which usually snaps to reactionary commentary, reactionary politics. Same with anime, same with everything else. It's very frustrating to experience. Would you say that the main divide between the right and left is how empathetic people are? Because I feel like that's the case in so many cases. Yes. Yes. I think when it's like, if you bring it back to like two different poles and what like first principles look like without actually identifying them, without actually like getting too far into ideological tendencies and whatnot, it genuinely comes from individualism and empathy. That's it. People on the left flank of politics, adjusted to whatever time frame, adjusted to whatever country, adjusted to whatever culture you want to present, are always going to be the more empathetic side. And people on the right flank of politics, whatever you want to call them, right, are always going to be more on the individualist, selfish, less empathetic side. It's that simple. I got mine. It's a constant fucking struggle. You know, fuck everybody else. That's it. That's why I always say, like, my politics are about not being a shithead and only bullying those who are bullying others. Okay? That's what it comes down to. That's unironically what it comes down to. Everything else is just like seasoning. Everything else is just marketing. Okay? Yeah, party of me versus party of we.
Left-wing Democratic Socialist candidate Zohran Mamdani can't even bench 135 without a spot. And you might be saying, Brett, you can't even bench 135. I know. But when you go on X, there were so many women on there who were saying, okay, I know that I can't do this, but like men, this is your wheelhouse. Like, what is, you know, an average, what do I want to say, PR? Like, what do you guys actually bench? And the replies were hysterical. People were like, no, 135 is like my warm up. And people were like, there are all of these threads of like, yeah, 250, 180, whatever. I asked Alex, apparently his PR was, I think it's 285. Hopefully I'm not butchering that. Love you if I am. He said, don't expect him to do that anymore because he like blew out his shoulder in college trying to do that. But anyway, that is what is going on here. Like, no wonder your big candidate can't do that when this is the culture that you've created, when you have created a culture that has villainized health and fitness. And I don't even know if the left cares. Like, at all. They villainized this. They've walked away from it. They have lost this. I don't think they care. However, Grand Canyon University does care about the culture that they cultivate on.
Oh, shut the fuck up. That's a crazy segue into an ad. Okay, so couple things here. Number one, the notion that like the liberals and the left have like vilified working out, idiotic, incredibly marginal, not a real thing at all. It's just also not a part of objective reality. Once again, okay, look at the average liberal living in a city and how much they work out, whether it's Pilates or yoga or whatever the fuck they're doing, versus the average Republican in a place like Oklahoma, for example. Go to a fucking Walmart, okay? It's ridiculous. I said this even with the MAGA body shit that the New York Times did on my profile, right? So that's already incredibly stupid, okay? You can be jacked to the gills and be a liberal or a Republican. None of this shit matters. It's just marketing. These people are just like leaning into that to make it seem as though that is just the case when it just doesn't matter. It's not a part of reality at all. Secondly, and this is perhaps more important, Zohran Mamdani at the age of 33 is infinitely healthier than the average politician, both by his age and also by what kind of work he does. He is incredibly physically fit. He's just not physically fit in the lifting side of things. That's it. What's really frustrating about this process is that Zohran Mamdani walks, 20,000 steps a fucking day. What are we talking about? Get any right-wing Republican or even someone like myself. I work out all the goddamn time. I wouldn't be able to keep up with him. I wouldn't be able to walk the entire island of Manhattan. It's just a different kind of fit. Okay? That's it. You're comparing cardiovascular capabilities to strength, pure strength. That's all this is. And cardio is incredibly important. Zohran is a cardio guy, clearly. Okay? That's it. Like, if that was the case, then Sam Sulek would be the most, like, physically fit guy on the planet. And I love Sam, but let's be real. Wait, what the fuck? According to this list, a guy with 1 million followers is more influential than me. What did I do to piss off the Rolling Stone? Okay, dude. There's no way Mr. Beast posted that. That's so funny. No, Mr. Beast didn't actually post that. Chatters, calm down. It's Caleb is making a joke. Anyway, listen. Let's get back to the story because Ben Shapiro also has some. Wait, he did? Oh my God, he actually did. Oh my God. Oh my God, he did. Oh my God. Are you fucking real, dude? Why would you post that? You sound so bitter. Oh my God. That is crazy, bro. You're Mr. fucking Beast. Why the fuck do you care about where you landed on the Rolling Stones influential list? That's crazy. I genuinely thought that he would have the wherewithal not. He would have the wherewithal not to post some shit like that. That's fucking hilarious. Motherfuckers' faces on Walmart shelves. Yeah, what the fuck? That's crazy, bro. That's not a good look, man. Delete that shit. What the fuck? That's funny. That's hilarious. Does he think the Rolling Stones are in charge of the Rolling Stone magazine? Maybe. He's a corporate psycho who plans everything to maximize user grocery store bitch fit. No. It's for that very reason. It's for that very reason that it doesn't make any damn sense. What is this? There's no difference between people like this and a jihadist. You're all complete and utter psychopaths. Oh yeah, Valentina Gomez is up to her tricks again. She's trying to make waves again. Hold on, we'll do that. We'll cover it. This is so stupid. This is so dumb. What is this? Go woke, go broke. We're officially done. America's over. Ay, fucking Christ. All right, whatever. Let me get back to the workout one, okay? Zohran Mamdani working out. The notion that like right-wingers work out more than leftists do or liberals do, all this stuff is bullshit, is ridiculous, is so dumb. But no one, and I mean no one, is dumber than Ben Shapiro talking about this. Because like Brett Cooper gets into it and she's doing all the fucking back and forth. She's yapping.
Recalibrate and hit the gym.
But we got to talk about Ben Shabibo coming out and also swinging as Zohran Mamdani.
So that you can bench more than 135 and be stronger than Mamdani, including myself. Anyway, moving on back to the left and them caring about their culture. The funny thing is, even though the left was, putting out these articles and these opinion pieces just 3 months ago, now randomly, they do care about fitness. They do care about hitting the gym. And that's because they've realized that it's losing them votes. Because remember, a few months ago...
Dude, no, this is not real. No one cares. Are you kidding me? No one is like, oh, I'm not going to vote for the Democrats because they don't lift weights. Donald Trump is the president, okay? Donald Trump can't even walk up a flight of stairs. Joe Biden, at the age of 854, was more physically fit than Joe Biden. And his brain, Joe Biden was more physically fit at the age of 900 than Donald Trump. And his brain was leaking out of his fucking ear, okay? Shut the fuck up. This is so dumb. Nobody gives a fuck about how much you can lift, how much you can bench. When it comes to politics, put the policies in the bag. That's it. What is happening? Why does everybody entertain these idiotic arguments? I can't stand this shit, dude. Oh, this person can bench press this much. This person can bench press that much. It's like, who cares? Leftists are mad at you. Lol, what is this? Isn't Hasan the guy who coined blue anon for vote blue no matter who people? Yeah, that's so funny. This motherfucker is using my terminology against me to claim that I'm like racial mad owl. Anyway, Ben said he puts up 200, dog. It took me a year lifting it 6 days a week to reach those numbers. Yeah, I don't think it's correct. I think Ben is lying, but we'll get to that in a second. We'll get to the Ben Shapiro clip in a second. We're doing more Ben Shapiro than ever on this broadcast this past week. It is like it's 2020 all over again. Okay.
Right around the time that all those articles were coming out, that hit piece about me came out. The Democrats announced that they were going to be investing $20 million in order to figure out how to win back young men. Now, one of the things that they discovered after this incredible research into the syntax and the interest of young American men is that men are going to the gym. So Democrats should be as well. One MSNBC opinion piece talked about this, and in this article... Do you even
vote, bro? Democrats should look at new voters at the gym. Oh, God. Oh. Okay. How is Zohran Mamdani so much better at captivating the attention of young voters, young men especially, white men too, than anybody else that's running for the same fucking office, and he can't outlift Andrew Cuomo, Curtis Sliwa, or fucking Eric Adams? How is that possible then? Turns out it has nothing to do with fucking what your bench press is, bro. These people are so dumb. What are we doing? What is this conversation? American politics has to be about everything but politics, okay? Politics, simply put, is about distribution of resources, power, and the continuation of said distribution with violence. Who gets to do violence? Who are the victims of said violence? That's what politics is. In America, on the other hand, politics is anything but what politics actually is, okay? It's about how much you can bench press. It's about whether you put Dijon mustard. It's about whether you wear like whatever the fuck you're wearing. It's all about whatever commodities you're consuming. Are you a Labubu consumer? Are you a Labubu matcha enjoyer? Do you drink raw milk? None of this is about politics, man. When we're talking about actual politicians, what matters is their fucking policies. What the fuck? And Democrats entertain this idiotic notion as well. Cracker Barrel logos. Are they woke? Are they unwoke? What's going on there? It's so stupid. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. And that is by design, by the way. The reason why American politics is about anything but actual policy and actual politics, how we distribute the finite resources that we have, is by design, because both parties in the duopoly do not stand for the working class. So no one is actually out there invested in truly trying to reverse the trajectory that we're heading in the direction of. That's the reason why everybody plays their own version of the same fucking damn equation, where they have to just be like, oh yeah, I'm a leftist because I work out, or this person is right wing because they drink raw milk and eat 12 eggs a day. Shut the fuck up. What the fuck? What are we doing? What are we doing? God damn, dude. The reason why Zoran was able to cut away from that noise is because he was issue focused. That's it. That's it. That's it. We are issue focused. But the problem is, Democrats do this shit too. Gavin Newsom is a great example of this. He has been really popping off, making big waves in the Democratic side, where, you know, they keep polling people 3 years out from the actual election to turn around and be like, oh, he's going to be the runner-up. He's going to be the runner-up. Why is he the runner-up? Because he's memeing. He's memeing hard. He's memeing super hard. Okay? All of this is utterly irrelevant. Gavin Newsom has major issues. I live in his state. Okay? I live under the gruesome rule of gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom in California Oblast. And let me tell you, the housing market is fucked here. Okay? Fix it. Meanwhile, what his goals are is to not fix it. He is Mr. Veto. Okay? Every goddamn election cycle, there's another ballot measure that's like, let's implement communism in California for all people living on California soil. And then those ballot measures get passed by like 80% margins. And then gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom will turn around and veto it. He'll be like, nah. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say kill homeless people? That's what I'm going to do. It's so fucking stupid. And it sucks. It sucks because people eat this shit up. A lot of people do eat this shit up. I'm glad that people are fighting back. Okay? That's fine. That's great. But it can't just remain on the trolling side. Okay? It just can't. It can't just be like Newsom was right about everything mugs, or Trump is not hot tank tops. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Is this merch real? It's not a joke? Yeah, it's not. Nathan J. Robinson, the GOAT, says, when Gavin Newsom loses in 2028, will Democrats learn their lesson and stop running soulless centrists? Or will they just try to keep doing this over and over until the party has 2% support and we finally reach full-blown fascist state? The second thing is what's going to inevitably happen. Okay? They're just actively looking for one guy who can cut away from the noise and not rock the boat policy-wise. Okay? You should get Christian Divine to talk about this. He's been in the trenches. Yeah, I know. Those trenches are actually a lot more TikTok focused than you think, though. This is not a real active point of contention in the Democratic Party side or even on the left. It's just like a bunch of shit libs on TikTok chirping into the wind. And somehow I'm involved in it as well, apparently. I didn't even fucking realize that. It is crazy how many people are desperately clinging on to the notion that, like, well, Democrats are better than Republicans. It's like, yes, that's true. But you can't actually win a fucking election by being marginally better with the expectation that, like, Republicans are just going to fumble the bag eventually and you'll eke out like a marginal victory over them. We want pure domination. We want actual change. Many people do. I'm trying to convince my lib parents that this trolling stuff is not accomplishing anything and they just don't get it. They think this is a way to show how ridiculous Trump is and that it's working and people will realize and come to their senses. No, this is just catharsis for liberals. Is nothing. Yeah. This is low-key even less consequential than like the oligarchy tour, which in many respects is also a fucking a pressure valve for liberals and leftists alike to feel good, to be like, oh yeah, we're doing something. Like there's a group of people around me that like also agree with me. And that's fine. That's not a bad thing, but it just can't be the only thing. Okay. I'm not going to fucking sit here and just say like, oh, memeing against Trump is bad. It's not. Okay. Actively pushing against Trump is good. Even redistricting. I gave Gavin Newsom credit for that, right? Redistricting to cook the books, to secure more Democrat districts for Congress is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. But if that's all you stay at, if that's all you do, it's not going to be enough. Like if you're redistricting to put forth more Democrat seats, okay, more comfortable Democrat victories in a state like California, but then those seats are filled with the most annoying centrist, pro-Israel, pro-Raytheon liberals out there who are going to come out and be like, yeah, I think we should say fuck trans people actually, and continue doing that same Democratic Party approach of capitulating to right-wing framing on issues instead of actively fighting against the right-wingers and yelling from the mountaintops about how America is experiencing a fucking fascist takeover with like literal military occupation of major cities, you know, something that people can see with their own two fucking eyes. If they don't counter message against the wave of Republican initiatives happening all around us, spearheaded by an incompetent fascist madman like Donald Trump, then what the fuck are we doing? It's just like utterly worthless. It's idiotic. Huh. Have you seen JB address this yesterday? He did well, in my opinion, way better than New Scum. Yeah, I think JB Pritzker, despite being a billionaire and despite having a litany of other issues that is born out of being immensely fortunate, immensely wealthy, is a pretty solid governor. I will say that. Like, in comparison to other Democrat governors, he's up there. He's definitely a big, I don't mean this because he's a big boy, but he's definitely doing well, okay? He is definitely doing better than others. Both on the communication side, both on the policy side, he's doing well, okay? Obviously, you know, people are saying he is... At what point are you going to stop this Menshevik kowtowing to this ruling class party? I told you already, when you set up an alternative that is actually viable, I'll be there, okay? I'll stand by your side. In the absence of that, utilizing the existing ways to make a dent, to reach a broader audience, to gain legitimacy is the way to go. That's it. There's nothing you can do about it, okay? It's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. Here, I'll give you a great example. If Zohran Mamdani was like trying to run as a third party candidate, okay, instead of running in the Democratic primary, you would not know who he is. I probably wouldn't know who he is. No one would know who he is. He would not win, okay? It's that simple. If Zohran was a third party mayoral candidate, you would not know who the fuck Zohran Mamdani is. But the very fact that you do know who the fuck Zohran Mamdani is because he was able to utilize the pre-existing avenues of power, okay, without compromising on his message. That's it. That's what we need to keep doing. And on the other side, if you are actively trying to develop an alternative, develop a third party, okay? If you are actively trying to develop an alternative third party that's like actively trying to win local office and gain power, then that's great. But that's going to take a long ass fucking time. And I don't see a lot of people doing that sincerely. I only see a lot of people complaining. Okay. That's it. That's it. Hey, use the broken ass system to fight the system. That'll work. I mean, it does. That's the only option we have. It's not like I'm saying, it's not like I am personally saying that I am completely against like a real working class party that is built, okay, that I would stand against it. I think it's a great example with what you're seeing with Jeremy Corbyn in the UK, okay? That's awesome. There are many fears from, you know, my Irish and British friends that I've spoken to on this, okay, that have warned about like potentially splitting the vote. Hopefully they will be able to captivate the attention of like a lot of diehard loyalists to the Labour Party, realizing that the Labour Party is basically just a watered down version of the Tories now, and will move in that direction, and then they will be able to actively win power. And I'm totally on board with that. Okay. There is no issue with that. I love Corbyn. Corbyn is one of my favorite Western politicians, if not the best. Okay. But as it stands in the United States of America, you have to use the existing avenues to your advantage. If that wasn't the case, then the Democrats wouldn't be actively trying to undermine their left flank with regular frequency. Okay. That is what they're trying to do because they're worried about this like left-wing momentum that exists within the base of support for the Democratic Party. People want more candidates like Zohran, okay? They do. Liberals love that shit. People just come in here and go, how long until we stop settling for this BS corporate monopolized political playing field? I know there's not many options. You have to analyze the existing system that we exist under. Okay, you have to look at it, and you have to you have to calculate your attempts with respect to what the current material realities look like, what the current system of politics looks like in the United States of America. Okay, not using an existing avenue that's just right there by getting your message in front of as many people as you physically possibly can is stupid. Dude, fuck splitting the vote argument. No, I'm not. That's not an argument. I hope that people will wake up to the reality of the Labour Party in the UK and go vote for Corbyn's party is what I am saying. Holy fuck. You guys are so predisposed to whatever you've made up, whatever image you've made up in your minds about what you think I believe, that you just can't hear the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay? The Democrat Party is not the end goal here, okay? If socialism is the end goal, there is no reason to cast aside existing avenues to garner attention to this momentum, to this movement, to the best of your ability. It's a simple stepping stone, okay? God damn. That's it. Motherfuckers love talking about how they've like built a revolutionary vanguard and they're armed and ready to go. Okay? The countryside is rising up. Your framing is flawed. No, it's not. And it's not even my framing. It's the methods that you disagree with. I don't think you disagree with the framing, I guess. You and I have the same end goals. If you're a socialist, we have the same end goals, okay? But you don't agree with the methods. You think you have a better solution, but your better solution does not exist as it stands currently, okay? That's it. If it's a stepping stone, you could more frequently look at commie newspapers. Okay, this guy is definitely a trot. 100%. The fuck is that gonna do, man? Looking at communist newspapers? I mean, I already do, but like, what is that gonna do? Like, actually, only a trot would fucking come in here and be like, you know what the problem is? People are not reading enough pamphlets. Okay, I keep handing them out, and they're just not reading them. And if they're reading them, they're not internalizing it. You said you wouldn't explain this anymore and would just show the SpongeBob vid. That's true. I should just do that instead. But I digress. This conversation low-key kind of fell apart because we were talking about Zohran Mamdani, a person who's been able to make waves within the Democratic Party infrastructure. And I would go so far as to say a person who's been able to become a national politician as a direct consequence of being able to make waves in the Democratic Party's existing infrastructure. As an infiltrator, if you want to consider him an outsider from your perspective. I don't think so. Okay? Because theoretically, he's a Democrat. Okay? That's it. He is how the Democrats present themselves as. But the reason why he's seen as something different, and the reason why a lot of people that hold the levers of power within the Democratic Party's infrastructure are terrified of him, is because he is more honest than the average centrist Democrat. Will you not vote for your best interest if it's a third party? I've never said that. I have never said that. What the fuck do you mean? Anyway, but Zohran Mamdani, I think what you're saying is true, but there are fascists running the country. I don't believe we can just vote our way out of this. That's not my argument. That has never been my argument. I have never actually said that you just simply vote fascism away. What are you guys talking about? Oh my Lord. That is not an argument that I've ever presented. People, again, this is the problem with like trying to understand complex political objectives and movement building from a good-bad dynamic and a framework that is like understandable and easy to digest. Oh, you must be saying just vote blue no matter who. That's not what I'm saying at all, okay? In order to build a robust working class movement, you need to actually be in front of the working class. In order to be in front of the working class, you need to show success. And the only viable option to show success, as it stands currently, is within the confines of the Democratic Party, which is supposed to be presented as the left flank against the Republicans. Okay? Infiltration of this sort is a necessity to get a socialist, working class backed candidate in a position of power. Okay? The easiest explainer here is, in spite of your disagreements, and mine certainly as well, with Bernie Sanders' 2016 run in the primaries played a formative role in growing at least broad awareness, which is a necessity, okay? It's the first step. Broad awareness towards a socialist alternative. How's that for fucking trots out there, okay? A socialist alternative. Within the confines of the Democratic Party's the Democratic Party's like political machine. I don't know why. I can't even explain it. I can't even talk about Zohran Mamdani not being able to lift weights. Ben Shapiro is attacking
Mamdani apparently cannot lift like one of those shake weights. We now have video of it, and it's pretty impressive. He has to have this guy they're cheering him.
Yeah. Let me get one more. Let me get three. Let me get three. Yeah.
He does not get 3. 2 very assisted, very assisted bench presses at 135 pounds. If you're going to do something like this and you're a public figure, you have to know your limitations. If you don't know how much you can bench, this is not a great time to try it out. It's like in front of a giant.
Why? Who gives a shit? Nobody fucking cares. Nobody cares. Why is this a problem? Who gives a shit? Zoran has never presented himself as like this fucking specimen that can like lift super high weights or whatever. If anything, it's more embarrassing when I see RFK Jr., who literally has made working out a important plank of his entire political identity, wear a goddamn lifting a lifting shirt and do half reps with like sub 135 pounds. Okay, that's infinitely more embarrassing than Zoran Mamdani being incapable of putting up 135 pounds. Okay. Zoran Mamdani's not like a fucking lifter. I literally asked him if he works out, and he said he does not. Okay. I was shocked by this because he's very physically fit. The reason why he's very physically fit is because he walks a lot. Okay. He's a cardio boy. It's all good.
Crowd of people in the middle of a mayoral race. A decent bench for a man is his own body weight. Zoran Mamdani, I assume, weighs more than 135 pounds. 130.
I think Ben's saying that because he's like maximum 130 pounds, I guess, because that's not true. There's diminishing returns. And even if you're 130 pounds, like, no, benching your body weight is somewhat impressive. I would say it's past the point of like introductory. That's not like utilizing just your pectoral muscles to be able to lift your entire body is an impressive lift. Okay. That is an achievement. That's not something you just arrive at with ease, no matter how light you are. Now, of course, when you're short, like Ben is, and you're lighter, like Ben is, you do have some lifting advantages. This is true, right? That's why the memes are, someone who's like 5'6" can just like touch a weight and then immediately become brolic. It's like, lifting memes. It's like automatic steroids. Okay. But overall, this is just a dick slinging competition for immensely insecure people. That's all this is.
35 pounds is not a lot of weight, like not a lot of weight at all. I'm not a bench press enthusiast. For the record, I max out at around 200 pounds. So I'm not like an amazing.
First of all, if Ben Shapiro actually could do a 200-pound PR, that's fairly impressive for his size. The fact that he's also saying that that's not that impressive is ridiculous. Okay. And I don't believe that at all. I need to see it to believe it. I do not believe it. Okay. I do not believe that at all. You just said something that I've been curious about. Is walking really a good way to burn calories? I walk my dogs about 3 miles every day when it's not 110 degrees in Fort Worth, but I don't know if I should be doing more cardio on those days. Yes, walking is the best way to fucking lose weight. If you want to lose weight, it's like, it's low intensity. It's low intensity cardio. Also, let me tell you something. The fact that he said his PR is 200 is also oddly suspicious. In the longer video, he also talks about Zoran's weights, and he doesn't immediately clock that it's 135 pounds. Every person, every novice lifter that's been inside of a gym immediately knows one 45-pound plate on one side and 145 plate on the other side is introductory. It's 135 pounds. Okay. At least for someone like myself who's been lifting for many, many years, that's like my warm up, right? It's not, if you have a lot of experience in this field, this is a warm up weight. Like, let's be real. Okay. That doesn't mean anything though, because for someone like myself, it might be a warm up, but for many others, it's, a fairly high amount of weight, and that is perfectly fine. Okay, but everybody knows instantly what 135 pounds is if they have worked out at all. Okay. How is 2 plates 135? Like as in 1 plate on one side and 1 plate on the other. 2 plates also more commonly means 225 pounds, which is 245 plates on one side and 245 plates on the other. The bar itself is also 45 pounds. So that's what it is. An Olympic bar is 45 pounds, and the big plates that you have at that gym, in most gyms, is also 45 pounds. Okay, there's obviously 35-pound plates, there's 25-pound plates, there's 15-pound plates, and there's 10-pound plates and even 5-pound plates. There's bumper weights as well, the ones that you can use commonly for like Olympic lifts, like deadlifting and things of that nature. They're a little bit fatter in general. They're a little bit cushionier. But overall, the ones that they were using, I believe, in that video are just like regular straight steel plates. Okay, and they were 45 pounds each, which means that he was putting up 2 45-pound plates and the bar that also is 45, which is 135 pounds. This is not even like ball knowledge. This is not elite level knowledge at all. I cannot explain this to you enough. If you don't know what this kind of stuff is, automatically, that means you haven't spent a lot of time in the gym weightlifting, and that's perfectly fine. Okay, everyone does something different. All right. 200 pounds as your max weight is a very weird number to arrive at. Either he did the calculation off of how many reps he can do and arrived at the 200-pound number, or he's just making it up, because it's a little suspicious. When you look at weights, like, you would probably not get to 200 pounds unless you are actively trying to reach a PR of 200 pounds by adding like 1.5 pounds on the sides, things of that nature. Because like I said, it's just normally it would probably be like 205, I suspect, or 225 or 215. It wouldn't just be like I know that those plates exist, chatter. I'm just saying it's not a very common weight that you would point to.
Amazing bench press connoisseur. Even I can lift 135 pounds, probably 15 times.
He can't. That's a lie. He's lying. That's cap. I think that's cap. I don't think he could do 15 for 135. It would be impressive for his size, I would say. There's 0% chance that he could do good form 15, 135. Okay? That probably is the load-bearing statement on this entire process, okay? Very, very load-bearing, probably, he says.
Because that's not a lot of weight.
Anyway, there was a couple things that he said in the longer video. Do we have the longer video from Benny Boy's content? Because I need to point to it. Maybe he's like actually only lifted weights in a Smith machine, not a Smith machine, in a like a bench press machine, which of course is much easier. Let's be real. Okay. This is where he got it from. Bench press. Oh yeah, he did the bench press weight calculator. He put in 15 times for 135, and he said your approximate 1 rep match bench press. I mean, he is more physically fit than you would expect. That doesn't mean that he is actually throwing up. I don't think he's throwing up 135 for 15. Proof he can lift.
How often are you hitting the gym right now? Got to be tough when you're super tired with the kiddies. I've still been hitting it every weekday. Weekends are very difficult because I'm really on top of the kids. But every weekday, I try to hit the gym for an hour with a trainer. So, that's how you get the gun show, guys. You think this stuff, just happens magically? Wrong. Okay, we are late for the gun show, so let me do that real fast because we're going to hit the end of this thing real fast here. And
Yeah, that's also his biceps, which are important for stability in and his triceps are certainly important for stability and putting up a decent amount of weight, but we need to see those pectoral muscles to make a decent assessment. In any case, I would love to see Ben do 15 times for 135. I think that would be impressive for his size. Having said that, I think not only is it utterly irrelevant whether he is capable of Zohran Mamdani's capabilities of being able to put up. Wait, hold on. Lifting. I can't find the fucking OG video of Ben talking about. Oh, Zohran Mamdani can't.
Zohran
Here, we found
Mamdani
it.
apparently cannot lift like one of those shake weights. And we now have video of it, and it's pretty impressive. Democrats are starting to retail the person who they think is their front runner for 2028 and all updates from Russia, Ukraine. First, we've been rolling out a lot of new content.
Okay, I'm not going to fucking do that. Okay, here.
And the 33-year-old socialist, again, he's 33, which is like young in the prime of life. He tried to bench. Now, my dude, let me just say.
My dude. If it's irrelevant, why do you keep talking about it? Because it's funny. Also, this is what the opposition is worried about. This is what they're predisposed with. I want to see Ben throw a 50-pound backpack and hike 16, 20 miles a day if we're just setting arbitrary standards with no practical relevance. Yeah. It's hilarious how Ben's fixating on this, but it's good for little tabloid drama clicks. It's not, though, because clearly it's not working. Look at him. 126,000 views. He is so cooked. Anyway, the reason why I get annoyed by this also, is, one, I mean, I lift, and it's an important part of my life, and I want other people to go out and work out as well. And also, I hate when Republicans basically just steal through the optics of claiming ownership over certain concepts to through the process of repetition, make it seem as though they have ownership over this fucking space. They do not. Okay? They don't. It's utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things as it pertains to Zohran Mamdani's electoral victory potentially, which seems all but guaranteed. Okay? Having said that, however, the nefarious part about this is that right-wing content creators try to own this space when it does not correspond to reality. It's not the case that the right-wingers are objectively in better shape than liberals or leftists are. It's actually the opposite. Not that it fucking matters. I am a Republican, Hasan. Hell yeah. Well, you're going to learn today. That's why gym guys like you are useful for cardio boys like me. Yeah. If there's one subsect of American society that is genuinely in better shape than everybody else, it's homosexual men. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's why we say gay body is a totally separate classification. You can be swole, but being gay swole is very different. Okay? And they love voting for the Democrats. Why do you think this matters to the opposition? It goes back to the same thing that I was talking about, which is culture wars and aesthetics. Republicans love maintaining ownership over certain concepts like machismo, right? And they shape what machismo and being masculine is supposed to look like by simply saying certain things. So you don't actually have to be a secure person. You don't actually have to go to the gym. All you need to do is say you're a Republican, and then that comes along with it. Having someone like Ben Shapiro, who is a whiny little twerp, try to take ownership over the gym space is a hilarious example of this. Okay? Is Hasan gay swole? I wish. I fucking wish, dude. I am not gay swole. I'm more frustrated with this concept than anything else. They try to take ownership over authenticity by substituting authenticity with being a fucking asshole. And they succeed on that front on the internet. That's the reason why so many people think like, oh, if someone is being kind to others or advocating to be kind to others, they're a pussy, they're a liar, they must be cynical, they must be grifting. No one would be nice. No one would dare be nice to one another, right? Ain't no fucking way, right? The same goes for being macho, being masculine, being a man. Like if you're a right winger, that's all you need. Maybe that's why your back is fucked. My back is not fucked. I don't know why you're saying that. God damn, you fucking turn 30 one time and then your back gets fucked up for an extended period of time when you're like, you know, trying to go through the motions of lifting again. And maybe you get a little ahead of yourself and then everybody constantly fucking brings that up. Oh. It's all posturing. There's a gym bro code. You don't make fun of someone who doesn't lift, trying to lift. Once you reach a level of experience, that rule change depending on the toxicity of the gym, but you never bully a newbie because there's always someone that can warm up with your PR. Exactly. 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 That's it. That's the cardinal rule of being a gym guy. It's not my back, it's my rotator cuffs that are busted always. But every gym guy at a certain point was weak, okay? There's a starting point for everybody, and the goal is to get as many people in the gym as possible. That's what gym bros want.
Be a strong man, pun intended. Zohar Mamdani yesterday showed up at the annual Men's Day Open Streets event in Brooklyn on Saturday, where a bunch of dudes were lifting, apparently. And the 33-year-old socialist, again, he's 33, which is like young in the prime of life. He tried to bench. Now, my dude, let me just say that if you're going to do something like this and you're a public figure, you have to know your limitations. Like Zohar Mamdani must have at some point been in a gym. I mean, maybe not, given how this video went. But if you don't know how much you can bench, this is not a great time to try it out. It's like in front of a giant crowd of people in the middle of a mayoral race. So he shows up and he takes a couple of 45s, like 2 plates, and he stacks them on the bar. So this is maybe 135 pounds total. And now let's just be clear. A decent bench for a man is his own body weight. And that's like a decent bench for a man. Zohar Mamdani, I assume, weighs more than 135 pounds. Maybe not, but I assume that he does. 135 pounds is not a lot of weight, like not a lot of weight at all. Now, I'm not a bench press enthusiast. For the record, I max out at around 200 pounds. So I'm not like an amazing bench press connoisseur. Even I can lift 135 pounds, probably 15 times, because that's not a lot of weight. Zohar Mamdani, it doesn't go well. Here's how it went in Brooklyn.
Here's the thing. This is a mayoral race. It is not going to be determined by who can out bench press one another. It's going to be determined by how many people show up to vote for you. And if you look at those two different videos between Eric Adams and Zohar Mamdani, you can kind of get a better understanding of what's going on there. Eric Adams had nobody around him when he was lifting. Zoran had a fuck ton of people around him when he was lifting, and everybody was cheering for him because they don't give a fuck that he can't put up 135 pounds. That's it at the end of the day, okay? This doesn't determine anything.
Because he has to have this guy. They're cheering him. He does not get 3. He gets 2.
He does not get 3. Bro, you're a fucking loser, bro. You are a goddamn nerd. Shut the fuck up. you look and sound like you need to be shoved into a goddamn locker, and you're over here being like, he couldn't get 135 pounds. Ha. I, on the other hand, am strong. It's like, come on, dude. Shut your bitch ass up. It's the same with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was talking shit too. It's like, okay, I can outlive both of you motherfuckers. Okay, shut the fuck up. That doesn't mean anything. All right.
Very assisted. Very, very assisted. Bench presses at 135 pounds. So that's not great. Well, Mayor Eric Adams and ex-Governor Andrew Cuomo, both of whom left, pounced on the opportunity, according to the New York Post. Mayor Adams went to the same exact event, and then
like we need to stop with this shit. Okay, Donald Trump can't lift anything. That's number one. Not that it fucking matters. Okay, he can't do nothing. And also, you're a fucking dweeb, bro. You are a goddamn nerd ass loser. Who the fuck put you in charge of making fun of motherfuckers who are trying to put a lift on for the first time in their lives, dude? Get the fuck out of here. What are we talking about? How did this happen? Like, these people used to get bullied for behaving like this, okay? Not because they're nerds, mind you. Because, like, even in that sense, like, Zoran will get bullied too, because he's not exactly like Mr. Macho Man Randy Savage either. But like, if a nerd ass loser like this was talking like this in public, they'd be like, shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? This should piss me off for many different reasons. One, because this is important for me. And two, because it's utterly irrelevant for an election. And last but not least, I hate that Republicans try to seize every fucking opportunity they can to make it seem as though like they have any ownership over this space whatsoever. You got Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, who I will be doing a lift with in Dearborn when I'm out there in Michigan this weekend. He's putting up fucking 405 on the bench press. And motherfuckers are still talking about who can outbench one another. Like, what are you talking about?
Proceeded to just knock out a bunch of 135-pound lifts. He then called him Mom Scrawny, as opposed to Mom Donnie. Quote, the only thing he can lift is your taxes. Andrew
Bitch. All right. Anyway, moving on from this dumb shit, let's talk about President Trump reacting to the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce engagement, because that's where we're at now. Yeah, that's right. If you didn't know by now, you know. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are officially engaged. I feel like that was obvious. The writing was on the wall, obviously. It got 5 million likes in 20 minutes. Taylor Swift's Instagram post announcing her engagement to Travis Kelce has gotten over 1.1 million likes in less than 10 minutes, and it got 5 million plus likes in 40. Okay, the girly pop nation is looking at this as a off ramp. They're holding on to this. They're like, finally something good in the world. Okay, more Taylor Swift engagement photos. Okay. Now, Americans can't make fun of the British anymore for obsessing over a royal family. Low key, you're not wrong about that. I have to call my Taylor Swift correspondent to see if she picks up for this, because this is like, this is incredibly important. Oh my God, my phone is cooked. What the hell? What the helly? Okay, let's call him. Let's call him up. Let's see if she picks up. She's not. I don't think she's going to pick up. What if she doesn't pick up?
Good morning.
Hello. Cutie Cinderella, you're live on the broadcast.
I figured you only call me when you're live.
Yeah. So yeah, no, of course. I think you thought it was Austin's show. That's the gay one on your other podcast, the one you care less about.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure you've heard the news by now. That,
yes, of course I've heard the news.
Did you feel a disturbance in the force? Like, is that what happened? Like how?
No, I didn't feel a disturbance in the force, but it is exactly 13 days after the New Heights podcast.
Okay, what does that mean?
13 is Taylor's favorite number, you stupid idiot.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's okay. That's good to know. That she got 17 million likes on her Instagram post. Your English teacher and your English teacher and your gym teacher are getting married.
We're so high school.
So what's your feeling on this? And they did a collab post too, which is crazy. I guess that's just how it is.
Yeah, my feelings, I've never been incredibly invested in her relationships. I actually think I haven't. You have ever it's so crazy. It is insane that you call yourself like a journalist or whatever the fuck you call yourself. I don't know what you do. But how consistent I am in my takes about her relationship, and every single time you laugh.
It's just, it is, okay.
I don't.
That's fine. You're right.
Her relationships are the least interesting thing about her. And, I'm sure, I hope we get to stream the wedding because it'll be fun to watch.
Okay. You hope that they stream the wedding.
Yeah, because then I can restream it and I'll have a lovely time.
That is the most parasocial shit I've ever heard from you in my life.
Is it parasocial or is it a business decision, idiot?
Okay, I think you're coping by masquerading it as a business decision when you, in fact, just simply want to be a part of the process somehow. Because I'm seeing right here in front of me, I am a journalist, okay, obviously. And there's a post from Cutie Cinderella. Let me make the wedding cake, please. It would be the honor of my life. At Taylor Swift 13, at T Kelsey, at New Heights Show, at Tree Pain.
Think of my stream making her wedding cake. Just think for 4 seconds.
Uh-huh.
And then think of the TikToks I could make. And then think of me delivering the wedding cake. And then think of Taylor Swift posting a picture of my wedding cake. I will be a millionaire.
Okay. I do genuinely think that you're trying to make this out to be like a calculated business decision when in fact it's just something that you...
Oh, so now you're calling women calculated.
Yeah,
Typical.
Women can calculate. I'm a feminist. Women are capable of doing math.
Oh, so now you think you're a feminist. Typical.
I do. This is Girly Pop Nation you're talking to.
Maybe you should wait for a woman to tell you that.
Well, first of all, this is Girly Pop Nation. 30% of my audience is women, so excuse me. 30% of my Twitch audience is women, by the way, so... Okay. Don't even come for me like that. So
it doesn't mean they agree with what you say. They just like your face.
So how do we feel about this? Because wait, what? Are you saying that women only care about like how hot I am and not about the takes that I have?
Yes.
That's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. Women are capable. Women are okay. They're throwing up cots in the chat. That's crazy. Ladies, what are you doing? Don't say yes to that. The fuck?
Told you so.
Okay, that's. They
don't even know what you're talking about right now. They have you on mute.
That's misogynistic. Okay. President Trump has reacted to the Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce engagement. I just want to give you a little taste of that, and I want your feedback on this.
To ask you a serious question, but I have to tell you the biggest pop culture news of the year broke while we were in this cabinet meeting. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are engaged, and the world wants your reaction, sir.
Well, I wish him a lot of luck. I think he's a great player. I think he's a great guy, and I think that she's a terrific person. So I wish them a lot of luck.
I'm serious.
Did you literally call her like a bitch?
We want to turn out a breaking news.
He did. He did.
Oh, Trump. Well, now he's gonna die because he has heart failure, and he's trying to make amends.
You think that's what's going on?
He wants Taylor Swift to sing at his funeral so bad.
Do you think that he's trying to make amends with Taylor Swift so that Taylor Swift is pro-Trump?
He wants an invite to her wedding so bad. Trump, you can't make her cake. I'm making it, idiot.
Okay, that's cool. Trump in September says, I hate Taylor Swift. Trump 3 weeks ago says, I can't stand her, in parentheses, hate, ... no longer hot. Trump just today says, she's a terrific person. Why do I know all these choice quotes? That's because senior political reporter at CNN, Aaron Blake, posted them. This is a matter of, this is our worlds merging right now. It's becoming a part of political commentary.
I just banned someone in your chat that called me annoying.
Oh yeah, no, go off, Queen, of course. I have another choice take. I have another choice take for you. I'm just gonna briefly read it out to you instead of make you endure the actual full take, which is 4 minutes long. We'll watch it later. MAGA host Charlie Kirk weighs in on the engagement of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce and says, "Submit to your husband, Taylor. You're not in charge." How does that make you feel?
Jesus Christ. I feel as though Travis Kelce is going to retire this year. And it's very important that, you know, he has some motion. And with the engagement and the wedding, he's going to be, what's it called? The first husband of America, you know? He's America's husband.
The first husband.
Like, you know, like
the first gentleman. First gentleman.
Yeah, the first gentleman.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be that.
Okay. Do you feel like this is America's royalty? Like
I
America's
do think
royal
it's
family?
the closest thing we have.
Okay. So you're feeling good about all of this.
Our other options are the Kardashians.
Yeah, you're feeling good about this. Oh no, I agree. Is right. You're feeling good about everything. I'm feeling a little down. Do you know why I'm feeling a little down about this?
Because you know she'll never date you?
No, not at all.
Okay.
It's because I'm a fucking Gaylor.
Oh, not this.
Yeah. As the head of the Girly Pop Gaylor's fan club, I do think that she's doing like a lavender arrangement still, and that her heart is still with
You're on
Carly.
the wrong side of Twitter.
Her heart is still with Carly Claus.
Lavender relationships are a recession indicator. However, I don't think this is one of those because I'm not a psychopath.
Okay, well, I don't like that you're calling out my fan club a bunch of psychopaths. Girly Pop.
Bitch, she can be bi as hell.
Okay. Oh.
She don't have to tell you about it.
So there's still wait. Okay, never mind. This is now you're speaking my language. You're saying that there's still an option out there, that she is still like Gaylor could one day rise again. Gaylors could rise up. Gaylor Nation.
I mean, she said that she was straight, and so unfortunately, it is unhealthy to dissect other people's sexuality. And since she has verbatim said that she was straight, which some of you might not think that, but she has said it in an interview, and that is the only time she's talked about her sexuality. We've got to take that. We've got to walk away with that. We've got to. Oh, I'm a journalist. I believe the press. I believe the direct interviews.
Okay. It says Taylor. People are refreshing the Gaylor subreddit. And trying to figure out how they're responding to it. This new revelation. I maybe.
Okay, yeah.
I'm the head of the Girly Pop Gaylors Nation subreddit. So obviously, yes, it is my subreddit.
What do you think of the ring?
I don't know. Is it a nice ring?
What, have you not looked at it?
I'm looking at it. It says Republicans decimated Medicaid.
What are you talking about?
That's what it says on the ring. I'm looking at it right now.
I don't think so.
I don't know. Look at my stream. You're watching, aren't you?
No, because then I would hear myself.
Okay.
I don't know what decimated it means.
Like destroyed.
Why did her ring do that?
Taylor Swift was bisexual for 35 years and she finally chose #straight, #Alhamdulillah. That's crazy. Okay.
That's crazy.
Wait, where is the ring? Do we have a photo of it? Okay, yeah, it looks big. How much do you think it costs?
You're gonna marry, kiss, or kill me. It's just a game, but really. You know that song's about him?
No, I did not know that.
Oh, yeah. It's called So High School. It's actually one of my least favorite songs. But
okay.
I think that ring, I think I would never wear that ring in my entire life because I would fear for my life wearing a ring that big.
I mean, someone in the chat says she's also rocking a 20K Cartier watch as well on top of the ring.
Jesus.
And the Cartier watch looks matched with the ring, so we are assuming that she saw it already before she put this outfit together, right?
Dude, she's so rich.
How much do you think the ring is?
Like $1 million. I don't know why she got one that big. It's so big.
Yeah, it looks like a Super Bowl ring.
It's a little gauche, I might say.
Wow. So you think the ring is gauche? Okay.
I think it's just, well, she taught me that word so I can say it. But it's just so big, man. It takes a whole knuckle.
Yeah, it is a crazy size. I never really thought about it. It's valued at 550 grand.
I think I think they're already married.
Wait, what? Oh, so they were already married. This is just like making it public.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Wow. That's crazy. Wait, why do you think that?
I don't know.
Wait, like there's no evidence for it?
Correct.
Usually your conspiracies, no matter how wackadoo they are about Taylor Swift, are evidence-based.
I have nothing to back this one.
This is just a vibe thing.
Yeah.
I'm trusting you. I'm trusting your vibes on this. Okay, so you think they were married already?
Just if it ever comes out and it's like we were married the whole time, then someone owes me $10.
Okay, I got you.
Okay.
Even though I believe you, I'll give you $10.
Somebody in chat said that Jay-Z and Beyonce are America's royalty. And you know what? We used to think that until we heard about Becky with the good hair. So just saying.
What? I don't know what that means. I don't know what you're saying, but I'm scared now.
We're saying that that Jay-Z cheated on freaking Beyonce.
Oh, true. Okay. All right. Yeah. I thought you were, I thought for a second you were criticizing the other queen, Queen Bey. Okay. Yeah.
No. We love Beyonce.
Yeah. Okay.
But
that's cool.
Low-key, we don't really like Jay-Z.
And athletes famously never cheat. Of course, Travis Kelce would never. I mean, in his shoes, I would be so scared. Like, I would be so scared to step out of line. Are you kidding me? They would kill
royalty
him.
does cheat all the time, so maybe it does actually.
They would kill him.
Yeah, they would know.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Cutie Cinderella, for coming on the broadcast to give us the insider takes. So
You're welcome.
Taylor Nation is excited about it.
Taylor Nation is very excited about the wedding. You can listen to So High School. That's the song that she wrote about Travis Kelce. It's the one where she talks about like getting fingered while he's playing GTA.
Oh shit. That's spicy. Okay.
Yeah. So
wait, I thought that was about someone else.
No, that's Taylor, or that's Travis.
Okay. That's good to know that Travis Kelce likes playing Grand Theft Auto and also fingering Taylor Swift.
You guys only think Taylor writes about breakups. Well, not true. Okay.
She also apparently writes about getting fingered while playing Grand Theft Auto. That's cool. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Multitasking.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Cutie.
Goodbye.
Bye. Someone in the chat said, is high school talking about his brain age? Low-key problematic IQ gap. Do you agree? I don't know. I don't know Taylor's IQ. You don't know that. I saw that tweet, and I have no opinions on it. Are we going to ignore the mental age gap? Someone said most straight couples. Touch me while your bros play Grand Theft Auto is true. I swear. Scouts honor. I'm so mad. So very mad. I'm very much mad. I despise every moment of Taylor Swift. I'm mad. I'm pissed. I'm in pain. When is the divorce? God damn, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's crazy. Why would you care that much? Truth, dare, spin bottles. You know how to ball. I know Aristotle. Brand new, full throttle. Touch me while your bros play Grand Theft Auto. Is true. Swear, Scout's honor. You knew what you wanted, and boy, you got her. Brand new, full throttle. You already know, babe. Taylor Swift fucks with Aristotle. Wow, real ball knower. Hasan, stop. I'm begging you. This is the last straw. I'm going to do it. Wait, what? I feel like I'm laughing in the middle of practice. Do that impression you did of your dad again. I'm hearing voice like like a madman. These lyrics sound like shit from the ass. Okay, calm down. Taylor Swift is not for everybody. CBS reporter live reacts to the news.
Taylor Swift is engaged. Taylor Swift is engaged. Taylor Swift is engaged. This, come back to me. She just posted it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, it's huge. The ring is ginormous. This is so exciting. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's on her Instagram. It's on her Instagram. It's on her Instagram. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I feel like Paul Revere right now. Like this is a very exciting moment for me in my professional career because I get to announce that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are engaged. As you're talking to Joe Lang, our lovely producer Gabby Ake texted me.
So why did Kamala lose if Taylor got this much motion? That's how bad she was, bro. That's crazy. Like, Taylor Swift has this level of influence over white women, and they still voted for Donald Trump. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't fucking get it. I'd love to say I can't relate, but probably, to be honest, if you got engaged, I'd probably be this annoying. That's crazy. I don't know what to say. I don't think I've ever loved anything this much. Sometimes I feel a little jealous, you know, that like I don't get to participate in these sorts of like community activities. It just makes me feel bad. Like, is there something fucking wrong with me? Like, what the fuck? Dog, I don't love myself that much. Me either. Join the Sports Weep Club. You already like ball. Imagine the dopamine hit. Yeah, like a thing like this being like a world-changing moment for you, like this, you ride the wave of excitement like this. Like, I wish I was capable of that. This fucking sucks. Like, when I see stuff like this, I get like kind of envious.
And said Taylor Swift's engaged, and you can see it right there on her social media. She put it up in that post that they got engaged with the caption, "Your English teacher and your gym teacher are getting married," with a little dynamite sign there. So very exciting here that we get to break that and tell you about that.
All right.
Like, one of the last times I got this excited in like the last couple of months was when I found one of my buddies, when I found out that one of my buddies had actually made it out of Gaza and had actually come to the United States of America. But even then, I don't think it was like this exciting. I feel like, I mean, I got emotional. I teared up a little bit, but that's like not even, I don't know. This is, I wish I could be this excited.
Night, Swifties for life. I have a feeling, though, based on his prior statements, the president will not be having a Taylor Swift wedding in the ballroom. Hopefully that can shift and change. We can have some world peace, right? Olivia Rinaldi, thank you so much.
Reed, I volunteer to cover it in case you need. I'll be there to cover it.
Thank you for the sacrifice, Olivia. We appreciate
So this is how I struck when Iran struck Tel Aviv. Okay, dude. I just wish she would speak up about shit that matters. She has so much power and influence. It's crazy how much good she could actually do, but actively chooses not to do anything. I think this reaction is partially because she doesn't do that. Because if she did that, and these people had so much love for Taylor Swift, they could potentially, God forbid, turn around and go, oh, I don't really like what she had to say about Israel because I really like Israel, for example. I think that's the reason why she has this level of prominence and influence, because she chooses to actively not alienate people, even bad people with bad politics and bad opinions. And the most you get out of it is her saying that she wants Kamala to be president or something. Am I a bad person, or I see this is very cringe? Congrats to Taylor, though. I mean, it's definitely wild. There's a documentary where her whole team has a meltdown over endorsing Biden or Hillary. I forget. Yeah. She would literally miss the child's birth to cover the wedding. I don't think you can miss your own child's birth. I don't know how that would work logistically. Hasan is afraid to say he's cringe. No, I'm not afraid. I do think it's this level of enthusiasm for anything sparks envy in my heart. LeBron speaking out against Israel could make you emotional, I bet. Oh my God, maybe. Not even to this degree, though. Oh, imagine. Fuck. That would be so sick. You're going to be cured next month. RFK, we're finding certain interventions that are almost certainly causing autism. We're going to be able to address those in September. Oh, hell yeah. Any day now, dude. Are you going to cover Patrick Bet-David interviewing Satan? Sure.
Whatever.
Israel's fighting your war. Netanyahu admits genocide, slams AIPAC critics, and Trump owning Gaza. What the fuck? I mean, I'd be stoked if Taylor Swift also said we demand an arms embargo against Israel or something, you know, or Israel's doing a genocide. I'd be stoked. That would be cool, I guess. It's just not going to happen, I don't think. Were you this excited about after Bernie won Nevada? I guess. But that's like not even parasocial. Because Taylor Swift getting engaged doesn't do anything for your life, okay? Whereas Bernie winning Nevada and potentially like becoming the Democratic primary winner overall is exciting for a multitude of different reasons that are very meaningful for every American, if not every single person on the planet, you know? Changing the trajectory of American politics that much would be truly unique. It would be a world-changing event. Or maybe I'm just coping and saying, that's just my own specific interest. I don't know. I love Taylor Swift more than I love my dad, and he knows that. That's crazy. RFK Jr. has an almost autistic hyperfixation on ending autism. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, this is the craziness. Now, obviously, we'll cover the Taylor Swift, engagement stuff in a second, and then we'll get into the Republican reactions that are gross. At least that's within the realm of like excitement for me. Let's take a look.
Here on ABC News Live, it is just developing. It was just put in my hand. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce have announced that they are engaged. The Grammy-winning mega pop star and Kansas City Chiefs All-Pro tight end announced the news on Instagram just moments ago. Cheers erupted in this studio when they did so. They posted these images that you see on your screen. Kelce down on one knee. The caption reads, quote,
Bro, they're talking like this is a proclamation that is a world-changing incident. She did see me in the GQ article for sure. All right, I'll repost the Rolling Stone thing. This guy, Andrew C. Lawfer, Esquire, terrible. He's a bigot. I can't believe you're actually promoting him. How much is the publication being paid to do so? Yeah, this was a Twitch suspension over me saying cracker, by the way. Civil rights attorney. Justice is blind, but I'm not. Police brutality, false arrest. Justice.org. Wait, what? Does this guy even know what this was about? There ain't no way this motherfucker is an actual civil rights attorney that covers police brutality and is butthurt about me getting banned over saying cracker. It's because he most likely is, I assume, invested in undermining me for some other political reason that I just simply can't figure out, that he does not want to say openly as a civil rights leader. The U.S. doesn't have royalty. People like Swift and the Kardashians are as close to the mainstream tabloids as people can get. Theory. Taylor saw you in the GQ article and Travis got afraid you might steal her away, so he decided to pull the trigger to keep her out of your arms. I'm going to go with that. Yeah. She was like, there's another hairy guy out there who's like around the same size. That's crazy. I didn't know. I thought there was only one of one. You called it? We don't need peace talks. There's no peace with Hamas or with or without Bibi. Hamas just simply lay down their arms and surrender unconditionally. There was no viable peace talks that let the Nazi Germany and Japan surrender. It was achieved by brutal force. Oh, wow. Civil rights attorney, by the way. Civil rights attorney, by the way. Oops. Turns out there was a different reason why he thinks I'm a bigot. And not because I said fucking cracker. That would be so stupid of him to argue. Anyway. All right. Let's get back to this.
Your English teacher and your gym teacher are getting married. This comes less than 2 years after the two went public with their relationship in October of 2023, and just weeks after the singer made an internet-breaking appearance on the Kelce Brothers podcast, New Heights. I guess you can say, as our team scrambled to write as this breaking news developed, quote, I guess you could say Taylor found her love story. Breaking news at this hour here on ABC News Live. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are engaged. Our congratulations to them.
Okay, guys, emergency episode of the show because Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce just broke the internet with their engagement announcement, and I have a few reasons why you need to care, even if you're a guy, even if you are not a Swiftie. So, for some context, some recap, just a few hours ago, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, they did a collabed post on Instagram. They posted photos from the proposal. They said your favorite English teacher and your favorite gym teacher just got engaged. It was very sweet. Everything's lovely. The ring is beautiful. We'll get into that later. That's not part of the cultural conversation, but if you're interested in that, I do have some details. Anyway, they announced this, and the world just exploded. Like the internet came to a screeching halt. I was seeing posts on X from people being like, oh my God, Fox News just cut away from a cabinet meeting to say Taylor Swift is officially engaged. This is how big it is. And I made the joke on X and I said, if there was ever a time for a politician to release a...
You know what I feel like right now? You know how like sometimes you'll see like a Twitter post from like, I don't know, like Pop Icon or whatever, one of those accounts, right? And it'll be like Smeagol Bork is getting a divorce from or is no longer dating Pumperdink. And you're like, who the fuck are these people? And then you like look into it a little bit and they have like 17 million loyal followers or whatever. And you're like, I am so not tapped into whatever the fuck is going on here. That's kind of how I feel about this stuff. Okay? And what's worse is like this is the normie sphere. Okay? This is the kind of like world-changing incident for so many, if not billions of people around the planet seemingly, that I am so not invested in, where I feel like I'm just not normal. I think I'm abnormal. Because what is normal? If it's like the overwhelming majority interest and you don't fucking care about it at all and you can't get yourself to be enthusiastic about it, then like maybe we're the fucking abnormal ones, you know? That's how I feel. I'm like, what is going on? Like the intensity in which people are covering this news story as though this is like a world-changing event is legitimately a story in and of itself. Yeah, we are the closest we will ever be to coworker internet. Okay, this is it. This is like you got whole ass adults that work for CBS News, you know, like people that went to school, studied journalism, people that have, you know, icons that they want to be like, that have gone all around the world and have manufactured consent for the American State Department, done it all, losing their fucking shit at the prospect of Taylor Swift being small girl with Travis Kelce, which is big boy. Fox News cut away from Trump to cover it is an insane statement. Like, it's not like Iran is striking Tel Aviv. You know what I mean? Like, it's just Taylor Swift getting engaged. And the very fact that people are this locked into it and this tapped into it, like this is a tremendous world-changing event for so many people. I don't know. It just confuses me a little bit. It makes me feel like people are desperate for a sense of community and they're just never going to reach it from anything else. So they're hyper invested in this kind of stuff because it takes away from the monotony of daily existence and the cruelty that they withstand under the structural violence of poverty. And for a brief moment, they get to feel like something good is happening in the world. You know? Or maybe it's not that deep. I don't know. Maybe it's not that deep at all. Maybe I'm reading too into it because I see like the level of reaction. There's also a sense of pageantry associated with this. I feel like some people, in an effort to be a part of something bigger than themselves, act as though they are super excited because that's the expected reaction, which in and of itself feeds back into that cycle of almost like mania that people are collectively experiencing. Because they see like, you know, grown ass people behave like this and they go, oh my God, it is a big deal. I should also think this is a big deal. Because like anytime Taylor Swift, you know, does anything, it's just like CBS News, Good Morning America, NBC, everyone is covering it. And I'm always like, what is going on? But yeah, my analysis here isn't necessarily about, you know, the the incident, the engagement in and of itself, but more so the way that we look at celebrity worship and the way that we cover these sorts of things in mainstream news.
Story to the press that they don't really want to get any traction on. If they want to like quietly release everything they know about Epstein, now would be the time, because nobody else cares. Every single brand, every single mainstream media outlet, every single, publication, everybody, including myself, is focusing on Taylor Swift. That is how massive this is. This is. Sorry guys, I can't even speak. There is so much going on. But you have like Buffalo Wild Wings, you have Culver's, like all of these random restaurants and big corporate accounts tweeting, being like, we'll cater the wedding, we'll cater the engagement. Like everybody is 100% focused on this. And I think that this is, for a couple of reasons. Number one, Taylor Swift is like the biggest pop star in the entire world right now. You have women that care about her and that are interested in her and her marriage and her engagement. Travis Kelce is also wildly famous and popular around, American men, people who care about football. Alex and I were eating lunch. He picked up his phone and his fantasy football app had literally been like, guys, special announcement, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got engaged. So it is literally everywhere. But also I do think that this speaks to a broader conversation about love and marriage in 2025, specifically on the topic of forever boyfriends, because Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift just got engaged after 2 years of dating. And that might seem like normal in the grand scheme of things, but in 2025, when you go on social media and you see girls that have been with their boyfriends for 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, that are still waiting on an engagement, that are these like forever girlfriends, this kind of relationship can seem like an anomaly. And Taylor Swift basically just blew up that entire idea that you have to be a forever girlfriend in order to get the ring. That is just not true. Because if we think about her previous relationship with Joe Alwyn, she was with that man for 7 years. And there have been rumors that she was like actually engaged to him, but it was really private, but he was this like artsy, like deep actor, all of these things. He like desperately wanted.
I want to point something here, out here as well. This is not my take either. Okay. I feel like this is too woke. This is the one friend who's too woke. Agree. It's super weird to be worried about the fascist takeover of our country, to give a fuck about engagement of a man who, like, the first part about this, I kind of agree with. The second part about this, I don't care about. A man who defended his Christian nationalist teammate and woman who refused to use her platform to fight our future dictatorship until said future dictator posted a deepfake AI of her supporting him. Like, I think that's a little bit too woke as well. I will say, like, my assessment here overall is that, like there are, really horrible things happening all around us every single day. And I guess, like, people are desperate for some kind of moment of solace from the evil shit that is unfolding in real time. And I guess that's the reason why they're like desperately clinging on to this, as though it's like a life raft, right? That's how I feel about it. But I do wish that people cared a little bit more about, the baby Holocaust that is unfolding and the fascist takeover that is also happening in broad daylight at the domestic level. Why does Brett think this changes culture with respect to getting married? It's a bit of monkey see, monkey do situation. I think that, like, she is a influential person. So that's the reason why maybe, 9/11 for every guy with a serious girlfriend in their late 20s. Because then other people are going to be like, well, what about me? Maybe, Taylor Swift got into a serious relationship, and then also Travis Kelce pulled the trigger. It's my time now. What is this? Yeah, this is another version of that story as well. If Taylor Swift gets pregnant, we're going to see a bigger baby boom than after World War II. So it's her turn. Yeah, I think like there is I think people are overemphasizing how much of a societal impact this will have. I will go so far as to say that the real significant hurdle for marriage for many young people in the United States of America as it stands, is not necessarily, the traditionalist society losing their way and not caring or respecting the institution of marriage anymore. It's just money. And that financial imperative, that financial hurdle is too hard to overcome simply because Taylor Swift got engaged. Congratulations to Taylor Swift, but it should be illegal to have sex with someone that can't read? Okay, Jesus Christ.
Wanted his privacy, wanted her to hide the relationship. She was like not in the public eye for 7 years straight, and basically dragged her along in that relationship. And I'm not just saying that because I'm speculating, like this is what she wrote about in one of her previous albums. In her song, You're Losing Me, she said like, I gave all of my youth for free to you. In So Long London, I believe that she wrote something very similar. Those two lines, sometimes I get confused, but she wrote about this at length, saying like, I gave you all of my great years and you took advantage of that. Like I poured so much into this relationship, just waiting, like hanging on. In So Long London, she writes about like clenching onto the relationship, like white knuckling it, being like, I'm not going down with the ship, I'm not abandoning it. And then 7 years later, getting nothing back and realizing I've just like let my life be on hold and I've been waiting for this person who doesn't want to commit to me. Anyway, that was her previous relationship. She was the forever girlfriend. She moves on. She meets this incredible guy who comes to her concert, who literally has like a friendship bracelet with his number on it, who was publicly making these huge declarations of love, which she said in her recent podcast episode with him and Jason. She was saying,
how is it legal to marry this person? I just gave a squarely a paise of bread and it straight smashed all of it. I had no idea they ate bread like that. Haha, hashtag crazy. I think someone said, just imagine he got 14 more years of brain injuries now. I don't mind that, you know. The boys can have, the fellas can have a little bit of a life-changing brain injury as a treat, okay? That should not take something away from them.
like this is the kind of love that I've written about for 15 years. Like I've wanted a guy to like show up with a boombox and be like, I love you, I want to be with you. And that's basically what Travis did. And they've had this like amazing love affair over the last 2 years. And now they're engaged, you know.
The very fact that the worst thing you can pull up from 2011 Twitter for a white guy who, you know, gets head injuries professionally, the very fact that that's the worst tweet you can pull up means that Travis Kelce is a fucking saint. Okay? I'll say that much. White boys in 2011 Twitter were slinging far worse than feeding squirrelies pieces of bread. Okay? They were slinging something entirely different. That's all I'm going to say on that.
A fraction of the time that she was in that relationship with Joe Alwyn. So that's one part of it. So you do not need to be a forever girlfriend if you are in a relationship like that. I'm sure that the guys are like, oh my God, I need to go buy a ring. Girls are rethinking everything, which brings me to the next point of why this engagement is so relevant and important right now. And it's because I don't know if there are any hard studies on this. I don't think that there are, but celebrity relationships and celebrity marriages play a huge role in the cultural tone of an era. Like think about David Beckham and Victoria Beckham and their wedding. Think about...
No. I don't think it's that deep. I think she's like trying to turn this into like a right-wing traditionalist pro-marriage argument where she's trying to say like, oh, everyone's going to get married now, that type of shit, right? And I don't think so. Like I said, I mean, will this lead to an increase in engagements? Maybe. But I think that the real hurdle in front of younger people getting married right now is, one, young men are not fucking, okay? They are not. They're moving away from that. That's number one. Number two, everybody's too broke, okay? Everybody's just far too fucking broke. What do you mean? Starting a family? Who's got time or money for that? That's an investment.
Princess Kate and Prince William and their wedding. That was huge. The royal wedding was talked about for years. Just, a couple of years ago, we had Sophia Richie's wedding, which basically made so many women, decide that they wanted to get married and have kids, that they wanted to stop dressing like hoes and be classy. She ushered in this quiet, luxury, modest type of fashion. These relationships, these weddings, these marriages, they have the power to change culture. And if you think that Taylor Swift getting married, being engaged, being in a long-term relationship is not going to do that, I don't know what to tell you. This is the end-all be-all for women around the world right now. I was about to say women in America, but really around the world right now. And you might think that this is kind of ridiculous, but she is signaling that marriage is something to strive for, that love is worth seeking out, that you
What? Bro, it's just a normal component. What are we talking about? I feel like these guys believe the hysteria that they cultivate. Okay? I'm not even kidding when I say right-wingers genuinely hallucinate an alternative reality, and then they get freaked out by said hallucination. At what point is there a serious initiative to be like, fuck marriage? No, people, they fall in love and they get married is normal. It's the most normal thing, okay? And then they get divorced. That's also normal in America, especially. This is not a bold stance that Taylor Swift has taken to relitigate and revitalize the traditional institution of marriage. The fuck? What do you mean? You made that up. You made the first part up. Yeah, but it's okay to not want to be married and I have relationships. It's everybody doesn't often get married. Yeah, I don't give a shit one way or the other. Because I'm not a fucking weirdo. What the fuck?
should wait for an amazing guy, that you should, follow that institution, and seek that commitment, I guess is what.
Yeah, Taylor Swift had a sandwich today, reinforcing the institution of lunch. Taylor Swift had a nice little treat in between her lunch, reinforcing that institution too, that treats are good sometimes. It's no, it's just what people do, I'm
trying to say. And so I'll be interested to see what comes from this. I doubt that they're going to do some huge elaborate wedding. I feel like it'll be more of an elopement. I don't think she would, I feel like she would blow up the wedding industrial complex if she tried to do some big kind of wedding. But I think that this marriage really is going to change things. And I think that it is objectively positive. Regardless of how you feel about Taylor Swift, I would not consider myself a diehard Swiftie. I was not a Swiftie for you.
That's cope. She's literally only saying that because Taylor Swift is a Kamala Harris booster. So she has to keep her right-wing bona fides, okay? Bona fides. By being I don't even fuck with Taylor Swift like that. I was come on, you're literally losing your fucking mind over this.
Years and years and years, but I do love her music, and I think that she's a really interesting person and a really interesting case study, and she's really important when it comes to our culture. But I do think...
I'm sorry, dude, every diehard Swiftie unironically says that, including but not limited to QT Cinderella, okay? You started dropping lyrics. You started with lyrical analysis. You're a diehard Swiftie. The fuck?
That this is objectively positive, and what I was trying to say is that even if you are not a diehard fan, you should see this as something that is good. And I know that conservatives like to rag on her. Trump was posting, a couple months ago being I ended her, she's irrelevant. No, she's not. Love her or hate her, she is incredibly, incredibly influential. She is incredibly popular, and we should be rooting for her to set a good example for women and men around the world. And I think that she is doing that with this engagement, with this marriage. So anyway, I wish her all the best. This was a very exciting thing to spend my day reading about. And then for any of the chicks out there who are interested in her ring, because I was 100% interested in it, It's stunning. It's like very intricate. It looked antique. So I texted our jeweler that made my engagement ring with Alex, who's become a really good friend of ours. That feels like so bougie to say, but he just has become a good friend. And I was like, I need information about this. So according to Oren, that's his name, according to Oren, it is an elongated old mine cut ring, and most likely antique or antique inspired. And he said that it's really rare to have a mine cut that is that big. So just saying, good job, Travis. Allegedly it was.
Yeah, that's what I say when I'm not a Taylor Swift fan. I panic called my jeweler, who is now my friend, to get additional details about what kind of cut the ring was.
It was like $550,000, which is like literally insane. But also she's a billionaire and he makes however much money from like the NFL and Pfizer. So it is to be expected. Anyway, that is your update about Taylor Swift. Those are the reasons
she had to throw Pfizer in there.
Why you should care. I think this is good for culture. It is good for society. It is good for young women. This is setting a great example. And also, it just has to be said, for the guys online who say that women like hit a wall at 28 years old, who say you're never gonna have kids after 28 or 30, you're never gonna have any prospects, you're never gonna get married.
Uh-oh, she's getting him too woke. She's doing. Uh-oh. Hold off. Hold up. Cut this part out. That's too woke. That's too woke. You can't be saying that. You can't be saying that. You're a right-wing commentator. What is this?
Come on. Taylor Swift just got engaged at 35 years old. She is at the top of her career. She is so happy. She is succeeding. She is thriving. She is stunning. She's not hit the wall. So if you are not engaged or married by 28 or 30 or 35, just know you've not hit the wall. It is not too late.
Wait, what do you mean? Okay, never mind. Even her like woke argument still revolves around getting married, as in that's the ultimate goal of every woman. Bro, you're talking about a billionaire. Fuck you mean she hit the wall. She is basically like a deity, okay, in modern day. She is worshipped by half of society automatically. What the fuck? What do you mean? Hey, ladies, if you're 28 and still not married, don't worry, you haven't hit a wall. Your worth is, of course, still measured by whether or not you can secure a man and be a loyal and faithful wife to said man and bear his children. But you can still do that at the age of 28, at the age of 30. It's like, what? What do you mean? At first, I thought she was going to make a woke argument like you're not measured by your age. Your societal worth should not be matched up with like your capabilities for like child rearing or something. But she's like, nah, it is. It's just you can still do it. Also, the person she's pointing to in this situation is, once again, Taylor fucking Swift. Like, you can still become a multi-billionaire. And then you can find a man at the age of 38 or what? 30, whatever, how old she is. Not 38. I'm sorry. 28 is what she was saying. It's so crazy. It's all busted.
This is always something to strive for. Love is something that you should seek out. You should find a good man. You should find a good woman. And you should not be red-pilled by people on the internet. Black-pilled by people on the internet. So that's my message for you today. All right. See you guys later.
This morning, President...
Yeah, Trump fires the Federal Reserve Governor. Boring. Okay, one last thing I want to point to here is Charlie Kirk's assessment, okay?
Is why Taylor Swift has been so just kind of annoyingly liberal over the last couple of years is that she's not yet married and she doesn't have children. I say this non-sarcastically. I say this as a husband and a father. Having children changes you. Getting married.
Dog, you got worse. So I don't know. Maybe not the best argument. You became a worse person in the last, you were already pretty bad. And it was actually remarkable because, people were saying, can he get worse? Is that even physically possible? And then he was like, nah, I can prove it.
Married changes you. And I hope that America's biggest pop star marrying the pharmaceutical spokesperson.
These guys are crazy, man. You're talking about fucking Travis Kelce, dude. It's crazy. It's crazy to me to talk about a fucking Chiefs tight end like this. This is so soy, objectively. Okay? This motherfucker plays in the NFL, and these guys are so butthurt that, yeah, 3-time Super Bowl champion, tight end for the Chiefs, fucking Travis Kelce is a Pfizer spokesperson. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. That is crazy. This is the type of shit that I think unironically pisses people off more when they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, yeah, he did a Pfizer sponsorship. Like, yeah, this is no different than when people call football sports ball. It is. It's got real sports ball energy. Shut up, nerd. Is he doing the receding hairstyle? I don't know what's going on with this. I've never seen a widow's peak like this. He literally has the Vegeta cut straight up. It's so funny because his head shape looks exactly like a balloon. So, like, even if he were to buzz that shit off, he's cooked. Because, like, eventually he's supposed to give that up, right? And when he does, it's going to look even crazier. Because it's just going to straight up look like an egg. Like, he looks like a cartoon character. Running around looking like Kakarot. Talking about... Can't even go Super Saiyan. It's so bad.
Ends up conservatizing them. Taylor Swift might de-radicalize herself. She might come back down to reality. I want them to have lots of children. It teaches you something about yourself. Deep down, I think Taylor Swift actually was raised as a conservative that has gotten kind of caught up in this metropolitan liberal stuff, and she doesn't quite have an attachment to the conservative backbone that she was raised in, but this might reattach her in the best possible way. And I'm not saying this sarcastically. I've seen this happen time and time again. When people start to get married and have children, it starts to change your politics. It starts to clarify your worldview. And for Taylor Swift, who obviously is very popular and incredibly...
Bro, that's crazy. If you Google Taylor Swift, if you go on Google right now, okay, and type in Taylor Swift, look at this. Oh, wait, it didn't happen. It happened, but when I first did it, there's like confetti. That's motion. I mean, there was like, I got confetti. I got hit with confetti.
Supported. Taylor Swift might go from a cat lady to a JD Vance supporter.
I just don't understand. First of all, ew, gross. Do these guys unironically think that like people who are liberal don't get married or something? Like, is that like a legitimate thing that's happening over there? I mean, fuck it. They just hallucinate everything regardless. So they might as well hallucinate this too, you know? Like, they just made this shit up. In their minds are like, people on the left don't get married. People who are liberals don't get married, obviously. And when you do get married, you become conservative. Like, what? You're just wish casting. You're just fucking wish casting. That's it. Also, if you want to know about who's doing polygamy, for example, or another version of polyamory, I guess, it's the motherfucking Utah conservatives. It's the Mormons. Okay? Who's doing serialized polyamory? It's not the fucking furries. I mean, they're doing it too, let's be real, but like, it's the goddamn Mormon church. Talk about non-traditional marriage. The fuck? It's just not considered in the same way. It's just because you own that space, I guess. The unethical version of polyamory. Again, people love to talk about like the sexual proclivities of liberals, right? You know who fucking swings extra hard? Every goddamn wine mom, racist wine mom that is a part of like Saving the Family Institution Foundation or whatever, that's like constantly talking about how like trans people need to be eradicated from society. Those are the people that are doing polyamory, and they're swinging like crazy. Nancy Mace is the best example of this. Nancy Mace is on video receiving a spat out shot from the most ziz looking lesbian woman I've ever seen wearing a fucking MAGA shirt, only to spit it into the mouth of another person. I'm not going to run the clip. I'm not going to do that for you right now. Is polygamy not polyamory? Shut up. I know. I'm saying it's unethical polyamory. That's what I said, okay? For the wokes out there, I know it's not the same. I'm just simply stating that it is not a traditional form of like a man marrying a woman type marriage, okay?
And I think we should celebrate that. I think that Taylor Swift having 2 or 3 children, she should have more children than she has houses. That is my challenge, Taylor Swift. And I'm not being sarcastic. I think that if she ends up having children, she'll stop this kind of liberal endorsing Joe Biden nonsense. And we want Taylor Swift on Team America. We want you to leave the island of the wokies. And we would welcome you with open arms. One of the reasons why so many people on the right have been just skeptical or at least a little bit negative on Taylor Swift is, up until this point, that's not a great role model for young women to wait all.
Dude, I'm sorry. I'm not the biggest Taylor Swift fan myself, okay? But how the fuck is a person who is like endlessly successful and doesn't really have any sort of serious controversy associated with her not a positive role model for young women? As a matter of fact, her consistent avoidance of even putting her name out there and associating herself with like progressive politics is part of that process. She's the most brand safe institution you can point to. She got less flubs and less controversy than like multi-million-dollar corporations from the framework that liberals care about, by the way. I'm not saying that multi-million-dollar corporations are not riddled with controversy. Of course they are. It's built on top of the unequal extraction of wealth and natural resources and labor power from the global south. I'm not getting into all of that. I'm just saying, even within a liberal framework, which Charlie Kirk operates in, like she has no controversies. Even no controversies for conservatives. That's why so many conservative white women can enjoy Taylor Swift's content, regardless of her, I guess, controversial position of being a woman who is immensely successful. It's just Charlie Kirk is advocating for a reality that does not exist, okay? It does not fucking make any goddamn sense to me when I try to analyze this from the liberal monolithic culture that we exist under, the liberal hegemony that we exist under. Like, why the fuck shouldn't the average wine mom or wine dad not look to Taylor Swift as like a positive role model for their children? Why? Because she wasn't married until 35? Get the fuck out of here. Oh, she's not barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen for her husbando. Very strange, very stupid fucking assessment.
the way until you're 35 and just put your career first. We just talked about this with Katie Miller. However, there's a great chance to change that. It's a great chance for Taylor Swift now to get married and have a ton of children. You can certainly afford it, Taylor. And Taylor Swift has been all, through America and the ups and the downs. And if you feel that violent shaking in your home, that is the earthquake of the pop culture. If you hear that high-pitched scream, those are the young ladies on your block screaming. And honestly, Pfizer pays well, baby. I mean, Pfizer pays the bills. That is quite a ring, Mr. Kelsey. I'm impressed. I got to be honest. We don't know exactly how much Pfizer paid you to peddle that product, but boy, you brought in the Benjamins.
3-time Super Bowl winner, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, he's not just a NFL guy. He is an incredibly famous NFL tight end who won 3 Super Bowl rings. What the fuck are you saying? It's not Pfizer, okay? It's every other brand deal that he has on top of that. Why the fuck would you think, dude? Yeah, his career earnings is like $100 million. What are you talking about, bro? Oh, dude, the Pfizer. It's Pfizer. He just got the Pfizer. Remember, he got the Pfizer money. He's woke. Like as though that's a fucking own.
Sir, that is some impressive carrots right there. That right there has its own zip code. I'm impressed. All kidding and sarcasm aside, this is something that I hope will make Taylor Swift more conservative. Engage in reality more and get outside of the abstract clouds. Reject feminism. Submit to your husband, Taylor. You're not in charge. And most importantly,
dude, what happened to shame? Anytime I hear unfiltered commentary from any conservative, I'm like, you should be ashamed to have these words come out of your fucking mouth, dude. Oh, submit to your husband. Like, what? Like, you have a wife. Does your wife not hear you say this shit? Like, I don't get it. Do you not feel some type of way when you hear your husband talk like this? The father to your daughter talk like this? What a psychotic thing to talk about. What a psychotic thing to say. Prepare to be clipped this on, but he did bro tips. What? Okay, yeah. Bro, how does he have a wife? I mean, he's famous in conservative circles. But it's just like, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me that you are not even remotely embarrassed to fucking over 10 years ago. It's longer than that. It's fucking 2013. It's 12 now. These guys are constantly looking for like new master slave dynamics. Like, where it's not enough to just like have a permanent underclass with like undocumented migrants. It's not enough to constantly like relitigate this false sense of racial superiority with white supremacy. It's like women are also second class too. Everybody but me. They just got to find new metas. I mean, it's not a new meta necessarily. It is the oldest meta, one might even say. But it's so stupid to try to fucking relitigate this in 2025, especially with words such as this, especially when talking about clearly the more prominent person in that relationship being Taylor Swift. Why can't they be equal partners? That should be enough. Right? Regardless of people's like financial circumstances, that should be your goal. A marriage is supposed to be a lifelong partnership between two even partners, your equal partner. What, like, how can you? This is what I never understand about the way these guys operate. Like, why the fuck would you ever make a lifelong commitment to a human being that you clearly do not respect at all, that you unironically actively undermine the humanity of? It doesn't make sense. You must not respect yourself. Either you're faking or there's just something completely busted in this. Why the fuck would you literally make a lifelong commitment to a person that you are supposed to spend every fucking waking moment with? A person who is going to shape your next generation, a person who is going to turn around and you know, help in the process of raise your kids, a person who is going to be half the fucking gene pool of like whatever you're bringing out. And you literally think that person is not a peer, is not a partner, is not an equal. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that to yourself even? Do you really believe this? Oh, I got married because I could just like have a slave in my house. What the fuck? I don't understand it, dude. I don't. When are you supposed to debate this fuckwad? No, it's happening next month. In a couple weeks, actually. Not that far out.
I can't wait to go to a Taylor Kelsey concert. I can't say it without laughing. You got to change your name. If not, you don't really mean it. Congratulations, Taylor.
I don't fucking understand this at all, bro. I don't. It's so fucking disrespectful. Like, you must be servile to your husband. You must be your husband's servant. He's the one that wears the pants now. Like, you only say that when you're insecure about whatever you're fucking lacking in your own personal relationship, that you have to constantly relitigate this. You have to constantly bring it up. It's like insecure manosphere losers all the time talking about how fucking macho they are, how masculine they are, how alpha they are. It's like, oh, you're lacking. You have a deep-seated, deep-rooted insecurity within yourself. You are an incredibly, unimaginably insecure person. So you constantly have to reinforce this kind of sentiment to make yourself feel better. Okay? And the same goes for every different kind of bigotry, for sure. But in this conversation, like, constantly reminding people how things are supposed to be. This is how it's supposed to be. A woman is your servant. You're doing that because you're just insecure. That's it. Why the fuck would you develop a lifelong partnership and constantly have to deal with, if you truly believe this, right? You're sharing this space with this person. You're sharing your darkest secrets with this person. Why would you ever do that with someone you don't respect? Do you have no self-respect whatsoever? I guess the answer is yes. He's such a goddamn brown noser that he's just a vehicle for whatever conservative sentiment must be spat out to as broad an audience as possible. That it is just like deep-seated insecurity. I don't know. I will never understand that. If you don't respect women in general, then why the fuck would you ever spend an entire lifetime with one? Why would you be confident enough to assume that they're going to be able to raise your next of kin? You're just locking yourself into a horrible situation. You got to fix your own brain before you get there. You know? I don't think it's a partnership to them. It's ownership. Yeah, but that's like, that doesn't make any sense. Do you not understand what I mean here? what do you think is a healthier alternative? Having a lifelong confidant and an even partner that you respect, or owning property? One is an incredibly lonely, incredibly arduous self-own that you engage in. If you don't fix your fucking mindset about women broadly and you entertain this notion of marriage, then you're just cooking yourself for no fucking reason. Like literally, no reason whatsoever. You're just stuck. It makes no sense. Anyway, speaking of things that make no sense, let's get back to Donald Trump. Trump fires Federal Reserve governor.
Trump taking an extraordinary step against the nation's central bank, saying he's firing Lisa Cook from the Federal Reserve's Board of Governors, the first time a president has ever attempted to fire a Fed governor. The president announcing he's seeking to remove Cook in a letter posted on social media, accusing her of falsifying records to obtain favorable terms on a mortgage. The president writing, "I have determined there is sufficient cause to remove you from your position." Cook, who has not been charged with a crime, firing back, saying the president has no authority to fire her and that she will continue to carry out her duties, saying point blank, "I will not resign." The president does have the authority to fire a Fed governor for cause, but it's not clear the president's justification will be enough, and the Federal Reserve is an independent agency. The president pointing to allegations first made by Director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, Bill Pulte, that Cook committed mortgage fraud. Pulte says he referred the case to the Justice Department. It's a similar allegation President Trump and his administration have made against political adversaries in recent months, targeting New York Attorney General Letitia James over real estate records and accusing Democratic Senator Adam Schiff of mortgage fraud. Trump himself was convicted of falsifying business records. Democrats blasting the move. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries claiming the president is trying to remove her without a shred of credible evidence that she has done anything wrong. Cook is the first black woman to serve on the Fed board. Her term runs until 2038. Just last week, the president calling for her resignation.
I'll fire her if she doesn't resign.
For months, the president has railed against the Fed, calling for the bank to lower interest rates and attacking Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
I think he does a terrible job.
So the president cannot fire a Federal Reserve governor simply over disagreements over interest rates. The president has to establish cause. Cook says that she does plan to fight this. If she does in court, this could make its way all the way up to the Supreme Court. And George, of course, it is worth noting that presidents have had their disagreements about interest rates, but they've always traditionally respected the independence of the Fed. And some experts warn what this could do to the central bank and the independence of it if the president does succeed, George.
Absolutely. Okay, Rachel, thanks very much. On another front, the president has also threatened to send the National Guard into other Democratic cities led by Democrats like Chicago. That drew a sharp response from the governor of Illinois.
This is not about fighting crime. This is about Donald Trump searching for any justification to deploy the military in a...
I can't stand the fucking centralization of power and authority taking place under a fucking fascist leadership, dude. All the way down to like the whole, you know, purchasing the government taking over like 10% of Intel and shit. It's so goddamn annoying. How come he gets to do it? How come he gets to do it, but God forbid anybody else? Anybody else that suggests it, it's like, nope. Yeah, I know the YouTube was way louder than my voice. I know. I'm going to lower the audio on YouTube and readjust it. Listen, I don't like the Federal Reserve, but he has no power to fire her, and it seems like he's only doing it because she's black and can't fire Jerome Powell. I mean, he can't do it anyway. It doesn't matter. But it is still annoying that he's trying, and there's no penalties for it. This should be an important lesson for other people. You know, on the one hand, we got the motherfucker who is actively deploying the military to major American cities, okay, doing a forcible fascist takeover of the nation. On the other hand, Zoran wants to build 5 pilot-tested grocery stores to give people of New York affordable groceries. And people freak the fuck out. Of course, it's supposed to be, it's expected. It's expected that like any kind of centralized authority would only come with a fascist initiative. It just would not happen under, we would never entertain this kind of thing to, I don't know, push for socialized medicine or whatever, right? That's what I mean when I say this shit pisses me off. Like, it makes me a little jealous. Because, like, I know any sort of movement in the opposite direction is going to obviously shake things up. Problem is, both the liberals and the Republicans, both the Democrats, liberal Democrats, and also the Republicans all the way to far-right Republicans are actively against that kind of shakeup if it's done at the direction of improving the material conditions of the working class. But it seems like we have an endless amount of charity and opportunity to do this exact same thing in the direction of growing fascism in the country. Fuck!
Blue city in a blue state to try and intimidate his political rivals.
One of the questions is the president going to go through with it?
Yeah, the president has not said if he does plan to go through with it and deploy the National Guard to the streets of Chicago. But Pritzker was very clear there, saying that they do not need to come there. He says that he would plan to challenge this if the president does proceed with this. It is worth noting, George, that homicide is down roughly 50% over the last 4 years in the city of Chicago, George.
Rachel Scott, thanks.
On a serious note, when it comes to Fed Governor Lisa Cook, her lawyer has said that they're going to be filing a lawsuit challenging this legal action. What is your response? Are you prepared for a legal fight? And then a little bit more.
Oh, sure. Always. You always have legal fights. Look, I had a legal fight that went on for years with crooked people, with very horrible people, people that have been found out now between John Ratcliffe and Tulsi and Pam. And I mean, the things that we found out, of course, it's a very, very sad group of people. But no, she seems to have had an infraction, and she can't have an infraction, and especially that infraction, because she's in charge of, if you think about it, mortgages, and we need people that are 100% above board, and it doesn't seem like she was. Yeah.
That's crazy. The rest of the... Dude, this 1 minute and 16-second video in and of itself is also a perfect indication of the times where literally the first 40 seconds is Donald Trump reacting to the Fed's Lisa Cook vowing legal action against being fired. And then the other half of the video is PBS begging for money because federal funding for public media has zeroed out. Public broadcasting no longer has public funding, ironically enough, because Trump did that. Fantastic. Everything is just like, everything is great. Things are going perfectly fine, dude. It's
President
awesome.
Trump.
There is still quite a crime issue in Chicago. Someone got mugged outside my building at 9 a.m. on a Thursday. What? Yeah, I guess we should deploy the fucking military then. What do you mean? Damn, bro. Crime happened in Chicago. Fucking, dude, we should nuke it. That is low-key how Americans operate, though. That's why Israel is such a perfect ally, because Americans are spiritually Israeli, and Israel as a nation state is spiritually American, okay? I saw a crime take place. That means we have to use the most muscular militant approach that we physically possibly can and blow up a hospital in the process. Just, you know, one for the road. Fuck it, dude. Throw in the F-35s in there. What are we doing? Counterpoint, I just walked from my office in the train without a single mugging, so the crime rate in Chicago is 0%. Well, that person got owned. All of a sudden, crime rate is 0.
Is expanding his powers when it comes to using the U.S. military on American soil for law enforcement. He signed a new executive order yesterday allowing the administration to create National Guard units, including...
Come on. No. I'm saying the media acting like it isn't an issue is disingenuous and hurting the problem. Listen, we need after-school programs and better welfare setup. Come on. You cannot measure crime by singular anecdotes. How many times have I had to describe this? You cannot measure systemic problems by looking at a singular anecdote. Crime is a particularly emotional one as well, because it basically destroys the notion that you have in the back of your mind that, like, society, living in society is supposed to be a fairly safe process. And it is. Okay? The media is not saying crime is not an issue for no reason. They're saying that crime rates are down, okay? As in, whatever shitty solutions that they've offered, which are still obviously not going to eradicate the problem in its entirety, are working. So to go in and try to deploy the fucking military to do domestic policing when they are literally even less trained than our existing police force, which are woefully not equipped to deal with the issue of crime to begin with, is an idiotic solution to a problem that you are inventing.
including a new rapid response force to shut down what the White House calls civil disturbances. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House, keeping it civil this morning. Ed, good morning.
Morning, Tony. 2 weeks after President Trump declared a crime emergency here in the nation's capital, Democratic officials in other states say the...
You can't be this fucking stupid. Stop biting your nails, you fucking weirdo. Okay, address something, please. Anything. Like, what is the issue that you have with the take? This is so boring and so fucking lame. Just be like, oh, you're stupid. Okay, dude, you destroyed me. Talk to me. What's the issue? That, like, crime is actually completely and unimaginably out of control in the country, and the best possible solution is a more militant response, sometimes directly from the military? Is that what you think?
Presidents using the threat of sending in the National Guard to intimidate political rivals.
Mr. President, do not come to Chicago.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker had a strong message for President Trump over warnings he may send National Guard troops to Chicago to fight crime.
It is illegal. It is unconstitutional. It is un-American.
But earlier in the Oval Office, Trump said,
like, the problem is, this actually, because a lot of the crime stuff actually stems from vibes overall and not like hard data, especially because crime-related anecdotes are incredibly powerful and incredibly emotional, because, like, no one's ever saying crime is good, okay? Like, even like having your car get broken into, it creates an environment of panic within you because you feel like your personal space was violated in a pretty meaningful way. Now you also have this, like, financial issue. You have to pay for this new window, right? Even if nothing was stolen from your car, the very fact that someone was able to, like, bust through your window without any sort of serious repercussions kind of makes you worried about living in your neighborhood. You're like, what the fuck is this? Like, this should never happen. Okay? Yes, but you act like it doesn't matter. Oh. No, it's because you want me to turn around and act like I'm fucking Adolf Hitler when instances of crime takes place. I've been victim to crime as well, okay? I just have a more healthy and normal approach to it. It's also extra funny to get mad at me while I'm in the process of explaining why people have an emotional reaction to crime. Also, this is interesting. Imagine you join the U.S. military thinking you will support Israel, but instead you are sent to the street to pick up homeless people. So, like, you agree with me, but then you also wanted to still disagree? I don't get it. A big part of what leads people into thinking that, like, America is bedlam right now, it's like in a state of utter chaos, is because of applications like Nextdoor, Citizen, Ring that like freak people out. That's number one. And number two, the media totally leaned into it by hyping up that like crime was exploding and was completely out of control. And it was partially because police budgets were worried. Police departments were worried that their budgets might actually diminish a little bit. God fucking forbid. So it was like is a counter narrative against like the defund the police initiatives. They wanted to make sure that they packed that shit up real quick. So they really, really hyped up the whole crime is exploding and it's completely out of control narratives. But most consequentially, if you live in a big city, the reason why you feel like crime is completely out of control, even if the statistics show an exact opposite reality, that crime rates are actually lower than usual, is because homelessness is the most visible aspect of poverty and a deep association with like criminal behavior. So you see a homeless person or your packages get fucking stolen from your porch and you go, crime is so fucking unimaginably out of control. Okay? That's it. You see homeless people and you go, that's crime. Crime is everywhere. You see poverty and the changes that are created in your day-to-day existence born out of poverty, born out of the desperation that people feel in their hearts. Like, you know, locking up goods inside of a fucking CVS or some shit. And you go, ooh, crime is completely out of control. Sometimes CVS decides to shut down because brick and mortar is impossible. Especially in the age of e-commerce, where you got Amazon and other giants like Walmart completely dominating the grocery game with e-commerce, and you think, oh, they actually closed down because crime. And these guys actually lean into that crime narrative because they want to hide the real reasons as to why they're closing their stores. The real reason is because real estate is expensive and brick and mortar is far too costly and cannot compete with Walmart and Amazon. But then they turn around and say, oh, no, we're closing it because of crime. But then you look at the actual data and you realize that the areas where they're closing are not like higher rates of crime than other areas. It's just that they're closing it because they cannot fucking compete. It's not justifiable for them to keep paying for that real estate. It's funny because those guys, those executives will then turn around when the dust is settled and openly admit that they lied. No punishments whatsoever for the record. Walgreens is a great example of this. The chief financial officer of Walgreens, a year after the crime narratives were taking on, turned around and said, yeah, we actually lied about the crime thing. Like, that's not the reason why we closed our stores. But it doesn't matter. Because the media at the time was also going along with these narratives. And this creates a lot of hysteria. Crime is an ever-present problem in every society. Okay? It happens when there is wealth and poverty so close next to one another. But it's mostly born out of material conditions, born out of the reality that like some people just don't have money and they don't have options and they're desperate. So in a last-ditch effort, they choose to do something that many of you are fortunate enough to avoid doing. Or many of you only do it for funsies, right? Because there's that too, the 5-finger discount. A lot of people do that. Okay, I know a lot of people who have done so, but that's not obviously seen in the same way as like a poor person doing it to, you know, feed themselves and their family. That's the reason why, while crime rates have actually gone down to historic lows year over year, especially this past year and the year prior to that, there's still this notion that people are swept away with endless amounts of crime that's taking place all around them. That's it.
It could still happen.
We may wait. We may or may not. We may just go in and do it, which is probably what we should do.
On Monday, Trump signed an executive order establishing new units within the National Guard to respond to public order issues. And in Washington, most guardsmen are now armed as they help patrol the streets. The president had this response to those opposing his use of the military in American cities.
They say, we don't need him, freedom, freedom. He's a dictator, he's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I'm a man with great common sense and I'm a smart person.
In Chicago, police data shows murders have dropped 50%.
Yeah, he just keeps dropping the dictator shit over and over again. It's probably nothing. Who's saying that, man? Who the fuck is like, oh yeah, Mr. President, please be a dictator? That's strange to me. I'm not around those people. A lot of people, they're saying, you need to be a dictator, Mr. President. I don't want to be a dictator, but sometimes you gotta be.
Since 2021, but auto thefts have jumped up nearly 80%. The city's mayor, Brandon Johnson, said help is needed, just not in the form the president's offering.
Our communities need more federal resources for public safety. There's no question about that. But unsolicited, unwarranted military takeover is not needed.
And in another change the president may be implementing, he suggested Monday that the Defense Department could soon become the Department of War. He said the name change could come in about a week. Gail, it was known as the Department of War up until 1949.
All right, we'll see how that turns out. Ed, thank you very much.
Yep, I'm being detained because I expressed my First Amendment right to burn the United States flag in public, not causing harm or causing any danger to any citizen.
Yeah, I'm not done with the previous story before we get to the flag burning. Okay. Here, let's go back to Donald Trump because he had a lot of choice quotes here. Trump on deploying the National Guard to Chicago. You won't believe it.
So I would have much more respect for Pritzker if he'd call me up and say, I have a problem, can you help me fix it? I would be so happy to do it. I don't love, not that I don't have the right to do anything I want to do. I'm the president of the United States. If I think our country's in danger, and it is in danger in these cities, I can do it. No problem going in and solving, his difficulties. But it would be nice if they'd call and they'd say, would you do it? And so I would have
Wow.
And most people say, if you call him a dictator, if he stops crime, he can be whatever he wants. And most people say, if you call him a dictator, if he stops crime, he can be whatever he wants. I'm not a dictator, by the way, but
I do think legitimately that there is a decent chunk of Americans who unironically abide by that principle, though. Like, he's just saying that, and I want to believe that this is going to be frustrating for people when they hear it, but I am certainly worried that there is a decent number of the American population that do unironically feel this way. They also personally think that crime is completely out of fucking control. They're terrified of black people. They're terrified of brown people. And they're willing to entertain ridiculous shit like this simply because it's dealing with the hysteria that they have they've been invested in.
Governor Hochul, Kathy Hochul, said that she spoke to you on the phone, and you said you might send National Guard troops to New York. You mentioned that. So will you?
I'd love to do it if she'd like. I get along with Kathy. If she'd like to do that, I would do it.
Governor Hochul, Kathy Hochul, said that she spoke to you on the phone.
You just described my father-in-law? Yeah. My stepmom thinks the Mexican cartel is in the Hamptons? Yeah. Bukele proved that it's true. If they solve crime, in air quotes, people will walk into a dictatorship willingly. Yeah, the problem is there's just an exchange in criminal activity. and it's more processed, I guess, and it's more legitimate, quote unquote. But like the only thing that's happening in that situation with Bukele is that you're going from the criminal behavior happening in the more decentralized fashion in the hands of gangs to a singular source that is even more powerful than the gangs, which is the dictatorship, the government. That's the issue. And a lot of people think that this creates order when in fact it actually is lawlessness and chaos and disorder. When you get the fucking mass arrest motherfuckers for funsies, like that's lawless.
Citizens or personnel in the area. Do this for every single one of you American citizens. We burn this flag in protest to that president who feels that it's his right to do whatever he wants, make whatever law he wants, regardless if it's legal or illegal. It is our First Amendment right to burn this flag, regardless of what the president says.
Yes, remember your role. So I would have much more respect for Pritzker if he'd call me up and say, I have a problem. Can you help me fix it? I would be so happy to do it. I don't love.
That's the other thing. The burning of the American flag is one of the best constitutional protections that we have here in the United States of America, okay? It has been actively defended by even the most reactionary forces in the American Supreme Court. Okay, it is an incredibly important part of the First Amendment. Many other countries do not do that. I come from a country where there are severe punishments. There are flag laws and severe punishments for those who violate it. Okay? So this is yet another profoundly American protection against government overreach that this government is undermining. Fantastic. It is inherently un-American, okay? This is inherently un-American. And yet no one seems to see it that way. Why? Because Trump actually has ownership over what it means to be American. Republicans have ownership over what is and isn't American. So people don't read it that way. That veteran burning a flag in protest of Donald Trump's idiotic executive order that is unconstitutional is a perfect example of who is an American in that process and who is not. That guy didn't get arrested for burning the flag. He got arrested for starting a fire in a place where it's illegal to start a fire, just FYI. Yeah, that's still bullshit.
Not that I don't have the right to do anything I want to do. I'm the president of the United States. If I think our country's in danger, and it is in danger in these cities, I can do it. No problem going in and solving, his difficulties. But it would be nice if they'd call and they'd say, would you do it? And they're going to fight me. Like this slob of a governor you have in Illinois, this poor guy got thrown out of his business by his family. I know the family. I was partners with the family. Nice family. I like the family, but he was no good. They threw him out. He's governor of Illinois, and he goes about Trump, we don't need his help. Chicago is the worst. These places are really bad. Crime in D.C. was the worst it ever was. They make up stories. Crime in D.C. was the worst ever in history. And now, over the last 13 days, we've worked so hard. We've taken so many, there are many left, but we've taken so many criminals, over 1,000. I watched a man from Maryland who said to me, sir, you're the greatest president. You're doing an unbelievable job. What a great job. Governor Moore, has anyone heard of him? Mm-hmm. He's another hopeful for president. I don't think so. But I met him, and I didn't realize it was on camera. Did you see they caught him on camera? I was at a game, I don't know, like the Army-Navy game or something. And I met him in a hallway. And as usual, you do your job very well. One of these great cameramen had it on tape. But I met this gentleman. I never met him before. Sir, you're doing a great job. You're doing an unbelievable job. Thank you very much. But then he goes on television and says, oh, Trump is a dictator. He's a dictator. And a lot of people are so the line is that I'm a dictator, but I stop crime. So a lot of people say, you know, if that's the case, I'd rather have a dictator. But I'm not a dictator. I just know how to stop crime. And you would think that Illinois would have such a problem with crime, such a bad governor. He should be calling me, and he should be saying, could you send over the troops, please? It's out of control. It's out of control. In New York, it's out of control. Not as bad as Illinois, by the way. Not even close.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee Mecca.
So bringing education back to the states where you have the parents running it, where you have the school boards, they're local. We have people running from Washington that have never even been to the state that they're in charge of. They've never even been there, and I don't think they care about it. So we want to close up the Washington buildings, sell the buildings off, let somebody else get rich with the real estate, because it'll be a crime-free city. By the way, speaking of that, anybody murders something in the Capitol, capital punishment, capital punishment. If somebody kills somebody in the Capitol, Washington, D.C., we're going to be seeking the death penalty. And that's a very strong preventative. And everybody that's heard it agrees with it. I don't know if we're ready for it.
Yeah, good thing states where there's capital punishment in the United States of America have 0 murders. Or or much lower murder rates than average. Oh wait, that's the exact opposite actually. What the fuck? That doesn't make sense. It almost feels like capital punishment is not only inhumane and cruel, but also seemingly not an active deterrent. Very strange.
In this country, but where you have it, it is, we have no choice. So in D.C. and Washington, states are going to have to make their own decision. But if somebody kills somebody, like you could have been killed, very lucky you didn't get killed, it's the death penalty, okay?
A mournful tune on an emotional day. Across Israel, there were protests, a call for the government to do everything it can to bring home the hostages. A plea for these voices to be heard, a day when many went on strike as a show of defiance. Nadav's father Tal was taken hostage on October the 7th.
Someone in the chat said, oh, if you want to do something, you should lobotomize pedophiles and put them to work as slaves. First of all, that's insane. Like, genuinely, there's an insane, psychotic way to deal with any crime whatsoever. But secondly, the president is affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein. How the fuck do you do that? Like, how are we going to get that across? No president's going to be like, yeah, me and all my best friends, we're going to get lobotomized and be enslaved. Anyway,
beloved dad and grandfather. He's now dead, but his body has never been returned. Nadav is sure that diplomacy, not war, will deliver his father back to him.
My dad is still being held captive, although he's not alive. My life is stuck, so in order to continue living and start the healing process, we need them home and we need the war to be over.
We meet Saviona, She tells me her banner is a sign of desperation. She says she trusts America more than she trusts her own government.
A very long war brings only death and despair to both people.
How would you sum up Benjamin Netanyahu?
I would like him to see him in jail.
There is little love here for Israel's Prime Minister, seen by his detractors as belligerent and inflexible. As evening fell, so the noise increased as the march arrived in Hostages Square.
This protest is all about making sure that Israel does not forget these hostages. A lot of people here say they love their country, but a theme we've heard again and again is that they think that the government is imperiling the loved ones who are imprisoned in Gaza.
Israel's government says it won't stop the war unless Hamas agrees to all of its terms, with no deal on offer.
Our Prime Minister has been crystal clear. No more piecemeal elements to a potential ceasefire, humanitarian pause. Our objective is all of the hostages, a full deal.
So instead, the military action escalates. Gaza City attacked again, a place almost certain to be occupied by a huge Israeli force.
Don't worry. Now that we talked about, like, Israeli society, there's still an insane fucking new poll that came out. 62% of Israelis say there are no innocent people in Gaza. Fucking hell, dude. Every damn day. Every damn day, there's another poll coming out of Israel where, like, they just actively are like, oh, another poll. What's the most neo-Nazi option? Let me go right ahead. Let me go right ahead and choose the most bloodthirsty option I possibly can. It was awesome that there is someone who tried to pull this shit. 62% of Palestinians say there are no innocent people in Israel. Is what war does. Dog, this is not a war. This is a fucking genocide. Are you stupid? Oh, you must be. What is this? Oh, dude. Oh, it's just that's just war, man. That's just how it is, bro. Yeah. I agree with you, but it's their situation. It's their situation because they're fucking Nazis. It's not a war. This is not like, there is no defensible position for a genocide, an ethnic cleansing campaign. It's only defensible if you are already living in Israeli society and you have been baked with this fucking notion that, like, Palestinians are actually a parasitic force that must be excised using the same neo-Nazi language that was used towards Jews. Not all of them. There are not uniquely evil. It's a narrative there's been pushed on them. Yes, the fuck they are. If you think the Nazis were uniquely evil, then you have to say the same about Israel. What do you mean? What the fuck is this? They're not uniquely evil. No, we have to operate under the notion that if a society becomes genocidal, they are unique. Otherwise, exactly. I don't think the Nazis were uniquely evil. Okay, well then you're fucking crazy, okay? We can't operate under the notion that, like, Nazi shit and the Holocaust is normal and people just seemingly abide by the normalcy of the Holocaust. That's just not, I can't live in a society with a person that like that. What the fuck? Yeah, 62% of Germans believe there are no innocent Jews in 1939 Aztec. Like, oh, does that justify the actions? What are you talking about? If you don't think that genocide and a defense of genocide is indicative of a uniquely evil societal development, what is a uniquely evil societal development? This is it. This is the maximum evil. There is nothing more evil than this.
In the coming weeks, it is impossible to escape the shadow of war. Israel's military has now released its first report into the attack on NASSER hospital that killed 20, including 5 journalists, and drew global outrage. It claims the IDF was trying to destroy a camera on the 4th floor.
I think it just means there are some Israelis against this. I know. It's albeit, yeah, well, first of all, there are. They're called the Palestinian citizens of Israel, 25% of Israeli society. Okay? And amongst the Israeli Jewish population, there is still a percentage. The number is actually 76% among Jewish Israelis. The lower number includes the Palestinian citizens of Israel. A new poll by the Accord Center has found that 62% of Israelis believe that there are no innocent people in Gaza. The survey, conducted August 11th to 13th, shows that only a slight decline from May, when 64% of respondents expressed the same view. Among Israeli Jews, agreement rises to 76%, with 42% saying they strongly agree. By contrast, a majority of opposition voters, 52%, reject the statement. Voters who have changed political camps in recent elections show even stronger support, with 74% agreeing that there are no innocents in Gaza. "65% of Jewish Israelis think that as long as the IDF controls Gaza, it isn't Israel's responsibility to provide humanitarian aid to the residents." There's another fucking poll. Or is it from the same poll? Yes, they had the audacity to say it was a Hamas camera. Reuters and AP journalists killed in Gaza strike were not a target, an Israeli military spokesperson says. They say the target was a Hamas camera. I think they're trying to counter the liberal take of only Nazis committed genocide and the only real genocide is the Holocaust. Like they're saying the Nazis are not uniquely evil, how normies think they are. No, we have to operate under the assumption that when a society has collapsed to that degree, they are unique. They have to be. Otherwise, you have to act as though the only normal state of humanity is permanent warfare, and not even permanent warfare, but just genocide. Genocide built around ethnic, racial, religious supremacy. That's fucking crazy. That's not the norm at all. I like that people still try to cope and say, yes, it is a normal state of humanity. Shut the fuck up. If that was the case, why is there no other country on the planet that is able to do this with the entire Western world's support? Why is nobody else doing this? They have the capacity. It's normal, right? It's just idiotic. Anyway, the fucking Israel stuff is so insane. Reuters is shuttering whatever credibility that they had. The IDF struck a Reuters camera and killed their cameraman, Hussam al-Masri. The IDF then put out a statement saying they struck a Hamas camera. Reuters dutifully reported that claim in its headline as if it had any credibility at all. Reuters is quite literally willing to call itself Hamas if Israel asked to. Initial inquiry says Hamas camera was target of Israeli strike that killed journalists. It's your camera. They shot your cameraman. They shot your fucking camera. At least the Associated Press finally said Israeli military says strike on Gaza hospital target a Hamas camera without providing evidence. I can't believe it, man. It's just like, it's the endless fucking dehumanization. And yes, that spot they struck was deliberate. This is why Israel targeted the NASSER hospital staircase. This is where all the journalists congregate because it's the only place where they have working internet. This is where they upload their footage to the internet so that Reuters can get it, so that the Associated. Channel 14 is also demanding an apology. Channel 14 reported that Sayeret Golani, who ordered the mass slaughter of civilians and journalists at NASSER hospital yesterday, are angry by Netanyahu's characterization of the attack as a mishap and are demanding an apology to them from him. They're saying, how dare you make this seem like it's a mishap? We deliberately killed those people, you fucking coward. They bombed them live on air. Yeah. I can't in good conscience continue to work for Reuters given their betrayal of journalists in Gaza and culpability in the assassination of 245 of our colleagues. Yeah, also, you need to see this interview with Jacob Lew. It's insanely disgusting, but also shatters anything liberals claim about Biden being better or even Kamala. I know. There are plenty of fucking former Biden officials that are openly saying, no, we loved it, actually. We loved what Israel was doing. And there is nothing you can say or do about it. Anyway, we're going to move on to some silly news for a second while I eat. Twitch botting. Okay.
Been paying very close attention to the Twitch bot apocalypse. I've kept my finger on the pulse of it. I find it to be a really interesting topic here. For those that don't know, a few days ago, Twitch made good on their promise where they swore they would be making bot detection and eradication a priority. They finally called attention to a issue that has plagued Twitch since the beginning. Since the genesis of Twitch, in the primordial soup of streaming, there has been bots that have infected the platform. And for the longest time, Twitch had gone really hands-off. They said, you know what, if we don't put our hands on the stove, we won't know if it's hot. But recently they said that they were going to actually be directly attacking this bot issue. And a few days ago, they rolled out their first targeted strike here on bots. And boy, howdy, it was a doozy. Apparently, the overall viewership on Twitch went down as much as 24% compared to last week, with many big streamers suddenly losing thousands of viewers. Not just big streamers, streamers of all shapes and sizes lost tons and tons of viewers, like across the board. It was a pretty big purge of invalid traffic, bot activity. As I said a couple days ago, I was pretty surprised with how hard they hit the ground running here. I thought it would just be like lightly poking the bear, like, oh, we got rid of like 100 bots. Big W, Twitch is saved. But no, they kind of like, they dropped a bomb here. It was a pretty big deal. So big, in fact, that a lot of streamers, many suspected of being a view botter, had just decided not to stream for like the last week or so, inexplicably. Just randomly deciding not to stream during the bot purge, which of course has everyone raising an eyebrow. And of course, all of this has led to a lot of finger pointing, a lot of shit stirring, a lot of spitting, a lot of farting and coming. It's been kind of pandemonium in the streaming space as people are noticing view counts have been dropped from a lot of streamers. And in some cases, drastically. So the natural conclusion people are drawing is,
did you notice a drop on your streams? No. I had the highest fucking weekend viewership that I've had this past month. Yeah, Hasan would have 75K today if it wasn't for this. Yeah, famously. My weekend viewership is always lower. The week prior, my weekend viewership was at like 20K, barely. This past weekend it was at 30K. Also, the bots are back. It's a bit too early to be sure, but it looks like Twitch undid this change today. Almost every example I looked at on Saturday to show streamers having their lowest performing streams of the year between Thursday and Saturday are back to their 30-day average today. That or every ViewBot service has found a solution already. Yeah. Yeah, they already went back. And TechDome confirmed it, and Asmongold confirmed it as well. Yesterday, Asmongold was back up to like 45 to 50K. As opposed to the 2 days when the ViewBots weren't working, he was at like 25K. Asmongold himself has admitted that he's being botted. He doesn't know who's doing it. At least that's his statement. But he has also admitted that he was being botted. Yeah, top Twitch streamers this last weekend: Maximum, Onipixel, Stable, Ronaldo, Kadriel, Hasan the Hun. I myself have said, openly admitted, that I actually personally placed too much emphasis, assuming that this was actually organic viewership for Asmongold. And I thought that this was indicative of like a attitude shift on the platform. I literally thought like, oh, you know, people just fuck with right-wing commentary heavy now. That's what I thought. But it turns out he was already a big content creator. How does it feel to be wrong? I mean, that gives me a little bit of fucking hope. It also makes me really reconsider how much emphasis I place on that kind of thing. My analysis should not be so beholden to like active viewership counts that I'm looking at. Because streamers do respond to that kind of stuff. They look at that. He tweeted, I would say 95% certainty my channel was being botted. Any logical person would come to that conclusion. Yes. There is one metric that people look at, which is active usership versus total viewership. Okay? When we're looking at active viewership versus total viewership, Asmongold was always around like 48%. My active viewership, as in people who have logged on to watch, which is always going to be lower than like the not logged watchers, right? Because like people watch on the TV, people watch on Xbox, people watch on like different platforms where they're just like not logging in. It's normal. My percentage is around 78%. As opposed to Asmongold's percentage was around 48%, which is a fairly, it's not the best way to figure this out, but it's like the closest you're going to get at the notion that someone might be botting. But it turns out the bots are back because the viewership jumped back up. The inactive usership percentage went back up as well. And it seems like the bot problem is still here.
They were view botting. And as I predicted, and as everyone predicted, nobody wants to own up to being privy to their channel being view botted because that's against the rules. They would get banned. No one's ever going to admit to it. So it's been a lot of cope and a lot of excuses. Like, oh, it must have just been this stranger over here that's been doing this and I had no fucking clue. I'm glad that it's getting solved. Everyone is talking about this as a positive thing. Meanwhile, in the background, there are people that no doubt are shaking their fist in anger in demanding that their botting service get it under control and fix it because they need those viewer numbers to go back to where they were. Because, obviously...
So you're constantly at a disadvantage by not botting? Yes. He tweeted today, I would say with 95% certainty my channel was being botted. Any logical person will come to that conclusion, but after only 2 days, it's hard to be certain the degree/impact. That plus having to take so much time off for family reasons definitely lowers my numbers, though. Okay. The fact that those dork Twitter journalists created an entire controversy off of a couple days should teach you guys to get news from better sources than guys named Jake Sucky and Jake Busey. I mean, there is controversy around this because, like, it's a big fucking deal. This is like maximum amounts of fraud. What are you like? This is a premier live streaming website. The very fact that a big part of the audience, almost 25% of the overall numbers that they're looking at a fucking massive website like this is most likely fake is crazy. It's an understandable controversy.
If it doesn't, people are going to be aware there was some fraudulent activity there, and the only question remains, did the streamer know? Like, were they guilty of paying for the service themselves, or was it like an org they were affiliated with? Because according to a lot of the data, all of which is public, by the way, you can see all of the viewer numbers post and pre-purge. All of this is public, so you can see a lot of streamers that are affiliated with an org, like OTK is the big one everyone's talked about. But not just OTK, there were other orgs coming under fire as well, namely FaZe was another one that people had a lot of question marks over their head with, because a lot of the streamers affiliated with FaZe also took huge drastic drops in their viewership during this purge. So the speculation is that these orgs are boosting the numbers of some of the streamers under their umbrella, because by having more successful streamers under their brand, it's good for the brand. Obviously, the motivation is to make more money because you can make significantly more doubloons if the streamers that are under your blanket are more popular. So if you boost your streamers by thousands upon thousands of viewers that they don't legitimately have, you can still bring those numbers to brands that would be none the wiser in the partnership.
Yeah. Also, the payments come off of viewership. CPMs in the advertising world is cost per 1,000 impressions. So everything that you see, like all the sponsor streams that you will look at, for the most part, are making this calculation off of the viewership. Hasan doesn't need to do bots because he's sponsored by us, the viewers. Exactly. So it is definitely fraudulent. Roachman got pissed over Charlie over this. What the fuck is this link? I know this is a fucking poop.
A huge drop in viewer numbers.
Oh, Charlie, you're such a pussy. Just say the names. Just say who it is. Just say it. Just say the number went down. That doesn't mean that they did it. Just say the number. Like, why is he... Just do it. Is this the reason why people like him and hate me? It's because I'm the one that's the asshole?
Well, I mean, he showers. I feel like that's probably part of it. You know? I suspect that could be a part of it. He also doesn't fucking whine all the time. And doesn't say insane stuff that's like completely outside of their realm of knowledge or interest. Like, I don't think Charlie's ever fucking come out and been like, honestly, guys, I think women have a genetic disadvantage. They lose, their biological clock is ticking, and at the age of 35, if you still don't have cum inside of your pussy, then you might as well just off yourself. You have a shelf life as a woman. Or I've never actually heard Charlie say, actually, the AFD is not a neo-Nazi party, but even if it was, that's kind of good. And we should make sure that migrants coming out of lower, inferior cultures don't actually tarnish the blood pool of the Fourth Reich. The purity of the genetic blood pool must be maintained. You know, stuff like that doesn't happen. I don't think he says like, I'm 99% sure the Holocaust happened.
Over the last couple days out of nowhere. Namely, OTK seems
what
to be
the fuck? Why would he say me? I hate this guy.
Okay, he's memeing. There's no way that's a joke, dude. He's farming. There's no way he said, why won't you name names and then turn around and be like, what the fuck? He's trying to be funny. It's funny. This is hilarious. The real version of this was when he was covering me at the protest, when he was like, yeah, he's too much of a pussy. He's not a real revolutionary. He would never go down there. And then his chat was like, he's down there. He's like, oh, then he should be arrested. You should be arrested immediately. The cops should kill him. That's the real. This is him fucking acting. I mean, this doesn't mean that he's not like, partially upset about this whole process.
And according to some other streamers, there's been actually quite a bit of talk from streamers about orgs even like softly admitting to doing this in certain cases. I don't know like all the particulars around that, but there has been like a lot of discussion that orgs do actually do this. Like it's not just a full-blown conspiracy theory, but then the question becomes, well, do the streamers under these orgs know about that? Like, there's just a lot of questions now after all of this bot detection and all this bot purging. It's been a flood of questions like Yahoo Answers just got revived. Did the streamers viewbot themselves? Was it a member of their community viewbotting the streamer? Did the streamer, are they a victim of...
Ain't nobody's doing that. People were talking about the going rate of bots is like 16 grand a month. To do that every day. There are Oilers out there with deep pockets, but nobody's doing that.
Like a stranger, a malicious bad actor trying to artificially boost their numbers to potentially ruin their reputation. Is there a super fan of the streamer that's trying to boost their favorite streamer to make them more popular because they just love them so much? Does the streamer know that the org they're affiliated...
The artificial boosting has happened to me, which we suspect is from a hater. And there's 2 times it has happened. One was when we were in Japan. The second time I was in Japan, not the last time. Weirdly enough, right when we were talking about how Kick has a problem with viewbotters. Right around the time where we were talking actively about how Kick has a problem with viewbotters, my numbers went from 20K to 40K. It was strange because, like, at that time in Japan, it wasn't going to happen. Like, I wasn't going to get 40K. Like, I would love that, but that wasn't real, right? Man, what a train wreck that situation is. Yeah, that was a real train wreck, that situation. You're not wrong. Anyway, and all the content creators I got botted in that time frame were all the ones who had actively spoken out against Kick. Interestingly enough, it was me, Pokimane, and Miskiff. Wonder why that happened. Anyway, and then recently it happened once again when I was talking about, again, botting potentially or whatever. Or not even botting. I don't know what it was, but it was like it happened when I was looking at Asmongold's numbers, which went from like 75K down to like 30. And then my numbers shot up from 30K to like 75K. In real time. It would just like go between myself and him. It was very weird. Shut the fuck up. This is a completely natural view count. Wait, what do you mean? Dude, that is crazy. 50K to 20K fall off that is insane. Only 32 minutes streamed? Wait, when was this? When did you get the screen grab? There's no way. This is not correct then. Yeah, that's why. You're right. You got the screen grab when he was live. Because I think his drop off was from like 50K, 48K to 30K. To like sub 20K. Yeah. Which once again, I'm not. He went back up to 45 counts on 8. Yes, I know he did, because Tectone literally said that he was botting. Tectone said that the bots were back, and he replied to Tectone saying, "Let's go." Yeah. The 2 days where bots weren't like working, there was a noticeable decline in average viewers, where he was unable to crack 30K. Tectone also said, "Bring back the F slur." Yeah, I think he's trying to actively get banned from Twitch so that he doesn't have to like live with the embarrassment of everybody knowing that he's just like a fucking rapacious botter. By the way, one of the most interesting aspects of this conversation, of course, and this is something that I'm going to keep repeating over and over again, is that, oh, he's been banned already? Yeah, there you go. So now he can be like, "Oh, I can't go live on Twitch because I got banned because I was being too based." And not because, you were actively aching for a ban so that you could get out of streaming on Twitch with the fucking bots. But he's already trying to blame you. Blame me? I just found out that he got banned. Literally, I found out he got banned just now. I saw one fucking clip. I didn't say anything about it. How the fuck is it my fault? And he's literally crying on Twitter as if I should be banned, but not him. Don't take the bait. It's just so funny. It's just such fucking loser shit. It's hilarious. These motherfuckers can never take accountability over their own actions, even when it's something as like simple as deliberately trying to farm a ban by saying the F slur. Professional victimhood, man. It doesn't make any sense. You're supposed to be a fucking adult, dude. What do you mean? Did I make you say it? Did I make you say the F slur? What the fuck?
Affiliated with might be boosting their numbers. Just so many questions. And another big discussion that's come from all of this is about sponsors. Allegedly, some sponsors have been botting sponsored streams in order to make it seem more popular to the average viewer. So they'll artificially boost those numbers so it seems like there's more hype around the product, and they've also been accused of botting.
You want to know what one of the funniest parts about this shit is? These guys constantly try to get me banned. They demand that I get banned every single time, even when they're apparently getting banned for obvious shit like saying the F slur, right? There has never been a moment where I'm like, "Yo, Twitch, you got to ban Asmongold. Yo, Twitch, you got to ban Tectone." I don't say it offline. I don't say it online. I never say it. Part of the reason why I don't say it is because obviously I have a lot of fucking active crosshairs on me from, fairly large institutions that would love any opportunity for me to be deplatformed. And that's what's so crazy about it, because I have a more robust free speech position here, even though like getting banned off a private platform is not in any way, shape, or form a consequential aspect of free speech. But like, I am more of an advocate for freedom of speech than these motherfuckers are. I actively am advocating for free speech when the government is actually intervening in people's constitutionally protected speech. I've interviewed victims of the government going after people, interviewed victims of the government eroding free speech protections. And it's so crazy that these guys will like still act as though they hate cancel culture while simultaneously demanding that I get fucking canceled nonstop. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, it makes sense as far as like they're hypocrites, right? Like that does make sense. Of course they're hypocrites. Everybody understands that. But like, what I don't get is why their audiences don't go, "What the fuck? Like, dog, you spent the last like 4 years talking about how titties getting smaller in a video game is like an attack against freedom of speech. And now you're like demanding that this dude get fucking deplatformed and maybe even experience criminal repercussions from a literally insane fascist government because he says stuff that you don't understand. Like, he says stuff that you don't like. He says stuff that you think is scary. Like, what are we doing? I hate this shit. You serious? Yeah, I am serious. I would expect people to be a little bit smarter. I genuinely do. I do expect the average person online to be just a little bit smarter, just to exercise a little bit of scrutiny, instead of just being perma-fried in a fucking echo chamber where they legitimately are just like, no, my favorite content creator says this guy's bad, so he should be banned. He's immoral. Because they're smarter than leftists, they use it as a tool, and you somehow bought into the memes that people actually care about free speech. No, I've never bought into the meme that people actually care about free speech. I know that people don't care about free speech, okay? I know that. I have to defend it, though, from a principled stance, at least, you know, when I actively have crosshairs on me.
Even beyond sponsored streams, because by being part,
like, if you do something that's like very clearly out of line with terms of service, then like it's valid. There are some things that are in the margins, and you can argue on whether or not it should happen, especially when like Twitch does actually find itself at the mercy of like the crowd, right? LSF has been used on numerous instances to create like manufactured outrage so that like Twitch will take action, right? They do it all the time. And in some of those instances, even if it's like a right winger, sometimes Twitch goes fucking, you know, Twitch gets a little overzealous with it, with their ban hammer, right? But there are certain things that are understandable to ban. Like if you're just like slinging the F slur and it's a fucking direct violation of the terms of service, then yeah, of course you're going to get fucking banned, right? I don't have to run around and be like, what do you ban this person? Like my expectation is that like a reliable platform with like active moderation is going to take care of that. Having said that, however, there are plenty of things that like in the woke era of the internet, like in the 2020 era, if Asmongold was saying the shit that he's saying now back then, he would have gotten the fucking ban hammer a long ass time ago. Okay? And there's never been a moment where I turn around and say, Asmongold is saying this or that. He thinks immigrants are inferior or whatever and need to be purged from superior Western culture. He deserves a ban for that. That's like Nazi sentiment. There's never been a moment where I've said that. But every day, seemingly, he fucking demands that I get banned for some other fucking bullshit that he wouldn't bat an eye if it was one of his friends doing it.
Partnered with that streamer, it's better for their brand if that streamer is perceived as more popular. So they'll boost them even beyond the sponsored stream, just so that way they can use it as marketing material, like, hey, look, we're partnered with this big guy. And meanwhile, a lot of the viewership is botted by the sponsor, allegedly. But I also want to mention that in only 2 days here, it seems that there are some botting services that have already found ways of circumventing these bans. There are some streamers that have miraculously bounced back after a 3-day plummet to not only where they were, but in some cases even higher, despite nothing changing in their content and doing nothing different. So it does look like in certain cases, some bots have found a way to evade this. So I'm hoping this isn't Twitch's only action here against bots, because as I mentioned, it's going to be an ongoing tug of war. And it is good for the entire platform to do your best to stop bot activity. Fake, phony, baloney numbers are bad for all of the streamers on the platform, except for, of course, the ones that are paying to win in the streaming space. Which is another thing. There is a very real possibility, and something that has been talked about by some of the biggest streamers, that a strategy that used to be used and is probably still employed to a certain degree is some streamers would bot their streams for a while to try and grow an organic viewer base, and then they would completely stop paying for the botting service and just let the organic numbers start to take over as more people assimilate into the community. So, of course, this is never going to detect that strategy, but even still, Twitch needs to do everything it can to stop bots, because it is very bad for everyone on the platform to just let this rampant issue continue and spiral out of control. Now, I think I need to explain why I have this perspective, and so many people have this perspective, because I've seen a lot of people downplaying this as like not a big deal, like this is a fucking nothing burger. Who cares about view counts? If you can pay for it, you should do it. It gives you the advantage in the space. You gotta stand out in the market, so if you can do anything to get an edge, you gotta fucking do it. And yeah, you're right, it's a saturated market, so obviously buying view bots is going to immediately help you stand out by floating to the top of a category, so that way some curious Georges will see you at the front there, and they'll click because you've got the most viewers. So obviously there's a lot of hubbub there, and they want to see what all the fuss is about, so they'll check out your stream because you have artificially inflated the numbers, and then you have now occupied that viewer, which takes it from another streamer that is legitimately streaming to an audience and a real community of people there to watch them instead of just an army of clankers. In fact, the argument kind of mirrors something from many moons ago.
I mean, it just like actively undermines like whatever you could consider to be meritocracy in the streaming space, because when you drop a whole bunch of bots, you automatically elevate yourself, not because like you got there because there's like an organic audience that you've cultivated after years and years of doing entertaining streams or whatever, but you just kind of got there, and now you have a lot of eyeballs on whatever the fuck you're doing, and more people will pay attention to it. I've said this before, like there are amazing streamers, okay, much smaller streamers out there that are doing fantastic work, and there are top streamers that are not really doing anything, right? They're not really doing anything different or unique or weird or eye-catching, but there's a lot of attention on them because they just have a lot of attention on them to begin with, and people gravitate towards that, partially because of the way that like Twitch is structured, right? Twitch is very top-heavy as a platform. And that's why this is a major issue with like botting, because it just kind of makes random people come to the top of the directory and get increased real eyeballs and real attention because they have simply boosted their way up to the top. The irony? What do you mean?
Ago when Twitch was still pretty new. I'm going to take you back to the past to talk about some titties and ass. There was a huge trend on Twitch for a while with something called booby streamers, if anyone remembers that, where there was a trend on Twitch where streamers would try and wear the most revealing clothing.
Not to be bad, Faye, but what's the difference between this and advertising? I feel like botting is only a problem if view counts are visible. Why do view counts matter? What do you mean? Of course view counts matter. What? View counts are the only metric that advertisers can rely on. View counts take something that is supposed to be qualitative and make a quantitative assessment off of it. It's the name of the game. It's what everything in this industry is geared towards. It's like saying, why do Nielsen TV metrics matter? Like, why do Nielsen TV ratings matter? Well, it matters because that's how you determine whether a fuck ton of people are watching. It's the easiest way to determine whether a fuck ton of people are watching something or not.
That Twitch would possibly allow in the most sexual of positions and constantly putting cleavage as like the main hook to draw viewers in. And this drew a lot of outrage because people...
How come YouTube doesn't have this problem? YouTube doesn't have any discoverability. That's number one. And number two, who said YouTube doesn't have a botting problem? YouTube probably has a larger botting problem than even Twitch does. But YouTube isn't a primarily live streaming service. Twitch is a primarily live streaming service. Out of all of the other primarily live streaming services out there, like Rumble and Kick, I would go so far as to say that Twitch has the lowest amount of bots percentage-wise. Having said that, however, out of those other three live streaming services, mostly live streaming services, Twitch is the only one that is a premier live streaming service and has real marketing. Okay? YouTube, on the other hand, has a shit ton of bots. Are you kidding me? It has an unimaginable amount of botting. YouTube has botting on view counts. YouTube has botting on fucking live streams. No, they have it on their vids too. What do you mean? No, they have it on their VODs too. If you think YouTube VODs don't get botted, you're out of your mind. YouTube is bot central. Most websites have this issue with artificial inflation of view counts. Like it's basically dead internet theory, right? It's dead internet theory. It's just like it's bots talking to other bots.
People believed that by doing that, they were stealing viewers from their streams because they weren't showing cleavage and everything. It was a huge debate that raged on for years, actually, and people were always split on whether or not that was the case. Was this streamer with cleavage stealing a viewer from this guy over here who was building a brazen bull in Minecraft? Well, the jury was always out. But in this case...
Yeah, that part was also stupid because those people, you know, they work to get those titties, okay? That's not like a decent... That's not like a decent comparison either. It's like saying, well, why does... If someone has a marketable product, okay, if someone is just like more charismatic, for example, than another content creator, you don't go, oh, well, this person is more charismatic. They're stealing content from a less charismatic person. Whereas botting is obviously something that is fake. You know, if there is an interest in people watching titty streamers, then there's an interest in people organically wanting to watch titty streamers. That's it. It's like people complaining that HasanAbi has more money than everybody else and therefore has the capacity and motion to be able to bring every fucking celebrity on the planet to his subathon streams, and that takes away eyeballs from other content creators. That would be a ridiculous argument to make. No, of course he gets to do it, and it's totally normal. This is how it works. Those titties are fake, though. Okay, some of them are fake titties, but it doesn't matter. My point is, it's just something that they have as an asset. If people want to watch it, they want to watch it. You're not like you're not stealing attention away from other people. It's not like technically it is a zero-sum game, but it's not the same as like artificially boosting your viewership by purchasing it so you can rise to the top of the directory.
There is clear data, clear cut, irrefutable evidence.
Do I think Kai has more money than me? I'm sorry. What are you saying? He has like a Nike sponsorship. He got a McDonald's meal after him. He has a skin on Fortnite. What the fuck? What are we doing? HasanAbi did a trailer recently for his next Mafiathon subathon. And Michael B. Jordan is in it. You know, the guy from Sinners. Like, what the fuck?
Viewbotting your streams and fucking leapfrogging your way ahead of everyone that is legitimately streaming with less viewers than you does actually steal the viewers from them. You are directly competing in the exact same content, but you have now floated more visibly to the top through artificially inflating your numbers, fundamentally paying to win, and cheating the system. That 100% does take viewers away from the actual...
Kai's legitimately a B-League, genuine B-list celebrity? No, he's an A-lister. I think HasanAbi is officially an A-lister. Straight up. I'm like a D-lister, okay?
Streamers on Twitch. Across the board. It's not a debate, and it's not like a competitive advantage. You are cheating. You are breaking the rules of the website too, by the way. Twitch just doesn't choose to enforce them very often. They have just let this go unchecked for an extremely long period of time. But it's not allowed. You're not supposed to be able to do that. So this, again, is not a debate. So, the problem is, that shit sucks. That is bad, not only for all the streamers that are doing it legitimately, but it's also bad for the platform. I'm actually kind of surprised Twitch doesn't face more hot water for their handling of bots for this long, because while Twitch on their back end...
You're in the same tier as Andy Dick? Okay, I'm a little bit higher than that. Maybe if Andy Dick is D-list, then I would be C, I think.
Can identify fraudulent traffic and adjust your ad revenue for it. That is something they've...
That just came out of me. I'm sorry.
Talked about before, how like if you view bot a stream up to 2 million viewers instantaneously and then just start farming ads, Twitch will go and analyze that traffic to see if it's real, and they will adjust your earnings on it. I've seen them talk about that. While Twitch can do that on their back end and not lose their ass on that, you know who can't? Brands that work with streamers. The way a brand partnership works when it comes to streamers is they base your pay on your metrics, and the metrics that you provide, well, that's not going to account for bots. They can only go off the information that is accessible. And they don't have that back-end ability that Twitch has to go in there and see, well, who's a real viewer versus a fake one? Like, how many bots are here? They only have your metrics. So that's your average viewers, which could easily be hyperinflated because of bots. So what streamers can easily do, and definitely have done, is they boost all of their numbers to really high levels that they really are not achieving organically. It's not real viewers. It is all fraudulent, invalid traffic from botting services. They will inflate their viewer numbers. Then brands will approach them, or they will approach brands about doing a partnership or a sponsored stream, and they'll provide those viewer numbers, which will have the brand then give them higher pay than what they should be receiving. And the brand will pay this money under the impression that it's being served to X amount of viewers. And those viewers, they're assuming, are real, legitimate human beings with a pulse, but in reality, a lot of times, it's being served to bots. Aren't even there, aren't consuming it at all. So they're paying a lot of money to be put in front of bots without their knowledge. In some cases, of course, that's not every case. As I mentioned earlier, there are some brands that have been accused of botting the sponsored stream itself in order to float more visibly to like Twitch in whatever category they're in. So there are definitely some brands that are more than fine with using botting services to make it seem like it's more hype and there's more interest in this sponsored stream. Like, wow, there's 20,000 viewers here to watch, you know, the poop that took a pee 2.0 just dropped. Look at all these people in here that are watching this sponsored stream. Meanwhile, it's the agency itself that is paying to boost those numbers. So both of these things happen where a brand...
Maybe Asmongold vociferously denied being the largest political commentator on the platform, guilty conscious? No, it's because his brand of politics and politicking requires his audience to assume that he's just a reasonable actor who's saying right from wrong. He's just calling out all the balls and strikes. And therefore, he has to maintain this notion that he's not a political commentator as he just fucking sits there and watches Trump talk about destroying the country and goes, yeah, based. A lot of people on the right do this. They present themselves as like apolitical, common sense based thinkers, saying things like common sense is not so common. You see, I'm just saying it like it is. That's usually how they operate. That's the reason why he doesn't like being called like a partisan. There's going to be Gambagate version 2. I can see it now. Botpocalypse is Hasan's fault if Twitch cracks down on all the bot streamers. Are going to say you fucked up the bag. I mean, it wouldn't be the first fucking rodeo that I've had, but I doubt it. Because the guys who actually were the original flag bearers of this movement is like XQC. And he's the one who was like the champion of Gambagate, saying I fucked up the bag without actually saying I fucked up the bag, because then people would actually get mad at him. He just found a different way to yell at me.
Will be none the wiser that what they are paying for is not getting served to real human beings that they expect it to. It's getting served to bots. And there are some brands that pay to actually just use the bots to try and generate this artificial hype around something. The way that bots function in the Twitch ecosystem is fucking crazy. I really am kind of surprised Twitch hasn't faced more problems from these companies for it. Like companies that might feel defrauded.
I think part of the reason why is because people just understand, like many of these companies legitimately understand that like everyone is botting. Like if you're buying inventory, ad inventory somewhere, anywhere on the internet, especially in this day and age, like there's gonna be some fucking botting.
Like they paid hand over fist to these streamers based on these viewer numbers only to learn, well, they're all being botted because Twitch does not care about botting. They kind of gave the soft green light that they're not going to crack down on it and don't really give a fuck. I imagine some brands would be really pissed to learn that. And I'm surprised they haven't like called out Twitch or tried to handle this litigiously or something about it. I don't know. I just found that to be a little interesting because it is very clear botting is a huge issue on Twitch. When they finally took their first real step in fighting against this menace,
Dog, what the fuck is going on? I don't care, dude. Why are you guys in here fucking freaking out saying Cracker Barrel caved? I don't care. We'll get to it eventually. It's not breaking news, okay? You're coming in here going ding, 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 ding. The Cracker Company reversed their logo. Please, you must cover this. Imminent. Make haste. The British are coming. The British are coming. Cracker Barrel has fallen. It is no longer woke.
Overall platform viewership dropped 24%. And that's just the first snowball in an avalanche of bots, I imagine. That is the first wave. Can you imagine if Twitch actually deleted every bot from the platform? I wonder how high that percentage drop would have gone. You know what I mean? Now, in reality, I don't think that's ever going to happen. It's a very tall order to fight and delete every bot when these services are constantly going to be doing everything and spending tons and tons of money of their own to evade bot detection because they have so many clients that use them. There will probably always be bots on Twitch. Not only on Twitch, it's obviously on YouTube and every other streaming platform as well. I understand that. And also, I feel as though Twitch might be apprehensive about this anyway. Like, if Twitch had a magic button that they could press it, and it would guarantee every bot and all invalid traffic would be banned on Twitch from this point forward and could never return. It'd basically be like in K-pop Demon Hunters when they fully seal away all the demons, they can't return. If Twitch could do that right now, I think they would be very apprehensive about it because we just saw them take one step in fighting bots and they lost 24% of their viewer base over the last few days that it's been there. Like, that's a huge drop. And if they did it even harder, that number would only climb. And I imagine they would be worried about all of their brand partners starting to jump ship like, oh no, Twitch is dying. Look at this graph.
Or the brilliant move is, oh, we combated the botting, and then there was a precipitous drop, right? And then they turn around and they're like, okay, well, we're still combating botting, but then the bots are back. But it looks like they got a decent amount of coverage off of combating botting. And now they just say, nope, these are real views. But basically everybody knows who's botting and who's not.
You see how there's no more views? It's all dried up? Time to pull our ad spin from Twitch. I think they would be worried about the future of Twitch if they did that because their viewer count numbers would be so much lower, significantly lower, that they'd probably be getting hit financially pretty hard from all of these sponsors that are paying money to be put there. And brands don't really care about, like, the nuance of what the numbers say. They only care about what the numbers indicate. So most of the brands, I imagine, would see this. And in fact, some of them are probably already worried with the 24% drop. But if it got even higher, some brands would probably see this and they wouldn't take into account like it's all bot activity. They would see this and be like, nope, this is dangerous. This is not worth the ad spend. We're pulling out. And even if they did bother to take a little bit of time...
Charlie's sort of wrong about this. Any metric I've seen is that 24% lower was actually all the major botting providers getting hit. But they're all back now. Yeah, they fucking... They're back, yeah.
Looking into it, they might feel slighted by Twitch for letting this bot problem persist for so long, and they were spending so much money for what ultimately amounted to a lot of invalid traffic. So I think Twitch would be really skeptical about getting rid of every bot, even if they could. Which is why I was so surprised that they went this hard.
Why does he care about brands? Because he's a content creator. And if advertisers were to be like, what the fuck's going on? Half the... Like, he's a content creator who's not botting, right? I'm a content creator who's not botting. So technically, all the botters are fucking up the bag, a revenue stream for content creators across the board, punishing content creators who are not botting. Because if advertisers were to turn around and be like, well, this is like 25% fake, so I'm going to give you 25% less, assuming that 25% of your viewership is botting, like all these other content creators that we've paid into, then all of a sudden the non-botters are getting fucked and eating a 25% pay cut from a major corporation. Same goes for it's even more consequential for like smaller streamers as a whole, because smaller streamers that like are lucky enough to be able to get any sort of marketing dollars are now going to be hit with a pay cut. That pay cut is going to be even larger for them.
Hard out of the gate against the bots and actually did make a dent in it. And I hope they continue to do this. I hope that they didn't like, you know, pump the brakes like, oh, that was a lot. We took a big viewership hit there from all this bot stuff. Let's maybe, you know, pull our punches a little bit here. I hope they don't go down that path. Like, I do hope they continue to make this a priority and do legitimately try and get as many bots off of Twitch as they possibly can. Anyway, that's enough blabbering about it from me today. That's about it. See ya.
Companies. I have a question for Steve Witkoff, if I may.
Yeah.
This just...
Yeah, there it is. That's the botting saga and the updates on the botting saga. A friend of mine is a really small streamer. He's just trying to get to the point of monetization. His chat's been filled with ads for bots to boost his numbers. Pretty wild. Do you think tournament event has a sponsor bot? What tournament event? What? Austin Show mentioned in the newly gay Crumble Cookie CEO ad? This was the Crumble CEO's following list and people questioned if he was gay? Ain't no fucking way Austin Show's on there. This is a meme, right? The Crumble Cookie CEO that's like clearly a gay man is actually not is actually following Austin Show, Mr. Show himself. Yeah, he's a gay Republican. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it brings me no pleasure as your woke Brigadier General Army leader to tell you that we lost another significant battle today. Cracker Barrel is dumping the new logo hours after Trump gripes about it. That's right. It's real and he follows you too? Wait, what? The Cracker Barrel gay Republican CEO follows me? Or not Cracker Barrel, a Crumble Cookie? Sorry. You literally just said you don't give a fuck. Well, yes, I'm being sarcastic. Do you think I give a fuck? Do you actually think that this is a big... Do you think that I am the real Brigadier General of the woke army? And if I was, do you believe that this would be a significant initiative that I was backing? Hello? Every time... Oh, you're joking. Okay. Oh, yeah. It's just like autism overload. Anyway, the West is fallen, or rather, the West is actually going to be protected because we're woke and we want the West to fall. So, clearly...
Cracker Barrel is acknowledged...
Clearly... Promises made, promises kept. Real Donald Trump has saved Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel should go back to the old logo, admit a mistake based on customer response, the ultimate poll, and manage the company better than ever before. They got $1 billion worth of free publicity if they play their cards right. Very tricky to do, but a great opportunity. Have a major news conference today. Make Cracker Barrel a winner again. Dude, I swear to God, Donald Trump would kill himself if he walked into any Cracker Barrel, okay? Like, before this moment, he might do it now as a media spot. But it's not some shit that he would be on board with. Like, what are we talking about? He's a fucking, he's a goddamn New York lib. He don't give a fuck about Cracker Barrel. I still don't understand the Cracker Barrel thing. Why is the new logo woke? Also, that place sucks ass. The food is so fucking bland. It's not. It's just like a annoying minimalist redesign. Okay, that's it. As a younger man in his young 30s, I will not go to Cracker Barrel if the old man is on the sign. It says it's for old people who stink and can't park. So I would like them to remove it. Anyway, it's not. It's just we are led by babies with baby brains, and who are at the mercy of other even dumber babies. And therefore, when the babies go goo goo gaga, yeah, I mean, this is what I tweeted out earlier, but when the babies go goo goo gaga, that's it. That's just now the new meta, the new reality. New Chud talking point is that it's not enough and then the woke CEO should be fired. It'd be easier just not to be a leftist failure in the first place, Cracker Barrel. Julie Fells Messino has to go. Yeah, once they found out that the CEO was a woman, I think that was it. That was when they were like, oh, it's because it's a woke redesign. Bro, I'm sorry. If this is your major celebration, I cannot mean this I can't say exactly what I think you should do to yourself, but like, I'm thinking it, you know, if this is that big of a part of your life, if this is like a victory lap for you, you have nothing to live for. Okay? You have nothing. You have nothing in your life. You are the biggest loser of all time. What the fuck? Like, this kind of shit really, really just like, it fucks me up. This makes me angrier or sadder than the Taylor Swift stuff, you know? Like, at least that's like something positive, I guess, that people are associating themselves with for no reason. They're looking desperately for like some kind of thing to feel positively about when everything is going awful. But like, this is so not real. You like invented an alternative reality. You decided that Cracker Barrel made this decision because of quote unquote woke. And now this is like a major fucking victory for you. This makes me so upset that there are people out there who live amongst us who genuinely behave like this. It's so fucking pathetic. Oh. And winning this was their entire reason for existing. It's just like Ollie London has changed his ethnicity more than Cracker Barrel, its logo, just saying. It's true. That's the other thing. Like, this is an objectively insane being, okay? This is an objectively insane person. And it's that simple for them to just like be hugged and kissed by the Republican reactionary movement after actively spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to become Korean and being the butt of every joke. They could just be like, I'm right wing now. And I say, fuck trans people. And everyone's like, nah, that's great. You're clearly, wait, what? Full episode before Taylor Swift, 50 girls competed for Travis Kelce's love. What?
My name is Travis Kelce. I'm a professional football player for the Kansas City Chiefs. It's game day, baby! Because I'm looking for...
Oh my God, he is a libtard. Oh my God. He's been a libtard. Bro, this is literally... What year is this from? This is so 2016 woke bait coded. Yeah, no, this is like, this outfit is like major libtard. Everything here is like This is a guy that definitely put the black square on his Instagram account in 2020. Okay. The cardigan. No, wait, this is a very specific subclass of men. I feel like I'm looking at a fucking mirror. Okay. I'm looking at my old self. It's like a shameful moment in my history. It's like I traveled back in time and I'm watching a different version of the exact same guy that I was in 2016 doing this embarrassing thing. You went to college with these people? Bro, I am these people. What do you mean? This is me.
Tight end Travis Kelce signed a 5-year extension worth $46 million.
Kelce also signed on to be featured in a new dating competition called Catching Kelce.
50 women from 50 states. Hey there, lonely girl. Don't you know this lonely boy loves you?
When I'm off the field, I am still in the spotlight. I like to go to the award shows. I like to go to the ESPYs and the charity events. I need a woman that will fit into all aspects of my life and that can get along with my teammates and their wives. I've been in the bar scene, I've been in the club scene, and I haven't found what I'm looking for. So I'm trying a whole new game plan. This offseason, I have moved out west for the first time to Los Angeles in hopes of finding.
Oh my God. No. 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 Oh, I can't watch this. I can't. This is too much. No, I can't watch this. I literally can't watch this. Go get it from your closet. I can't. I've burned all of that. Okay. It's gone. What is this? Daily Groundhogs? Women that have a sense of humor. Hashtag plus. Okay, that's not real tweet. Shut the fuck up. I can't watch this. It's too cringe. It's too cringe. It's too cringe. It's too cringe. This is far too cringe. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh God. Close enough. Oh, stop. Stop. It's the same photo. Why would you do that to me? Why would you do that to me? Why would you do that? Why would you fucking pull that shit up? Who wore it better? Oh, I can't. This is bad. This is fucked up. Stop.
Of finding that one special girl. It's gonna be fun as hell.
Oh my God, they got LMFAO. Oh my God, this is a bygone era.
Is that what we're doing? Oh, look at the whipping. And right.
It's not gonna be easy.
I would do anything for the people that I love. And I just want somebody to love me back. It's okay. Don't cry. I'm tired of being scared. I just don't want to go back to being by myself.
About to get real in this bitch.
You look like a bully. You will see a bully. I will run you down. You're so
guys, you don't understand. This was popping. Okay. We are going to look back at the performative male dress archetype in the same way that we look at this, because this was that. For Faillennials, this outfit is the age-adjusted version of like people wearing baggy pants and a crop t-shirt that's like tiny and got like a dangling labubu off their fucking belt hook. That is literally this era's version. This is a 2016 lib demon, okay? That's it. This was, yeah, you said swag when you dress like this. Trust me, bro, you don't understand. This outfit used to be heat, guy wearing bad outfit. No, this was the peak performative liberal fucking outfit. And I did it all. I did the man bun too. Yeah, I was a visco guy. Look at this. Pan down and show how tight the pants are. I can't. Thank God this is cropped out, so you can't see how fucking tight the goddamn pants are. This is why I can't watch this video.
I see somebody doing somebody wrong, I'm stand up and up. That was some bull. You're right about it. She's here to go break this bottle of wine over my head.
The petty stuff. We ain't got no time for that. We ain't got no time for that. But I know it's gonna be worth it. I actually have feelings for him. This is the hardest decision I've ever had to make.
So you're honestly telling me you feel like one of them is really gonna move to Kansas and like be your girlfriend?
Yeah, I made that loud and clear. I was definitely feeling that kiss. For sure. Good. I'm in this all the way in.
I think I like you.
I like you too.
There is nothing that I'm holding back. I'm supposed to be the big bad football player, and I'm sitting here talking about love.
America! It's enough talking. I say we get to this thing.
There's worse. There are worse photos of this. There are worse photos than this one. What's wrong with the man bun? Dude, I was so broke too. So I would literally shave my sides myself. Just so you guys understand the fucking struggle. I shaved the sides myself. And it was always fucked up. Yeah, I look like a Malibu yoga instructor. Devastating. Oh, God. I was hitting the fucking... I was serving a little bit, though. Like, the fit is shit, but I was serving. I was fucking serving. This was servitude. This was service is now in session. You know? Why are you wearing March's clothes? This is me before March. Many years before March. This is like 2014, 2015, 2016. My face card was T. Yes. Cis Angel, not Chris Angel. Okay, dude.
I'm bringing 50 women from 50 states to the world-famous Coliseum in Los Angeles, California. And I'm hoping one of them is the girl for me.
The cream of the crop is here at the Coliseum. Like, America's finest is right here. I was a little nervous.
I'm here to find love. I want to find my best friend, someone who you can laugh with, and I'm hoping Travis and I are meant to be.
My name is Veronica. I'm a Southern girl. I'm just not worried about any of these other girls. There's some funny-looking heifers behind me. Like, get out of here, because you're wasting my time, and I need to get to my man.
hot.
Dude, look, he even has the shirt. Look. He has the fucking same exact shirt I'm wearing here with the fucking zippers on the side. That's crazy. The long t-shirt with the zippies. Oh my God.
So Travis runs out on the field, and I turn around, and there he is, and we lock eyes. It was like this instant connection. I knew something was there.
He is so sexy. I'm like speechless. I just wanted to jump on him. I think I thought about having his babies. I'm pretty sure that we're already dating. He doesn't know that yet, but he will.
Hi, I'm Lauren, 29 years old, representing the great state of Travis Kelce, AKA Missouri. I feel like all the relationships I've been in have been just physical or just emotional, and they just never work. There's always something missing. I'm actually here to find love.
Oh my God. These are the women leaving y'all on red. These are the women who are your mother's age. Okay, calm down. This is, well, actually, I guess if everyone is like around my age, then not really. Oh my God. That's swag. I mean, come on. That's just a fucking suit. You can't go wrong with that. Bro looks zesty as hell. Yeah. Not good. Let me tell you. Bro looks like he's about to sell a 75-year-old couple a reverse mortgage. Nah, it's in New Jersey. Where is this? Iowa? No, New Jersey. What are we doing? Why are we pulling up all my old fits? What the fuck's happening here? What's going on? What are we doing here? No, we're not doing the ultimate fondue taste test. Oh. Oh. What the heliante? Oh, hell nah. Oh, hell nah. Oh, no. Brothers, sisters, stop. Queer indie darling. This is so millennial. Okay, dude, you good one, chatter. We need more drip and drown. What is this? Is this still one of your best fits of all time? It truly was one of the best. I don't actually hate this fit. Like low key, that's not too bad. Q too tough though. Back before politics ruined Twitch. Who are the twinks on the far left and the far right? Ludwig and XQC. Take solace in the fact that you're currently chilling in archival Yoji. Around here, we call that progress. True. I'm fucking dripped out the wazoo currently. Four men who disappeared from the Burt Kreischer cruise. Everyone in this pic is a right-wing grifter now. True. Elite Four and new Pokemon games. Why are we doing this? Why the fuck are we doing? Oh my God. That pick of the 4 is the most 2022 thing I've ever seen. It's like the entire year of 2022 distilled into a single pick. Why are y'all looking at old photo? Oh my God, here we go. Do you worry about your impact on self-styling in leftist circles? I feel like every leftist man I know dresses like you and it just seems so ... capitalist. Fellas, is it capitalist to dress yourself? To wear clothes? Why aren't you naked? What do you mean it feels so capitalist? What the fuck does that even mean? Why do leftists themselves unironically put this like ridiculous standard on themselves as though it's a marker of some kind of like immoral way of existing? Wearing clothes is so Reagan coded of you. Let me say how. 1K shirts, yes. I've seen your shopping streams. Bro, you gave us ammo. We are chat. Dude, who in the ever-loving fuck is going out and doing that? Who? Like, what are you talking about? I'm currently sitting in, as that chatter correctly pointed out, archival Yoji Yamamoto. Okay? If you got the money to purchase them, then great. Go off kings and queens. But, like, what are we doing? Oh, God. Oh, God. What the fuck was I... What was I doing? This is how you look in that fuck-ass hat? Oh, yeah. That's a Jurassic Prick TYT shirt. This was my friend's company. I forget what it's called. The rings, man. So many fucking rings. Not one, but two. You want to know the sad part? I had not one, but two checker shirts. And I had checkered Vans to match it. The Slippies. I mean, I was good. I looked hot. But I will say, I think like the fits that I was putting on, absolutely. What is this? What? I don't know about worst fit, but this is the best. What are you sending me to? What? I have no idea what this is. It's about me fucking my coffee maker being broken. I don't know why you sent me that. Bro's rocking the MCS, their optical illusion drip. How are you ending up at all these red carpet events? What? Oh, $20,000 a month in PR. No, man, I was a networker. Oh, I mean, this was literally when I did an ad for Forever 21 at Coachella. This is when Forever 21 sent me to Coachella with like a bunch of models. Oh, we're moving on. Your fashion journey is such a tragic one, Lamau. Such a big contrast with your job, though. Can we show some decent fits, please, from this era? Why aren't we not doing that? I got a feeling tonight's going to be a good night. Oh, no. This is the fit Travis got off the plane with. Okay, without the shirt, that goes hard. Don't look at the caption. Don't look at the caption. Don't look at the caption. Stop, 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 stop. We're done. 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 Okay, shut the fuck up. 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 You're gonna make me delete all my fucking early fits instead of just like letting them exist out there. Okay. Shut the fuck up. 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 Socialist grifter. People will call you a terrorist, but it's seeing your own fits that break you. Yeah, because this is like, oh God, I was trying something. This isn't bad. Why was I wearing bandanas? Like on my head? What the fuck was I thinking? Actually, what the fuck was I? What is that? Why was I just like putting a bandana on my head like I'm fucking Solid Snake? Actually, decent fit here. Okay. Speak on this. That was another Coachella ad for will.i.am's headphones. Your best fit of that era? Yeah, this was a fucking ad. will.i.am had those. These are headphones that will.i.am made. This fit is actually goated, not gonna lie. Okay, dude. Is this you saying you used to serve in photos back in the day? I think I was serving here. Unironically, I really like this fit. Just ignore your own caption. Who let you get away with this one? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, this is not bad. Best fit. Yep. That is my best fit. What's the cut on this? Oh. I look like a coke dealer, bro. Like straight up. Who is your date? It's not my date. It's Nomiki Konst. Was my coworker at the Young Turks. Ay. Rare solid fit. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm fucking talking about. The fucking Peaky Blinders. The Peaky fucking Blinders. That's right. Fucking hell. You got to bring back posing. Oh my God. Okay, we're done. 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 We gotta stop. What was I doing with that hat, bro? What was that? What was happening? What the fuck? You look so white Chinese. Okay, that's different. That's different. Okay, we're done. We're done. We're done. We're moving on. No more Travis Kelce. Fuck you guys. Okay, remember, everywhere around you, things are deteriorating in real time, and most people are sleepwalking through it all, worried about the Cracker Barrel logo change. Is the Trump admin is knee deep in the waters of fascism, Holocaust in Gaza, kidnappings by ICE, domestic military occupation. Everybody stop sending me links. A real testament to your any man can be a 7 by being a natural 9.5 and dressing yourself down to a 7. Redhead Mike from PA had the exact reason companies are choosing minimal logos in buildings.
Because of Wall Street. This is all because of the stock market, because of investors, private equity, and the demand to get more value to shareholders. This has nothing to do with wokeness or DEI, you stupid sleeping babies. Okay? I'm going to explain this to you. McDonald's, the way McDonald's is structured is McDonald's owns the land underneath this building. They own the land. They're the biggest landholders in the United States when it comes to commercial properties. The franchisees then rent the building on top of them. And you know what happens? Sometimes McDonald's go out of business. And when McDonald's goes out of business, they want to put a different business in there and they want to sell the land underneath it. Well, guess what? When you have a building that can only be a McDonald's or can only be a Pizza Hut or can only be a Cracker Barrel or only be a Taco Bell, guess what? It's harder to sell those businesses. So every business has slowly been turning into a gray or beige box because you know what happens when you put a vape store inside of an old Pizza Hut? We all call it, oh, the vape store inside of the old Pizza Hut. Now, in the future, they'll just pull the Pizza Hut sign off and you'll go, I think that might have used to be a Starbucks. I don't remember. I don't know. But all the buildings used to look like this. It's also easier to do upkeep on it. They all have the same dumb awning with these weird little latches attached to them. They don't have to have the special McDonald's only custom ordered roof or the special Pizza Hut red shingle or making sure that they have to do this special lighting underneath Cracker Barrel or whatever was going on with Taco Bell back in the day. They're all buying from the same company. They're all using the same part.
I mean, it's true, 100%.
That brings down their cost. They're not building play places anymore. It's not because of wokeness. It's not because, oh, gay people, no. It's because insurance for a play place costs more than just having a fucking McDonald's. Because the purpose of all of these buildings is to just pay off the property taxes while the land underneath it gets more and more expensive. So eventually you can sell it to somebody. Like in the case of Cracker Barrel, maybe the fact that they have land that's connected to the edge of every single highway exit by mid-tier cities all across the United States, maybe that'll be a good play for somebody who wants to put up electric vehicle supercharge stations. Oh, look how they're all convenient. Conveniently right here off the highway, and we have robots that can serve everybody $12 hot dogs. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. But none of this has to do with wokeness, DEI, LGBT, black people, immigrants. None of that shit was caused by this. This was completely caused by Excel spreadsheets.
My point is not fashion equals capitalism or we should walk around naked. My point is that a true culture industry is kind of concerned. The culture industry kind of concern. Obviously, it's a drop in the bucket right in this moment. But why can we not spend some time criticizing the consumption that anesthetizes us? Oh, brother. Because the things that you are consuming do not make up who you are. Okay, it's just a thing that you do that makes you feel a certain type of way. Some people like to spend money on Warhammer 40K figurines. Others like to spend it on Dungeons and Dragons. Some enjoy buying guns. Some enjoy fashion. That's it. It is you who is placing emphasis on consumption and saying this actually means something. This actually says something about who you are. That's it. It's just like a normal human thing. Your argument is more so against just like humanity in general. You want to, I guess, like, you don't want anyone to express themselves in whichever way. If it's fashion that we're speaking of, you just don't want anyone to express themselves by this method. Okay? That's because that's all this is. If you can see, with all the fucking lame ass fits that I was wearing, all those fits are just mostly free. I mean, even still to this day, I still get clothing that is sent to me. Yeah, this is the Marxist version of, I guess, put down the PlayStation and go and pick up the PlayStation. But instead, it's like wokely, Marxistly, we're saying the things that you consume. Yes, as an influencer, in air quotes, everything that I do has the capacity to influence others. Okay? That's just how it is. Text back Fateh's team, by the way. I did. I already did. They have not reached back out to me, as a matter of fact. I already did that. Hasan, when you accurately criticize him, commodity consumption is not human nature. Hasan, when you accurately criticize him, what are you fucking saying, brother? Brother, sister, this is not an accurate criticism. This is just your personal thing that you don't give a shit about. That's it. I'll give you an example. I'm sure if I were to search deep enough into your profile, I could find something that you spend money on, right? Everybody has something. It's fine. It's just like a normal part of it. It's just a normal part of existence. Okay? No, you can't, lol. Well, then you're a fucking insane loser. Like, what do you mean? You don't like sports? You don't fucking go and listen to music at a concert? The fuck do you mean? You're like, nah, dude, I am the perfect moral being because I do no consumption whatsoever. Like, you don't buy books. You don't smoke weed. You don't have anything. You consume nothing. What the fuck are you talking about? Then you're just like not a human being. You're just like a vessel for Marxist agitprop every second of the fucking week. It's so fucking stupid. People unironically act as though that's not the case. Like, everybody has something. Everybody has something that, like, they enjoy, okay? A way to, someone has to. Oh, thank God, chatter. Thank God you're doing it by being unimaginably insufferable. No, you don't understand. I'm a monk, a socialism monk. Okay? I live in a cave. What the fuck are you talking about? You're in Twitch chat. Clearly, there are things that you enjoy, okay? Search deep enough, you can find the unethical nature of everything, because everything is built on this unethical construct of capitalism, you know? You have a computer, you're watching fucking Twitch streams. It's so stupid. who gets to determine what that boundary is? Do you get to determine it? Do you understand? Like, you're on an Amazon platform watching with either a computer or a smartphone that has like conflict minerals in it. There are a lot of people that make this argument unironically from the right, and we understandably make fun of them. What blows my mind is when like someone who is a self-styled leftist is doing that exact same socialism but iPhone argument. Okay? Now, is there a limit to bourgeois decadence? Certainly, of course. Everyone's limit, I guess, is different. Yours is a little unsustainable in comparison to the average person, is my point. Okay, but there are forms of consumption that are genuinely over the top, like fast fashion, which means there's a line, and therefore it may be helpful to talk about where that line is. Okay. What's crossing the line in my expenses? You can make somewhat of an argument, I guess, for something, but it has to be a decent metric for every single person. Okay? Your PR spending. Okay, so my non-existent PR spending. Also, do you think it's healthier to try and determine this like line in here and then try to get people to abide by this line that we created? Or do you think it's important to just like look at it and adjust it to the individual that we're looking at? Because most of the argument unironically revolves around socialism but rich. That's what it is. That's it. And it has nothing to do with like how that wealth was accrued, whether it's by capital accumulation or by wage labor or not, is inconsequential in that argument when we have this conversation. It's just socialism but poor. You have to be poor. That's it. Socialism is when poor is supposed to be a reactionary argument. One that people who don't understand socialism are advancing. Not socialists themselves. It makes no sense. But that's basically what it comes down to. Dude, the fashion industry is uniquely wasteful, harmful, and provides no benefit to society whatsoever. Okay, once again, first of all, you're talking about $1,000 song for the mute pants are totally justifiable. Okay, take it up with March, who bought them for me. Sorry that he unironically is a part of a cooperative structure and therefore has so much money in the process of working in a cooperative structure that he can literally buy me $1,000 pants. Wow, how fucked up. You know what? You're right. I should cut his salary. He shouldn't get to have that level of wealth. Also, here's my counter argument. They're fucking fire. But having said that, this argument is also, once again, idiotic. Not everything has to have a socially necessary labor. Lamau, what a straw man. I'm fucking around. You're making a stupid argument. I'm going to describe to you why it's stupid in a second. Okay? Because there is a quality to, one, self-expression, for example. The determination being made for the price point of those pants is not made by me, okay? It's probably not worth that. Certainly not. Buddy, I'm an environmental scientist focused on air quality and climate adaptation. I don't care, dude. What the fuck? Yeah. And you got no swag. you're not listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth. There is something that you also engage with. Everyone has this. It's normal. It's a normal human quality. Okay? Everyone has something that they engage with in terms of like commodity consumption that they enjoy, right? You've decided that fashion is unjustifiable wholly because you don't give a fuck about it. And that's fine. That's just your thing. Okay? You don't care about it, so it's easy for you to just be like, I don't give a shit about this. You know, why the fuck does this guy care about this? Meanwhile, once again, no matter what you're doing, there is 0% chance that you have no commodity consumptions that are wasteful or harmful. Ultimately. And if there is, if you literally truly abide by these standards, then ultimately you are a joyless, humorless person who has nothing in their lives that they look forward to and have dedicated every single moment to, I guess, fighting the imminent environmental catastrophe that can happen any day now by writing in the Twitch chat of a content creator that you actually enjoy the content of. Everything is relative, as some forms of consumption are far more frivolous than others. Yes, but you're determining that because you don't give a fuck about fashion is my point. But I'm sure there's a hobby that you actually enjoy. You know, you fucking like traveling, so you fly around. Everybody has something, you know. Are you biking on your vacations if you actually ever have a chance to have one? No, you're flying, okay? Like, it's stupid to say that we should be cutting out these kinds of activities that make life enjoyable is entirely stupid. That's it. Also, you've long been an advocate for thrift stores. If people can't even accept secondhand consumption from thrift stores, then what the fuck are we doing? That shit goes back to landfills? Exactly. My Warhammer hobby is not frivolous. If you are being honest with yourself, there is certainly something that you also personally enjoy. Bro, there's no way an environmental scientist who cares about climate is flying around as much as you're suggesting. At least go with he's using computers. I mean, everybody goes on vacation every now and then, you know? Hasan, you black and white chatters points and dismiss them without taking anything they say seriously. No, they aren't 100%, but it's a huge pattern. Because a lot of people don't understand the broader message that I'm presenting here, which is that you have to be fucking normal. You have to be fucking normal. And chirping at people over a thing that they enjoy consuming that you don't, in order to present yourself as like a more moral arbiter when they have an almost identical pattern of consumption for something else is abnormal. You just look like a joy killer. You look like a woke scold. You look abnormal. You look unapproachable. You are not going to be a good vehicle to advocate for a better future for other people. And you can laser in on me saying this is like a defense of fashion and all of the worst externalities of fashion to say, oh, he's such a hypocrite. He just wants his fashion. I don't give a fuck. Okay. This shit could be $1. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Yes, dude, I get it. But your whole argument is I like it. Yeah, I'm a 6'4" man and I genuinely hate the experience of flying. Ha ha ha. Okay. That's just one example, chatter. I don't know you. I don't know what you do in your personal life, but it is virtually impossible for you to literally fucking... It is, once again, you're not listening to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is many of you don't give a fuck about fashion, and that's fine, okay? Which is precisely the reason why you guys turn around and say, oh, this is like one thing. This is one thing that I can also live without. It's like me saying sports is bad. I think, and the NFL is harmful, okay? I think it's fucking insane that people are literally slamming their brains from like ages 12 and onward into becoming family annihilators inevitably at the end of their fucking career, and it should be banned. Why is that easy for me to say and make a convincing argument as to why I can say that? Because I don't watch football, because I don't give a fuck about football. But that would be fucking psychotic if I was running around making that argument about how harmful it is that we're actually teaching children to behave like ultra-violent animals. Okay? That would be fucked up if I was making a convincing case. Just because something has a convincing case in your mind, because you don't fucking personally give a shit about it, doesn't mean that, like, that's going to be something that I put forward as a reasonable argument. Yeah, see, you're doing it again. That's another thing you don't give a fuck about. You're like, oh, in a better world, football wouldn't be a sport, of course. Shut up. Be a fucking normal human. Please. Holy fuck. This is what I mean when I say be normal, first and foremost. Be fucking normal. Be a normal human being. If you were to have a conversation such as this one with a person that cares about, like, whatever particular hobby that you're, like, admonishing as a truly harmful thing, they're going to look at you like you're a psycho. They're going to be like, yeah, okay, all right, well, have fun. Why would that be psychotic? That's a totally reasonable argument. Oh my God. Okay, dude. Oh. Because ultimately it comes down to, you have a finite amount of time on this space, okay? On this planet when you are alive. And if you want to actually convince people, you can't constantly be looking to purify your movement with, like, externalities that otherwise are inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. That's my point. Okay? You become insufferable. And I think a lot of people mistake being a moral figure with that posturing. Like, being insufferable is all of a sudden the best possible way to market yourself as, like, the most moral being. That's not how it works. Now, does this mean that, like, you should let things go? You should let things fly? Of course not. If someone's, like, slinging the N-word around you, checking that person is understandable. You're not being Mr. Moral here, okay? But there is a balance to it, okay? And that's what the problem is. In most circumstances, you also try to, like, tackle individual consumption as a way to do activism, and it turns into the same exact fucking argument. Yes, fast fashion is really bad. This is not fast fashion. Like, what the fuck? Ironically enough, expensive clothing is not fast fashion, so that's besides that point, okay? It'd be like arguing with me because I went and got, like, a fucking piece of Wagyu steak, and you were like, well, do you know how harmful the fucking cattle practices are in the United States of America? Okay, well, I'm not fucking eating the cattle in that situation, am I? That's it. And the reason why I'm not even taking this personally because of fashion, I don't give a fuck, okay? Yeah, sure, burn all the fucking clothes. Who gives a shit? That's not it. The reason why I take this personally is because this comes from the exact same perspective that I think make people on the left come across as, like, broadly insufferable. That is the problem. Okay? It's a different version of saying that this is unethical. This thing that everyone enjoys is actually unethical because why are you watching a war movie? Why'd you watch Top Gun? You enjoyed Top Gun? Don't you know that it's actually a fucking, Air Force marketing opportunity so that a bunch of fucking young children can go and join the Air Force and go laser fucking brown children overseas? Like, be fucking normal. Be normal. Be cool, please. Because ultimately, all of your arguments in a deeply unethical design of society, all of your arguments can revolve around the ethics of everyday minutia consumption and how unethical it actually is, including down to the fucking phones that we all use to communicate with one another that has conflict minerals in them. And the extraction of said conflict minerals are deeply unethical. If you were to constantly fucking talk about these sorts of things, it would be impossible for you to actually make any convincing arguments whatsoever to people around you. You just become a fucking loser that nobody wants to be around. And a lot of people in the margins that would otherwise agree with you literally hear you chirp about this as though this is a serious fucking struggle session and turn around and go, I don't want to be a part of that. That sounds awful and lame. What we have to do on the left is unironically to describe the grand design of society to average people who take that shit for granted and don't want to think about it. So you have to make sure that you're not extra fucking annoying in the process. And some of you literally think being extra annoying in the process is actually the best possible way to show how moral you are. Okay? Being insufferable is part of being a leftist. Lenin was like the most insufferable guy by all accounts of those who knew him. I'm just like Lenin when I yell at Twitch streamers for wearing clothes. I am the revolution. Stop getting one guy. Nobody actually cares. No, there are definitely a lot of people who care. This is unironically a major point of contention that I've always had with the left. It is a major issue that I've had with the broad left. And even after this back and forth that just took place today, there will be a fuck ton of people chirping at me online saying, oh, he just likes to fucking buy expensive clothes. That's the reason why he's so insecure about this, because deep down inside, he knows it's an unethical form of commodity consumption. And he just wants to keep defending it. That's why you all support him. You should buy my Substack instead. I'm the most moral leftist. That's literally what's going to happen. It's happened a million times over, and it's always going to continue. That cycle has happened 1,000 times since the beginning of my career. Pretending as though fashion equally as harmful as other industries is silly and dismissive. According to an analysis by Business Insider, fashion production comprises 10% of all global carbon emissions, as much as the emissions generated by the European Union. Fashion production comprises the 10% of all total global carbon emissions. Dog, you're describing the process of people building, the people making clothing. Unless you're talking about fast fashion in particular, which, again, I'm not even a fucking part of. So you're arguing about something that I'm not even, something that I'm not doing. This is not a good argument. You did that. Okay? Unless you're talking about the entirety of like fucking the clothing business. And that's a ridiculous argument to make anyway. But if you're talking about fast fashion, okay, I don't participate in fast fashion. And also, ironically enough, the pieces of clothing that I wear all the time to this day that I have bought that is fast fashion, okay, is like a ASOS garment that I wear all the time. You know that fucking denim jacket that I wear that has the red bar over it? That's fast fashion. Except it's not fast because I've been wearing it for fucking 12 years and still wear it. It's one of my favorite fucking jackets to wear. Do you understand? People find them insufferable because people don't like to be told they're doing wrong. People in the West find advocates for Palestine insufferable because it shows them how their consumption is causing insane suffering around the world. Does that mean you stop? No, because there is a fucking difference between an active genocide that we are actually contributing to with unlimited munitions and like you saying, I don't like that you care about fashion, so I'm going to make a bad argument about how you are an advocate for fast fashion when you're not. That is not a comparable fucking argument, okay? Because it's not even something that I'm in favor of or advocating for. But ultimately, no matter what, hyper-focusing on individual consumption is not, it's just totally fucking idiotic way to go about things in any way, in all circumstances. A good example of communicating this without being insufferable is The Good Place. So what you're trying to do is approach the subject matter with the most defensible position, which is one that I am not even in disagreement with, but you're ham-fistedly fucking shoving your defensible position to something that you're to a broader point that you're making that is utterly indefensible. And I already identified that, and I already told you, like, that's not something that I'm participating in any way, shape, or form, right? What? Genocide didn't happen in a vacuum is something that got to that point. It's a gradual process that leads to the fact that it gets to where the world ignores a genocide, like buying iPhones, causing a genocide in Congo, or your clothes using slave labor in Bangladesh. What is the fucking item that you are currently using in order to fucking write this over the internet? I don't think that's great either. It's something that I speak out against as well. But what do you think you're doing right now? There's a difference between, hey, this is harmful. This is a harmful aspect of the systems that we exist under, and we should do our very best to fucking stop it, versus behaving as though you are not participating in the thing that you're fucking criticizing others over in that very moment. That repositioning is a logical fallacy called Mon and Bailey. Do you ever think there's a concerted effort to derail your commentary into stupid stuff instead of talking about the things that matter? This is my Cracker Barrel. No, because I think this is a legitimate issue with the left that needs to be addressed every other week, or virtually every single day. It's just like, even in this process of the conversation, I'm sure there are plenty of people who are like newer leftists who abide by this assessment, who personally think, you know what, that argument did make sense when that guy explained it to me, but then they hear what I am explaining, and then they go, okay, maybe that is a little bit of a ridiculous standard to apply to every single thing, including things that I'm also personally engaging in. Every week I go to my local union staff meeting and I berate all the members for owning grotesque commodities such as clothing, food, personal vehicles, and items for personal joy and happiness. I explain to them how under my worldview they would not be allowed to have any of those items, and even jailed for even thinking about them. For some reason they beat me up after every meeting and I don't know why. But one day I will actually build the most moral, most pure form of communism around the globe by doing this every single week. We are literally just doing this meme about consumption, and the stupid asshats are on the right-hand side talking about gender with trans people versus talking about gender with cis people. Like, there's a difference between having to travel via plane versus like whatever the fuck Taylor Swift is doing. You know what I mean? And if your standard is like you're traveling by plane to go to a faraway distance, and that is ruining the planet, then that standard is so psychotic that you can't, like, you're applying it to every single normal human being. You want to abolish like a form of travel. Yeah, no more air travel. Dude, you aren't addressing the left. You're addressing some dweebs who was looking to project their sense of powerlessness onto you so they can feel better about themselves. Fuck them. There's bigger fish to fry. True. But every now and then, I think it's important to have... I see this as like housekeeping, it's good to have this conversation every now and then. It's somewhat productive to have this conversation every now and then, so you don't fucking fall into the my only expression of being a leftist is by making sure that everyone is using paper straws or whatever. You know what I mean? How do you respond to the allegations? Address the allegations.
Spreadsheets and people going, if we do less, we can cash out with more. And that's the American dream, to do fuck all and to cash out with a lot more money. Okay?
Everyone who's attended a DSA meeting knows one of those fucking lefties. Yeah. What? Oh, Richie Torres is on? The Adam Friedland show? Let's go. It gives more context than yelling be fucking normal and might even help some people identify themselves from it. I hope. I try to. But the thing is, like, there are certain things that I like that many people in my community might not. Drip being one of them, you know? Fashion is a means of self-expression. It has existed in perpetuity. It is always, you know, I'm sure that cavemen probably put on like a weird leaf on their head as a way to identify themselves as differently than others. Okay? It's just a normal aspect of human existence. It's, like I said, a method of self-expression. Just because you don't like it, you know, I don't like music. I don't listen to music. I'm not going to fucking run around being like, we should abolish the music industry. It's hyper exploitative. The 360 deals are completely unjustifiable. It's, you know, the Spotify structure is destroying artistry in general. I don't even think that people should listen to music at all. After all, even the creation of the music is actually time consuming. It's costly. It's making the environment worse. We could just live without music. What do you mean? If you want to listen to music, just like whistle. That's the most ethical form of entertaining yourself. Music is bourgeois decadence. And then I point to, like, you know, all this silly nonsense. It would be really fucking annoying and really stupid. Okay? I don't do that. There are plenty of things that I don't actually there are plenty of things that I could do away, considering that every single thing under capitalism is unironically cultivated and created in an unethical manner. Okay? Poor thing to compare fashion to. Why? Music is valuable, though. What do you mean? No, it's because you like music and you don't give a fuck about fashion. That's the point I'm making. No, it all comes down to you personally like that thing, and I don't give a fuck about it, but I would never fucking advocate to abolish it. What do you mean? The point should always be, it's culture, so is fucking fashion. What are we talking about? That's it. It's not gonna, by and large, a lot of Twitch chatters don't give a fuck about this, so it's virtually impossible for me to make a convincing case here. So I'm trying to use an analog of something you do care about by talking about, like, the deep unethical nature of whatever thing that you enjoy consuming that I don't give a fuck about, but you will never understand it, because ultimately it comes down to, no, I actually like this thing and do care about it, and it's impactful in my life, so of course I want it to be there. I want it to exist. The standard should be, will it exist without hyper exploitation? Will it exist without exploitation? If the answer is yes, then it's not the actual thing that you want to abolish. It's more so that the mechanism of production that you want to change. Okay? That's it. They're not even at the point of discussing productive versus unproductive labor yet. They're infant leftists. I just don't. Oh, God. How does fashion enrich the soul, brother? Bro, learn to target fire against your audience. Bring up games and text and electricity. Stop mentioning sports and fashion. I'm using other things that normal people actually also happen to care about that you might not. But at least it's like close enough that you might have encountered someone who appreciates it in the wild. That's the reason why I'm using those things. But you're right. Gaming is another great example of this. I am not speaking to normal people. You are not wrong. I am speaking to abnormal people, and therefore, ultimately, it still always comes down to there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, and it is capitalism that you should be targeting rather than the individual consumption itself. Now, is there, are there grand expenditures that you could point to that are like far too much? Sure, certainly. Yeah, abolish golf courses. I don't need to know how to play golf and know how wasteful golf courses are. Fuck lawns and wasting water for it. Change my mind. I mean, I agree. Again, it's super easy for me to say, but people enjoy it. The point of that should be, is there a better way, a more ethical way to do it? This argument boils down to, yes, you are right that everything besides food, water, and sleep is unnecessary for human existence, but people will kill you if you try to limit them to only food, water, and sleep. Yeah, and also, the question also should be, do we want to live in a society where we only get food, water, and sleep? Isn't that unironically the way that fucking right-wingers present what a socialist dystopia to look like? Why the fuck are you, as someone who is a supposedly card-carrying leftist, making that argument for them? And then they just look at you and go, see, they don't want anything. They want to steal your fucking toothbrush. And you're like, no, you don't understand. Communism is when I get to steal your toothbrush. Okay? That's it. That's my problem. It's literally no different. We do need enrichment. Yes, that's humans. Humans need enrichment. Okay? But the problem is leftists sometimes look at the cartoonish depiction of the broader left that right-wingers present us as to the normies, the apolitical normies, and they say, nah, that is me. I am exactly like that. And actually, the fact that you are not like that is a problem. You should be exactly like that. I am more moral than you. I am more leftist than you. This is my front-facing attitude about how I'm going to communicate my worldview to the average onlooker. Okay? And it's crazy because like this is unfortunately a byproduct of how unimaginably successful anti-communist and anti-socialist propaganda has been in this country, that people who somehow accidentally arrive at this conclusion still maintain some of these like old reactionary opinions. Okay? That, and also like a endless seeking of like an endless way to try and make yourself and your movement pure. The less you eat, drink, and read books, the less you go to the theater, the dance hall, the public house, the less you think, love, theorize, sing, paint, fence, etc., the more you save, the greater becomes your treasure, which neither moths nor dust will devour your capital. The less you are, the more you have. The less you express your own life, the greater is your alienated life, the greater is the store of your estranged being. That's all good, but this motherfucker didn't know what the fuck climate change was. I mean, there's a very famous Japanese Marxist who would argue against that and has written extensively on this, as a matter of fact. So, you know, maybe maybe he couldn't comprehend the full scope of anthropogenic climate change, but to say that Marx was not invested in the common goods, even from not just from the point of enclosures, but just in general, but the preservation of the world and trying to prevent ecological disasters is wrong. Now, of course, I shouldn't be bringing up Saito because he is a degrowth guy overall, and I don't know if he would. I think he would be the type of motherfucker who tells me I'm doing too much and consuming too much as well, but. Anyway, my point is, no one lives like an ascetic monk. And especially if you're like trying to make a broad movement, you definitely should just keep that kind of opinion to yourself. Okay? That's it. People say I do, but you don't. You're watching me on Twitch. I don't want to ban video games because I'm a leftist. I want to do it because gamers are fucking annoying. Okay, fair. Yesterday gaming was so much more fun. Can we have more of that, please? Universal healthcare isn't a real way towards ecological luxury. I would love to see you sit down with the Seriously Wrong pod and hear about their ecological socialism program. What? Brother, wrong. I'm watching you on a YouTube restream on a sidewalk in Vienna, chatting on the community-free Moto smartphone. Hell yeah. I don't get it though. You say like engaging in high fashion is just like existing in capitalism and enjoying it, but you also, if you did it to an absurd amount, it would be hypocritical. Who decides the line there? Is it just feels? Yes. Yeah, it is. And people's individual opinion about whatever the fuck you're consuming is what dictates it. And that's the reason why a lot of people fucking can't comprehend it. I mean, the greatest example is like the machines that you purchase to play video games in this platform, okay? Incredibly costly, created through unethical means, uses, once again, minerals extracted in conflict areas that are kept underdeveloped deliberately so that that point of extraction is as cheap as physically possible. It's put together with low-cost labor overall. And you take that shit for granted and you purchase it and you buy it. And you don't need to buy it. Do you need to buy the latest fucking console? No. You don't. You have all the devices. You buy the new ones. It would be like me saying, well, I haven't bought a Nintendo Switch 2 because it's so similar to Nintendo Switch 1. Meanwhile, many of you have bought the Nintendo Switch 2 if you had the opportunity to do so. You don't consider that to be an unethical expenditure. Others might. How do you make that assessment? You see what I mean? So if it just feels, can you really call the socialists who hate on you for that wrong? Yes, I can. And the reason why I'm saying it's wrong is because every single person has their own metric for it. And arguing on individual consumption is an unproductive point of contention overall. Engagement with the story is different than clothes. No, you just don't care. That's it. That's the reason why. Of course, you're going to say the example that I'm bringing up is actually different because the difference is you like it and you care about it. It's still subjective, though. And it's also utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Do you not see the reason why you will never comprehend the gaming argument is because you like it and you can't live without it and you enjoy it and you enjoy the consumption of it and therefore it's worthy. It's right by your metric, but wrong by their metric. Yes. But here's the problem. There are plenty of things that I think are silly and irrelevant, but you don't see me making that fucking active push to abolish it because I understand that it's a normal part of human existence. Just because I don't appreciate it or I don't enjoy it doesn't mean that it doesn't have any meaning for other people. Okay? That's it. This is always the argument, and it's one that's really silly. And I don't think I'll ever be able to get this point across to many people. Like, it's just there's no counterexample that I can give you because as soon as it's something that you care about, you're like, what do you mean? This is an immensely significant part of my life. What the fuck? How dare you compare it? That's why I used sports as an analog. That's why I used music as an analogy. That's why I use gaming as an analogy. And everyone that actually likes that thing but doesn't care about another thing that they're criticizing, this time being fashion, for example, a mechanism of self-expression, for example, said, no, that's different. But they don't actually internalize why that's different. They don't realize that it's different because it's different to you, because you as an individual care about that, but you don't care about the other thing. I had a friend tell me they should have left our community today because of how insane chat was talking about Taylor's engagement today. Life is more than 27 news and theory content. People like enjoying life. I think if you are a leftist, you should never be caught dead fucking saying, I want to take this or that away from you. Like, and don't try to fucking make a comparison to BDS, okay? An active contribution that is entirely aligned with halting a state that is doing a genocide and associations with a state that's doing a genocide is not a comparable comparison to like broad swaths of consumption that billions of people don't ever think about and aren't and there's an individual active consumption that you engage with. No, even guns, dude. Yes, it's not about literally the abolition of all weapons. It's about reasonable gun control and safety. This kind of back and forth with leftists unironically turns into the whole like, well, comedy's not for me, so it shouldn't be for anybody. Okay? Yeah, BDS is hyper targeted too. BDS is against brands, not commodities. Are you actually against minerals extraction? Because you're making it sound like it when you mention extraction in developing countries. No, I'm not. I'm saying that there's a more ethical way to do this, but we are not currently doing that. People think that if we take away the trees, a leftist revolution will begin, but we saw during COVID, right-wingers are fucking crazy and will shoot you over the right to jalapeno poppers. No, I don't even think that that's correct. I'm not going to be playing Peak today, chat. Y'all are crazy. I am not going to play Peak today. I'm going to play Peak tomorrow, though. Anyway, today I ended up playing basketball with Elam. No, he fucking bailed this morning. Coward. No, he had a headache and he couldn't go to sleep until later. So I told him. It's all good. I know this is irrelevant, my bad, but I need to warn you that if you use a Taco Bell salsa verde sauce after keeping it for a few weeks, it will have gone bad and ruin your burrito that you worked really hard on. Thank you. Thank you, chatter. All right, that's all I got for today. I'm glad that we went through this long and convoluted process. I'll be back tomorrow as always. You already know what it is, baby. Okay. Love you guys. No matter how annoying the back and forth might get at times. I'm going to go hang out with my family and talk about how unethical their behavior is, because that's what I like to do in my spare time. RIP Gaming Products is the first day I did any fucking game. Calm down. All right. Peace, everybody. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.